Chucky or La, get the Brits out, lad. A one-way ticket, please, I've lost my bus pass. It's Jackson off, he's looking some pins, man. A Kylie fucking regionish, man. Keep it at the fucker, fucking fuck off. Jesus said on the cross, 2 pins of booze, 20 figs, and the dog is still lost. Who's next? Me, miss, would you like a bag? While you're shopping at your nose, I see your ankle tag. Fuck you, curfew, dislocated eye socket. Overnight cop shop with 2 grams in his pocket. Loves his reputation, now he's known for being a rocket. In his dreams, 9mm loaded. I'm a hitch, double OD. Low lace, come with what they say about me. Cause I'm a hitch, double OD. Low lace, come with what they say about me.
A dog with a job, what the fuck is that? When Arbor Mickey's just sitting in the flat, sipping on his cans and smoking rollies. Cause all the best jobs are taken by the doggies.
Sweaty black and crack and must play for hand lab. Beat the fast and a sash, got that note on bank cash. Jack and Nish, hit the stash, from the persons and I. Jack a goose, Coquelina, solo Miriam, Jaw Ash.
It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be a bloodbath.
Throw a hook, a jab and a boot. I sneak a quick tooth, then I fire another boot. For calling me a fruit, for trying to take the loot. But Billy won't be bothering any more hoots.
Nish, couple of cash, do you want it in your chest or your knees or your head? DJ Provey has the lead. You can beg, you can plead, you can tell us what we need. You can change your name,
But you're all the fucking same. They lonely with what they say about me. Cause I'm a hit, double OD. Low lace, come with what they say about me. I'm a hit, double OD. Low lace, come with what they say about me. Cause I'm a hit, double OD. Low lace, come with what they say about me.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Woo! That's right. I've just been listening to a lot of Kneecap recently, and I wanted to start the broadcast off on a wonderful note. Now, you might be thinking, why? Why is it a special day, Hassan? What's the reason for why this is a very special day, Hassan? Is it because it's a day where Donald Trump is crashing out again? Is that what it is? Is that the reason? No, that's not the reason. Okay. Is it because the Lakers One Piece collab is tonight? Is that the reason? No, that's not the reason. Okay. It's because it's a special day, because there's always a special day. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday. You already know. Ladies and gentlemen, it is freaking Friday.
It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday, baby.
That's right. And as always, what do we do on this beautiful day, on this bountiful occasion? We celebrate it. We celebrate it because our forefathers intended for us to celebrate it. Because they fought long and hard to make sure that we had the concept of the weekend. And of course, in this community, every Friday, we also celebrate the long and hard fought battles that our parents and our grandparents and their great-grandparents fought for long and hard. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday. Some might call it Friday. Some might call it Fry Slay. It's also a special Friday because Ramadan is, I think, is it tomorrow? Is it today's the first day? I don't know. I'm the worst Muslim of all time. You already know. It's the last Jummah before Ramadan, ladies and gentlemen. In any case, HasanAbi's back looking like Tony Khan. When are you going to book Mox to lose the belt? What? But yeah, Kneecap Balaklava if you want it. Oh yeah, I love that. Folks, I got the Zell Disney blast off. Don't worry. It's a wrestling thing, son. Nobody likes Tony Khan. He's annoying. King Your Fit goes hard today. Did you talk about the Zelensky meeting? I just got here, bro. I just started. Let me live, man. Let me live. I just started, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Not only did I just start, but I also am I'm 16 minutes in. I just turned on the camera. I haven't even told you my personal news yet, which is what I do normally at this time. Okay. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh, I do know, I am familiar with what's going on in the Oval with Disney. Okay. Don't worry. Nobody cares about your personal news, streamer. I think the people that are in here early do care about it. So I'm going to go through it very quickly. But there's not really anything significant. There's nothing of significance that took place. I played some Kingdom Come last night. I caught up to Don, unfortunately. And that is kind of lame. I'm like caught up to basically all of the anime. I'm watching a little bit of the basket, Kurokuno Basket, or whatever it's called. I forget what the show is called, but I've been watching that a little bit, but it's like, it's not hitting me the way that I want it. But biraz rezil etmiş olmadı mı Trump kendisini burada personal news'e geçmeden? Evet. But other than that, new solo leveling, new Sakamoto Days, like a lot of the animes that I'm caught up to are going to have their episodes coming out tomorrow. So that's cool. I'm excited about that. Is Kai feeling better? Yes, her poop has actually gotten a little bit better. This was the first night that she didn't have to like run outside and take a dookie in the middle of the night, so that's good. And her poop is now forming again, so that's also good. Ew, solo leveling, you're wrong. Solo leveling is goated. I wouldn't say it's peak, but I would say it's definitely goated. It's a great anime. I also downloaded Monster Hunter Wilds, so don't worry about that. Okay, don't worry about that. That's definitely a thing that I downloaded. Not sure if I'll have time to play it later today, but because I do want to play Kingdom Come, but I might try Monster Hunter as well, just to give it a little spin, give it a whirl. I've never actually played Monster Hunter. It runs like ass on the PC. I won't worry because you won't play it. It runs like ass. Update your drivers. Ooh, okay. It's terribly optimized for the PC. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. Casually explained upload of the banger and you were in it. It's about politics. Okay. Hey, HasanAbi, I was wondering, is your first language English or Turkish? What is it? It's Turkish. Anyway, but yeah, I worked out this morning, even though my back hurts a little bit, and I tried to do my very best to basically do some leg stuff. I saw the new Gatsu video. It's on China. We'll watch that as well. I'll watch the Casually Explained as well. We'll do all of that. But pretty much that's it. There's not really anything else going on in my life. There's not really anything else going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. I have a very special guest coming in from tomorrow. Obviously, that's the update that I was keeping somewhat of a secret, but tomorrow I will be hosting the documentarians that were responsible for the Oscar-nominated No Other Lands. So that is going to be exciting. No Other Land. So that is what I'm going to be doing. Also today I have a very special guest coming on. His name is Brace Belden, also known as Pispik Granddad, also known as the Gay Pussy Eater, also known as Coindexter, also known as, now he calls himself Liberal Hitler, apparently. Also a racial Jake, also known as the man who started the movement, a man who perhaps, the dark cowboy, the man, the myth, the legend, the person who is responsible for the white Chinese movement. He will be on, obviously, later. The Gourmand, also known as the Gourmand. He's not Liberal Hitler. He said we need a Liberal Hitler. Oh, okay. He said that. Well, he also said Liberal ISIS. The man who actually personally fought ISIS and now talks about how there might be a Liberal ISIS coming in. Racial Jake is my celebrity crush. Yes. He is known by many names to many people. But I'll be having him on. Obviously, he is, to me, you might know him by any of these different names. I know him as one name, and that is journalist. That's right, journalist Brace Belden in the building. Well, not in the building, but I'll be having him on to talk about the Epstein saga and the MAGA drama that has taken place. Okay, so yeah. Rewind like 1 hour and 50 minutes with a full vid. A right-wing reporter asked him why he doesn't wear a suit. JD Vance started laughing. They were straight up bullying him. Yeah, Trump is live right now with Zell Disney. We'll just start off on the live part where they're talking to one another, and then after that we'll get in. I'm gonna blast off, and then we'll get back to like some of the more dramatic moments of this back and forth.
We know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready. to be as strong as we need. And the last point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that these crazy Russians, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names, they changed their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia. We want
it's a replay.
Should have never.
Oh, did this end? I thought that they were doing a press conference. They were continuing the press conference. Okay, well, we'll get started here. Okay, he left early, live early, and watching the Zelensky-Trump fight. Oh, they canceled the press conference? They canceled the press conference? Oh my God. Okay, well, sorry, I apologize. I didn't know they canceled the fucking press conference. And Trump actually kicked him out. I knew they fought. I didn't realize he just got kicked. Oh my God, this literally just happened. Okay, I thought I was actually paying attention to what the... oh my God. 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 I'm behind. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, I understand why people were like, no personal news. God damn. Bro, what the hell? What the hell? What a crazy way to start the day. Holy moly. It's bedlam. It's bedlam. It's bedlam. It's bedlam. It's bedlam. But yeah, TrueAnon on later to discuss MAGA, Epstein, fallout, and more. Get in now. Holy moly, what a crazy day. What a crazy day! Okay, let's watch.
Situation the same.
So Trump meets Zelensky. Okay, Disney comes in. All right, he comes in, and for all intents and purposes, I'm gonna set the stage for all of you. Okay, I'm gonna set the stage for all of you. So this is supposed to be coming off the heels of weeks and weeks of Donald Trump calling Zelensky a dictator, saying he sucks, saying he ain't shit, saying Zelensky's got no bitches, constantly talking about how Zelensky's short, all this stuff. Okay, he's like, you got no money, no bitches, no job prospects, and you're a dictator. That's what Donald Trump is saying over and over again. And in the process, there's also this mineral deal that's, being floated around where Trump is like, I'm going to take all your raw earth. I'm going to hit that earth raw. He just keeps saying, I'm going to hit the earth raw. I have your minerals. I'm going to take it. Okay. I'm going to take all of your minerals. There's nothing you can do about it. And it's weird because, we don't even know if there's a lot of minerals or whether or not they are even rare earth minerals. They're certainly raw, but I don't know if they're going to be rare earth minerals or not. And, regardless, he's like, Trump is saying, I want the minerals because we gave you so many weapons. We gave you all of our old busted ass equipment, and that was like $300 billion. It's time to pay up, which is, pretty honest in terms of how American foreign policy normally works. But obviously, optically speaking, probably not a very good deal. It's probably kind of a raw deal for Ukraine, but it was always slated to be a raw deal regardless. But now after all of this, there's still this back and forth where there's this suspicion where Donald Trump, dials it back and says no, did I call Zelensky a dictator yesterday or the other day or every single day since then? Ooh, was that me? I don't know. So that's basically the last thing that happened before this this Zelensky conference was supposed to happen. He linked up with Keir Starmer, also known as Keir Stalin. He talked to Macron. Macron touched him in the leg, maybe even touched his heart. He's been talking to all the European heads while constantly talking about how he's going to tariff the shit out of our European allies, right? But when he did the whole, did I do that thing? I thought to myself, okay, he's probably going to go back on this stuff. He's just playing hardball. He's going to give them more old weapons and tell them they can continue fighting or whatever until they just inevitably come to a ceasefire negotiation, a bargain, going along with the other side of the Brandonian policy, right? And boy, was I wrong. I didn't think that this would happen. Okay, I'll admit. A lot of you look to me and say, Hasan, you apply the scientific dialectical materialist analysis to things that are happening all around the world, and you are at least relatively knowledgeable when it comes to issues like Israel, Palestine, and seemingly this is very helpful in making accurate assessments or even sometimes predictions. But when it comes down to Donald Trump, especially in the way that he's dealt with this Zelensky stuff, it is utterly unpredictable. Okay? It is completely unpredictable. This is the Nixonian madman theory in action, but this time it's actually a madman. Like there is no IR interpretation for the way that Donald Trump operates. I'll say it. Okay? There's no he has redefined the genre. Okay? He has redefined the entire genre. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like ain't nobody can make, like there's no real politique. Okay? There's no real politique here. There's no fucking there's no constructionist the way of approaching it. There's no Marxist interpretation for international relations here. It's just Trump. Okay? It's just Trump, and he might say some shit. He might turn back on it. But yeah, let me explain to you what happened to the best of my ability, because it's virtually impossible to truly come to terms with what the fuck happened here. So after Zelensky comes over to the White House and we're like, okay, there's gonna be a fucking mineral deal. Is this going to end up with more weapons for Ukraine? Or is this going to end up with like a finalized, ceasefire bargain or anything like that? It turns out, no. It's a secret third option. Okay? It's a secret third option that virtually no one could have seen. Okay? Like, what the hell, bro? Let's watch. Truly a nutty moment in American politics, okay? All right, so they come in.
What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal? That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America. And for the good of the world, I'm aligned with the world. And I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous...
Bro, there is nothing funnier than the camera panning over to Zelensky. He's like, you can't... I don't like the guy, but what are you going to do? He is a victim here. He's a hostage, like the January 6th hostages. He's held a hostage. The entire world has been so unfair to Vladimir. They've been so unfair to him. All he wanted to do was denazify Ukraine. He wanted to do a special military operation to denazify Ukraine. I tell you, folks, Nazis, not very fine people on both sides, okay? Let me tell you, he just wanted to denazify. Also, Slava Ukraini, that's a hate crime. Let me tell you, everybody knows 14,000 people died in Donbass. All the people in LPR and DPR, all they wanted to do was maintain independence. They had Russian roots. Alexander Dugin. What accent is that? I'm so hopped up that I can't even do a good Trump right now. Okay? Many people are saying I'm a Duganist. What's wrong with that? He's got some good ideas, folks. They did the Tsar so wrong. He had great ideas. He was going to fix the Russian Empire. All these peasants, the Bolshevik Revolution, very unacceptable. Don't we hate it, folks? That's why I like Putin. He's going to restore it.
Tremendous hatred. And I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe.
With the world.
I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me?
Wait, it's at 120. What do you mean? Like you want me to go more? Why do you want me to go further? Like, it's fine. I want to hear the rest. I want to hear this.
I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. but you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years.
Okay, shut up. Why are you there? Who is this man? Who is this guy? Does anybody know who this guy is? I don't know who the fuck this guy is. Who the fuck is this guy? Why are you in the room, dog? The fuck is your purpose? Excuse me. Where is the real president? Where is Elon Musk? Why is Elon Musk not in the room? Who the frick is this guy thinking he can have a moment in the spotlight? Like, don't try to clip farm, okay? You're not FaZe Ronaldo, little bro, okay? You're not Lacey. You can't. You are not the clip. Don't come in here to be like, oh, let me get a couple licks in on Zelensky so that people can talk about me too. Like, get the frick out of here, dude. Anyway, sorry.
Years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
He admitted Putin invaded Ukraine. Yeah, he has. That's why he's there, by the way. He's the moderating voice. He is the moderating voice. He put his freaking eyeliner on this morning thinking to himself, I'm really going to have my moment here, okay? I'm going to play both sides here. I'm going to say the truth about the matter while Donald Trump says insane stuff. But just wait, because Donald Trump doesn't like this, okay? He doesn't like being around beta men, okay? Beta males. He is not a fan. He is not a fan of beta males. And now he's surrounded by two, okay? Donald Trump, the GOAT, Mr. MAGA, Mr. Alpha Dog, okay? Surrounded by not one, but two.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President Zelensky.
Wait, why don't I want to see what Zelensky says here, and then
Sure.
Trump's reaction.
Yeah.
Okay, so he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact line?
2015.
2014.
2014 and 2015.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
That's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed with him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people.
He does not want to hear any of this, bro. He's like, bro, stop talking. He's like, stop talking. Like, you ain't even, he's like, you ain't even funny. He's like, you ain't even funny. I've seen your comedies. I didn't like them. I didn't like your comedies.
Of Ukraine.
All right, let's watch this. This is like the full vid, okay? This is the chaos.
Been working.
He does
very
not
hard,
want to hear even a second, okay?
very close. So we've actually known each other for a long time. We've been dealing with each other for a long time and very well. We had a little negotiation spat, but that worked out great. I think for both countries, I think for the world, actually, beyond both countries. And we have something.
This isn't funny to me. I am too woke. Brother, there is virtually nothing we can do about American foreign policy decisions. Okay? Nothing. Do you understand? Nothing. It is not a democracy. Please make no mistake. There is no There is no democratic process here. There is no morality here. I'm using this as an opportunity for everyone to recognize the reality. Okay? Recognize the reality. There is a reason why American foreign policy has left behind so many countries in rubble, which then turn those American weapons formerly used against American adversaries on America. Okay? How do you think 9/11 happened? Like, what do you think was 9/11? 9/11 is literally the precursory to 9/11, but this time happening in an Eastern European country. Straight up. And this is basically, you remember that tweet from that one journalist who was like, I've been investigating this story for years and years, and he just tweeted it? That's how I feel. That's how I feel when I watch these things unfold. Because for years and years, I have been critical of American foreign policy for being so violent and so cruel and not even caring remotely about the humanity of the people that we just use like a dish rag, okay? Only to have those people understandably develop resentment towards us or even other allies, expressions of American empire, and then eventually turn around and turn the same weapons that we gave them on us. Okay? That's it. This is exactly what happened with Operation Cyclone. There's a reason why this meme exists, you know? The whole, eventually they'll turn on you, the meme that I used on my blast off tweet as well. Okay? Whether it be Manuel Noriega from U.S. Friend to Foe, whether it be Saddam Hussein, Osama bin Laden, Muammar Gaddafi, you know, this is how it works. This is the most consistent, most coherent American foreign policy. Do you understand? That's why I always say, hey, listen, if you're leftist, you're right, just too early. Okay? Joe Biden fucked over Ukraine. Of course Joe Biden fucked over Ukraine. Yes. And Trump is basically just full tilt finishing the job.
Very fair deal. And we look forward to getting in and digging and working and getting some of the rare earth. But it means we're going to be inside, and it's a big commitment from the United States. And we appreciate working with you very much. And we will continue to do that.
Sean Ray, thank you for the raid, Sean. Hope you had a good stream, brother.
With Russia, I spoke with President Putin, and we're going to try and bring this to a close. It's something that you want and that he wants. We have to negotiate a deal. But we've started the confines of a deal, and I think something can happen. The big thing is the number of soldiers, mostly at this point, but soldiers being killed. You're losing thousands of soldiers on both sides. We're losing a lot of soldiers, and we want to see it stop, and we want to see the money get put to different kinds of use, like rebuilding. And we're going to be working very hard, but we've had a lot of very good conversations. I will say until we came along, the Biden administration didn't speak to Russia whatsoever. They didn't speak to anybody. They just allowed this to continue. And I will say that, I'll say in front of you, you've heard me say it 1,000 times, if I were president, this war would have never happened. We would have had a deal negotiated for you without having to go through what you've gone through. But your soldiers have been unbelievably brave. We've given them great equipment, but somebody has to use the equipment. They've been unbelievably brave, and we give them great credit. This was supposed to be over very quickly, and here we are 3 years later. So I give tremendous credit to your generals and your soldiers and yourself in the sense that it's been very hard fighting, very tough fighting. They're great fighters, and you have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So,
yeah. So it starts off relatively normal, from what I understand. Relatively normal. Okay, there's like a little bit. There's a little bit of like pushback, okay? There's a little bit of a history lesson from Zelensky. Of course, the entire press conference that's taken place here, this entire meeting that's happening here is happening on the backdrop of Donald Trump's insane actions in terms of foreign policy, voting alongside Russia and North Korea and Belarus to say they're not condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which was already a symbolic symbolic gesture to begin with, right? Those are symbolic votes in general, but they matter when America obviously completely changes its alignment. Donald Trump is calling Zelensky a dictator over and over again, saying he sucks over and over again, saying like, we're going to take all your minerals, all this stuff. And then seemingly it falls apart.
It's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much.
It's so bad. Even most of Asmongold's chat is saying Trump L. Yes, because Asmongold is pro-Ukraine. He's pro, I think, what is it? Like he's on Ukraine, on the issue of healthcare, on the issue of like some left-wing populist sentiment. He is not on board with Trump, but it's not enough to like be a spoiler for him. That's it.
For coming. We're going to sign the agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while, right after lunch. And we'll be having lunch together. We're also discussing some other things. And we appreciate everybody being here. It's somewhat of an exciting moment, but the really exciting moment is when they stop the shooting or we end up with a deal. And I think we're fairly close to getting that, and an honor to have you. And please, I'd like to say something.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for your invitation. And really, I hope that this first document, will be a first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, our children. I really count on it. And of course, we count that America will not stop support. Really, for us, it's very important to support and to continue it. I want to discuss it with details further during our conversation, and of course the infrastructure or security guarantees, because for today I understand what Europe is ready to do, and of course I want to discuss with you what United States will be ready to do, and I really count on your strong position to stop Putin, and you said that enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he is a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him. But for us, it's very important to, to save our country, our values, our freedom, democracy, and of course, no compromises with the killer about our territories. But it will be later. And of course, what I wanted, we spoke about it by phone with you about the drones production. We have very good drones production. I think the best one in the world for today because of the war. Yes, and of course we need very much the air defense. You have the best air defense in the world, and really you helped us under attacks of Russians. And I want to speak how we can exchange the licenses. We're open to share the license.
Look at this asshole, by the way. Every moment of his life, like we know who this demon is, okay? And we know who this demon is. He's just a brown noser. But this demon is still very much an old school American war hawk. 99 votes in the Senate, including Bernard Sanders, by the way. Remember, that's how uniparty American foreign policy is, okay? He has an image to project. He has an image to maintain. And he's just sitting there being like, I really hope that this doesn't get out of hand because Donald Trump is a little crazy, And he's just sitting there, okay, pants riding all the way up to his goddamn knees like a little boy.
Licenses for all our drones with you, of course, with the United States, and we need licenses for quick production of air defense. Even after the war, we need our nation to be calm, that we are secure. So that's why we need this air shield. And of course, about this, I want to speak about the contingents. I think that France and UK already spoke to you, and we know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And the last point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that this crazy Russian, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names, they changed their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia. We want to bring them back, and really it's a big dream, task and goal for me and our warriors. By the way, Mr. President, We exchanged.
Not a great day
after
for the
this,
Zelensky was
more
installed
than
by the
4,000
Americans crowd.
warriors from Russian prison, but there are thousands more in the prison. I wanted to share
That
with you
too.
some images. How it's, just
They're not going to win that stupid war. Russia's going to win. No, nobody. Only America wins
1 minute.
in this
Just
situation.
to understand in what circumstances, in what situation they are, and what the attitude of Russia to our prisoners. That guys, just you before and after, and you see before and after, just you to understand. Now thousands of such guys, ladies and men, there, and that so they don't eat, they beat them, and they, do a lot of bad things.
By the way, I do want to mention something here, but like this is like Israel stuff that he's doing here, but these guys don't care. They don't care. You can literally show the brutality in I mean, and the previous administration didn't care either. They just used it to, keep saying, no, we're on the morally correct side here, but also give us the minerals, please. Like that would be sick. But that's it. They didn't care either, but they at least like operated on the boundaries of caring. They didn't care, but they at least would use it as a way to explain why they were aligning with Ukraine in the way that they were aligning with Ukraine. Donald Trump, on the other hand, does not give a fuck. You could show him like open graves from Bucha, and he would just look at it and be like, I don't care. You shouldn't have had people there. You shouldn't have had people there ready to be invaded and killed. Like he just does not care. He is an animal. Okay? What? Libs of TikTok, Lamau.
That are lost every year in Medicaid.
Hassan Piker just called for violence against a sitting U.S. senator. If you cared about Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. No, I'm not saying you should do that. I'm saying that if he did, he would apply capital punishment to Rick Scott. Yes. At FBI. I can't even respond to this because this dumbass blocked me. I guess I could. Anyway, let's continue.
Things
at
so
FBI.
out of, even during the war, there are rules. Everybody knows there are rules during the war. So these guys, they don't have any rules. You see that 50, 60 kilograms left, and a lot of such things. And I didn't want to show you what the changes with images of children, because I will share with you. I mean, it's looking tragic.
Yep, it's tough stuff.
Yeah, I wanted very much to give you. You see.
Yeah.
This is pastor, by the way. They stolen pastors because it's not Russian church. They stolen pastors and moved pastors to the prison. We, at the end of last year, we brought 3 pastors, and we could exchange them. And this is pastor, you see.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah. So I mean, this I wanted to show you, and this. So thank you very much.
We want to get that ended, right?
Yeah, of course we will.
And I think we will. And
We have to, of course.
do you have any questions, please?
Mr. President, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the, how much money is the U.S. going to put into the fund that is being created today, and how does this provide long-term security for Ukraine?
Well, we don't know exactly how much because we're going to be putting some money in a fund that we're going to get from the raw earth that we're going to be taking and.
Yeah, so the raw earth. Oh my God, why am I saying raw earth now? I love that he says it like why has no one stopped him from saying this? It's now official lexicon. I'm saying it too. Oh my God. Raw earth. The raw earth. Earth is raw. God damn. You doing okay, brother? I mean, I'm doing fine. I don't know I don't know how anyone could be doing okay in these circumstances, but raw earth. Okay. Anyway, he's talking about raw earth. We're going to extract the raw earth. Initially, I thought the way Donald Trump presented this, I thought that he meant, he's getting 50% of their minerals, rare earth minerals, not raw earth minerals, specifically for all of the weapons that they've sent thus far. Now, it seems like it is for the additional weapons that they might send to Ukraine, except according to Caitlin Collins, who was in the room, no deal was signed. So we don't even know if that's currently on the table.
Sharing in terms of revenue. So it's going to be a lot of money will be made from the sale and from the use of raw earth. And as you know, our country doesn't have much raw earth. We have a lot of oil.
Yeah, I know. He ate it.
Gas,
he ate it big time.
But we don't have a lot of the raw earth. And what we do have is protected by the environmentalists, but that can be unprotected. But still, it's not very much. They have among the best in the world in terms of raw earth. So we're going to be using that, using it for all of the things we do, including AI and including weapons and the military, and it's really going to very much satisfy our needs. So it's something that just worked out really well. We have a lot of oil, and we have a lot of gas, we have a lot, but we don't have raw earth. So this has just about every component of the raw earth that we need for computers, for all.
He keeps going. He just keeps saying raw earth. Why is nobody? Okay, whatever. How are you going to even what? That's not even the most significant part of this conversation. Sorry, it's just let's just keep going. Sorry, I apologize for caring about this. It's so stupid. It's so stupid to care about this.
I think they're going to have great luck. I think once we make the agreement, that's going to be 95% of it. They're not going to go back to fighting. I've spoken with President Putin, and I feel very strong. I've known him for a long time, and I feel very strongly that they're very serious about it, and we'll make a deal. And when the deal is made, I don't think we talk about security. Everyone's talking about the other day. All they talked about was security. I said, let me make the deal first. I have to make the deal first. I don't worry about security right now. We have to have a deal, because right now, last week, 2,000 soldiers died on both sides. 2,000, and they're losing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a week. So as we sit here and we talk, people are getting shot and dying on the battlefield. And, you know, they're not American soldiers, but they're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers, and we want to be able to stop it.
But
and we want to be able also to spend money on other things. We don't want to, this is a tremendous amount of money, and what the Biden administration did was terrible. They were giving money, but he had no security on the money. Europe, as you know, gave much less money, but they...
Like, him starting with the Russian soldiers, it's also indicative of what his position is. But it's kind of funny where he goes, what Biden did was terrible. And why what Biden did was terrible was not because, like, he didn't force Ukraine and Russia to come to the table for a ceasefire when Ukraine had more leverage. What Biden did wasn't terrible because he didn't actually hastily bring forth enough weapons that Ukraine could defend itself with initially when there were more people in Ukraine, when they had more of a standing military that hadn't been destroyed. He didn't, like, those weren't the reasons, right? Those were not the reasons why Biden was terrible. It was because he didn't get assurances for the old-ass weapons that we dumped into fucking Ukraine that the military-industrial complex was able to get an incredible return off of. Like, those, that's the real reason. The real reason is he just didn't, like, farm Ukraine harder, which he did. Of course, Biden farmed Ukraine as well, just like Donald Trump is doing. Okay? The only difference here is he didn't actively come out and regularly be like, Zelensky sucks. That's the only difference. That's it. But for him, the biggest crime for Biden, I guess, was that he wasn't aggressive enough with Ukraine, which is a crazy thing.
They had security. It was in the form of a loan. They get their money back, and we didn't. And now, at least we're protected, because the American taxpayer has to be protected too. But this is an incredible agreement for Ukraine, because we have a big investment in their country now, and what they have, very few people have. And we're able to really go forward with very, very high-tech things and many other things, including weaponry that we're going to use in many locations, but that we need for our country. This allows us to do this.
But Mr. President,
will you continue?
I'm sorry.
Sending military aid?
Yes, go ahead, please.
If I can just add, yes. In the document, there is one of the very important points. If we speak about business and investment, we never had LNG terminals in Ukraine. This document will open. I mean, the next document, but anyway, here we see in the framework, we see a really good will for this. LNG terminals.
This is a disgrace that the U.S. is extorting an ally for its minerals while we are under attack from a brutal dictatorship. You're suggesting that Biden and Trump are essentially the same. That's a gross mischaracterization of reality. Brother, what are you talking about? Biden and his team also were quietly, like, read reports on this, please, from American news outlets. Biden and his team also were trying to do the same exact mineral deal. Okay? The only difference between Biden and Trump is that Trump is a fucking psycho and will actively undermine Ukraine, even though they are not only the wronged party here, but also the ally in this equation. That's the major difference. Okay? But in terms of like the mineral deals that we're talking about here, it's do you still believe American foreign policy is uniparty? Yes. The broad strokes of American foreign policy is uniparty. Republicans, and this is something that I consistently explain to you guys, and I think it just like gets lost in translation or something. American foreign policy is uniparty. However, Republicans are the accelerant. They come into power and they just pull it all the way. They just go crazy mode with it. The direction is still the same. Republicans just accelerate. And then Democrats, when they come into power, don't actually reverse that trajectory. There are very rare exceptions for this. But beyond like the denuclearization agreement with Iran that Barack Obama put in place, or normalizing relations with Cuba that Barack Obama also did, there are very few instances where the Democratic administration, Biden's administration, that came in after, for example, Trump's administration, Biden's administration did not actually reverse the trajectory of every single thing that the Trump admin had done prior, especially as it pertains to Israel, for example. Okay? This is open. Like, this is open in broad daylight. How does this not come across as even remote? Like, how does it not shock you when he's doing it? Yes, there's a big difference between trying to use a little leverage for a mineral deal, sitting down with Putin without Zelensky there. I think the goals are the same, but the method of execution matter. No, I agree with you. I don't disagree with you on that at all. I think optics when it comes to soft power and diplomacy are profoundly important. I think at the end of the day, the outcome was still the same for Ukraine. Having said that, however, the optics do matter, because if America does not even care about presenting itself as like a peacekeeping nation, then all of a sudden our European allies are going to look at that and go, oh my God, these guys are saying it. These guys are going to fuck us over. They've been fucking us over, as a matter of fact. People are going to catch up to that reality. Okay? This is what I've been saying since day one, since Trump took office. His mismanagement on the Ukraine side of the bargain has been ridiculous. He could have Zelensky there at the table every day of the week. He doesn't have to undermine Zelensky at all. Whatever he says goes regardless. America holds all the cards in this equation. Having said that, however, he could just as easily bring Zelensky to the table in front of Vladimir Putin. The choice not to do so is important. It is definitely different than what Biden would have done if he ever actually wanted to put forth a ceasefire negotiation. He should have, okay? That was my big problem with Biden's administration when it came to Israel and Gaza. That is exactly my big problem with the Biden administration when it came to Ukraine and Russia. A lot of people yelled at me at the time, but Ukraine had significantly more leverage in the initial phases of the invasion to actually put together a much more comprehensive and much better ceasefire proposal, and the Biden administration was not even remotely interested in it. It's not benefit of hindsight either, for the record, because it wasn't hindsight at the time I said it, and plenty of other people said it too. That's why I get so mad when people go, this is hindsight. It's like, what do you mean hindsight? Virtually every pro-Ukrainian channel and account yelled at me and said I was fucking dick riding Vladimir Putin. I loved Adolf Hitler. And it wasn't just me. There were plenty of people that made this exact same call. You called Ukrainians Nazis? Brother, there have been 7 quintillion moments where I have actively noted that the denazification argument from Adolf Hitler was not even remotely appropriate, okay? Shut the fuck up. Yes, the existence of Azov Battalion does not change that dynamic. Shut up. You called Ukrainians Nazis. I didn't call Ukrainians Nazis, you dipshit. You just got fucking clip farmed because you're a moron. And right now, things are happening and unfolding in front of your eyes that you can't contend. So what do? You lash out at me, okay? Dog watched one clip 3 years ago, and even before then.
For us, it's very important. And
There's nothing funnier than Donald Trump basically exploding the ceasefire negotiation that he himself put into place, and there's still sex pestiny dick riders in my fucking chat trying to get a clip out to be like, you called Ukrainians Nazis. Ukraine is literally fucking collapsing, and these guys are more worried about trying to get a clip off. Okay. Oh, I hope he responds to me so I can farm an out of context clip. Like, how you lock in, please? Holy shit!
Of European continent, we have the biggest storage, gas storage. We have the biggest in Europe. Yes, and we can use it. Use it for LNG. Use it for LNG, and we will do it. And really, we can help Europe because Europe really helped. President Trump said that they made less support, but they have our friends and they are our very supportive partners. They really gave a lot, Mr. President.
They did.
Really, they did.
They gave a lot, but they gave much less.
No.
Much less.
No. No.
Don't argue.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
But Mr. President, Mr. President.
Putin and President Zelensky.
Yeah, please.
Mr. President Trump, you have repeatedly called the deal with Ukraine as a historical one. And as a President of the United States, you make historical decisions in other issues which affect America and other world. So what place in the world history do you want to take? And do you associate yourself with any famous historical figures?
Yeah, I'd say George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. I would say I'm far superior to George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Now, you know I'm only kidding, right? Because when I say that, the fake news is going to go wild. They're going to say he considers himself to be better than Washington. But you never know. You never know. I don't compare myself to anybody. I'm here to do a job. We've had a great 35 days or whatever it might be, a month, a little more than a month. We've accomplished tremendous amounts. Not only this would be a very great achievement if we could get the war stopped and get them back to normalization. I think that's going to happen. We've had very good talks on both sides, as you know. But I think we've done a very good job, just generally. If you look at all of the things we've done in 30 days, they're saying there's never been a opening for a president. The first month, there's never been a first month like we've had. And this is one of the very important things. This, to me, is one of the most important things because we have tremendous death taking place as we speak. And I don't want to have that. You know, think of the parents, whether they're in Russia or Ukraine, think of the parents of all these people being killed needlessly.
They came to our territory.
Should have never started. This would have, if I were president, this would have never started.
Mr. President Trump,
will you continue sending military aid to Ukraine after the U.S. signs this agreement with Ukraine?
Yeah, we're going to be continuing.
To President Zelensky, do you feel like the U.S. is on your side, that President Trump is on your side at this moment?
What do you think?
He wants to know, do you think that, sort of a stupid question. I guess we wouldn't be here if I wasn't. But,
I think that the United States on our side from the very beginning of occupation, and I think that President Trump on our side, and of course, I'm sure that the United States President will not stop support. This is crucial for us. It's important for us. Yes. And Putin, the president speaks about the people and the soldiers which are dying, but they came to our territory, they came to our land. They began this war, and they have to stop. And I think this is the question, was really the most important question. Can President Trump, I hope yes, with some other allies, to stop Putin, withdraw these enemies, our enemy, withdraw these troops from our land? And I think that you asked about the history, I think that if President, or when, he will stop Putin, if President Trump will bring peace to our country, I think he will be on this wall.
We've had very, very good talks.
Mr. President,
what about military aid to Ukraine?
President Zelensky just said that there would be no compromises with Vladimir Putin. I just wanted to ask both of you, firstly, are there compromises that you think that President Zelensky is going to have to make? And President Zelensky, is there anything that you think that you may be able to offer or bring to the table, for example, elections? Thank you.
I think you're going to have to always make compromises. You can't do any deals without compromises. So certainly he's going to have to make some compromises, but hopefully they won't be as big as some people think you're going to have to make. That's all. It's all we can do. I'm here as an arbitrator, as a mediator to a certain extent between two parties that have been very hostile, to put it mildly. They've been very hostile. There's been a vicious war. There's been a vicious war. You know, it's a very level battlefield, and those bullets go out, and as I've said many times, we were talking about it with Pete, many times the only thing stopping those bullets is a human body. And in the case we're talking about, generally young human bodies are stopping a lot of bullets. It's
a poet.
dead level. That's why,
a real poet, dude. Trump is a real poet, okay? Flatland, only thing that stops a bullet is a human body.
Farmland, it's great land, it's great farmland, but there's very little protection against the bullets that are being, and other things that are being shot. So all I can do is see if I can get everybody.
I'm fully on his side. I don't think he said anything was wrong, but do you feel like, given how important U.S. aid is to Ukraine, Zelensky should have acted differently, glaze Trump/USA more? There is nothing. I just tweeted about this, actually. Interesting question, but there is literally nothing Zelensky can do. Nothing in this equation that will stop Trump and his admin from humiliating him. Obviously, our proxies are always powerless in these circumstances, but the decorum is totally broken. No care for diplomacy. The end of American soft power. He did. He literally glazed them. He at 11:30. 30 minutes ago, Zelensky still posted a tweet being like, "Thank you so much, Mr. America. Thank you so much, at POTUS, for kicking me out. It is okay. We love America." Like, it does not matter. He was glazing him. He was glazing him the whole time. He was. What do you want him to do? What more can he do? He could literally get on his hands and knees and suck Trump off, and it still would not change this dynamic. Look, this is basically the proverbial getting on your hands and knees and sucking Trump off. He said, "Thank you, America. Thank you for your support. Thank you for this visit. Thank you, POTUS, Congress, and the American people. Ukraine needs just and lasting peace, and we are working exactly for that." What do you think this is? This is after he got kicked out, bro. This is after he got kicked out. This is literally a man who is on his hands and knees. And the reality of the matter is, the power dynamic has always been this way, okay? It has always been this way. The difference here is Donald Trump is not even trying to maintain any sort of like optical illusion that we are here, we're in it for defending Ukraine, we're in it for helping Ukraine, okay? We're in it to help Ukraine out in any capacity. He's just actively saying, nope, not even a little bit. No more carrots, only sticks, okay? Understand that in terms of the power dynamic between America and Ukraine, this has always been the case. Oh my God. Breaking. NBC reports that the U.S. State Department is ending support for Ukraine's power grid restoration. It is so insane. It is so insane. Are you pro-Ukraine regardless of this? Just curious. What do you mean pro-Ukraine regardless of this? I've always been pro-Ukraine. The Ukrainian people are the ones who are getting fucked over no matter which way this goes. They're either going to get fucked over by Russia or they're going to get fucked over by America. Right now, they're getting fucked over by both at the same time. And in ways that even I did not foresee. Like, this is beyond what I think, beyond what I foresaw happening. Like, it's unbelievable. It is new levels of depravity. Unbelievable shit. He is actively telling our European allies, especially, he's actively telling our European allies, like, you're next. You're fucked. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to help you. You better nut up. You better buy more American weapons pronto. You know, you're on your own. I don't care. This is a change in the trajectory of American foreign policy where we're not going to stop dominating the rest of the planet, obviously, but the ways in which American foreign policy is operated in perpetuity, whether it was the George W. Bush administration or the Obama administration or the Biden administration, American foreign policy has at least always had the image of helping people. America's the world police, but everyone is fine with that because they think like, yeah, you know, ultimately they have our best interest in mind. You know, we're all Western allies. We do it together. He's literally saying like, no, we've never been allies. Like he's dropping the pretext. No more facade. No, know your place. You are a colony. That's what he's saying. And I think this is genuinely worrisome. Okay. It's genuinely worrisome because I feel as though we're moving into the next phase of the downfall of American empire, where we will be actively and openly way more violent, way more selfish, way more ruthless. And there won't be any massaging of the truth. There won't be any optics for this. There won't be any like, this is the morally righteous position. Here is why. And do all of this like manufactured consent stuff. None of that. Just saying it's a protection racket and I want you to pay up right now. I don't care. Okay? There's never been a moment where I have advocated for full and utter humiliating surrender for the Ukrainian population. That's ridiculous. I think that a competent administration that came before this Trump one, the Biden administration, because remember, they were the foreign policy geniuses, right? Should have recognized that the upcoming administration is going to really escalate American foreign policy in a scary direction, okay? And not even shelter the world from the most damaging aspects of American imperialism and actively portray it as a good thing, and should have wrapped it up ahead of time, but they didn't. Part of the reason why they didn't is because they don't give a shit, okay? They don't care. The previous administration doesn't care either. They'll say they care on television, but they actually don't care. If they did, they would have wrapped it up. They have all the power. You think Trump is the most powerful American politician? Ukraine has many more soldiers than Russia. Russia is losing 6-1 in Ukraine, but you're wrong. Ukraine can easily defend for years without Russia. I don't know what to say to this insanity. I mean, this is, I guess, the other side of the consent manufacturing machine where you have deluded yourself.
At the table and get an agreement. And I think we're going to end up with an agreement. Otherwise, I wouldn't probably be even here today.
Will President Putin have to make compromises?
Mr. President, I've got two questions for you. You think ultimately your legacy will be the peacemaker and not the president that led?
This is Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend from literally OAN or Newsmax or one of those outlets, by the way. Those are the journalists who are asking these questions.
This country into another war and ended foreign wars. And I've got a question.
I hope it will. I mean, I hope I'm going to be remembered as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing if we could do this. I'm doing this to save lives more than anything else. Second is to save a lot of money, but I consider that to be far less important. So I hope I'm going to thank you, Brian, for that question. It was a nice question. I hope I'll be known and recognized as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing to solve. This is a very dangerous situation. You know, this could lead to a third world war. This was headed in the wrong direction. If this election were lost, if we didn't win this election, and by the way, we won it by a lot. That was a mandate. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won everything. The districts, you look at the areas of red, take a look at a map. This was a big mandate, and this was one of the things. I said, we're going to get this thing settled. If we didn't win, I think this could have very well ended up in a third world war, and that would not have been a good situation. What was your second question?
My second question for President, why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest.
That's crazy. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend is shitting on Zelensky in the Oval Office in front of the entire press pool, and JD Vance is laughing. The American vice president is laughing about it. Like, dude, that's so crazy. What do you mean? Like, that's a question that like I get why it's funny to many people. But this is not the place for this. And they shouldn't be laughing. What the fuck?
Next level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do own
like getting humiliated like this, like being an American proxy aside, You are no longer just getting humiliated by the president. You're getting humiliated by a presidential dick rider who is like a drunk baboon, okay? Whose claim to fame is fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm sorry, that is insane. Like, this is there is nothing lower than this, okay? You're getting shitted on by the court jester. Like, yeah, and you can tell it's definitely inappropriate because look at Marco Rubio, okay? Look at Marco Rubio versus this clown ass. Marco Rubio is like, finally, I have secured the reins of the American State Department, and it's under this administration. You know what I mean? I worked my entire life, worked my way up, okay? And here we are. Now I'm in an incredible position of power, and this is the administration that I'm a part of.
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting.
I don't have
the
such.
office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one.
Maybe
something like yours. Yes. Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than. Yeah. Thank you.
President Trump, you said yesterday, thank you, President Trump. You said yesterday that you have...
There's no peace. Yeah, we're going to have arms to Ukraine, yeah, sure. Hopefully I won't have to send very much because hopefully we're going to have it finished. We're looking forward to finishing this quickly. We're not looking forward to sending a lot of arms. We're looking forward to getting the war finished so we can do other things. But we've...
You got to play the Lindsey Graham clips on Fox News. Dude is a full-on Russian asset now, saying Zelensky should be replaced. Ukrainians reported in December that Putin was going to try and push him out, and then here we are today. Brother, Lindsey Graham is not a Russian asset. He is a Donald Trump asset, okay? Lindsey Graham quite literally used to be the best friend of the maverick John McCain. And then Donald Trump famously said, I like my war heroes that aren't captured. Lindsey Graham was very upset about that. That's his best friend. After John McCain died, Lindsey Graham has been up Trump's asshole, following every single thing that he says and does. Okay? Lindsey Graham will say whatever Trump is saying. He will just parrot whatever Trump is saying, but he will try to communicate it in a way that is more professional. That's it. Okay? That's it. That's it. I mean, look, yeah, he's like, oh, Russia is scared. Lindsey Graham says he told Trump that his interaction with Zelensky was the best television he's ever seen. I think that Moscow was more afraid than ever. Why would Moscow be afraid? Like, I think... Yeah, here, look at this. Big shit from Lindsey Graham on Fox just now. He said he doesn't know if Zelensky is redeemable. The question for me, for the Ukrainian people, I just don't know if Zelensky can ever get you where you want to go with the United States. Either he dramatically changes or you got to get someone new. He wants...
I just think there's no way the president could have signed that deal given the way he and JD and...
Like, this man has been literally up Ukraine's ass before. Like, in the Obama administration, him... John McCain, Amy Klobuchar, they would do these joint like foreign policy link-ups in Ukraine. He has stood in front of like the Azov battalion and shit. You know what I mean? He is the guy who very famously said under the Biden administration that you know, this is a great deal for 5% of our military budget. We eradicated 50% of our foreign adversaries' military. Like, he is pro unlimited arms to Ukraine. So how is he, what is he doing here? What's going on here?
In our country were treated. I don't know if you can put it back together. I don't know if you can repair the damage. And I've busted my ass to try to help Ukraine to make sure we help them win a war that would, you know, get this war over in a way that we don't have further aggression, and Donald Trump's the man to do it. I told him this morning, I told him, don't take the bait. Don't let the media or anybody else get you into an argument with President Trump. What he's doing today is resetting the relationship. You should be grateful. Now, whether or not we can put this back together, I don't know. But Zelensky's going to be on your network tonight. If I were him, I would profusely apologize to the way he treated our president and the vice president in the Oval Office and show a little bit of gratitude for what the American people have done.
Senator, how does Moscow and Putin look at this?
Insanity. Complete insanity.
Very much appreciate the agreement because we needed what they had, and we're treating, you know, our country is now treated fairly. Biden didn't do that. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. This should have never happened. This should have never started. But, you know, sure, the answer is yes, but hopefully we won't have to send much because I'm looking forward to getting it done quickly, very quickly.
Does that mean you'll provide security guarantees, Mr. President?
I don't want to talk about security yet because I want to get the deal done. You know, you fall into the same trap like everybody else. A million times you said over and over, I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done. The security is the easy part. Security is very nice. Everybody stopped shooting. And now will Europe put people there? I know France is going to. I know the UK is going to. I know other countries are going to, and they happen to be right next door. We haven't committed, but we could conceive.
Saying security is the least consequential aspect of Russia's invasion of Ukraine is insane. No, man, that's the whole part. That's the entire story. It's not 2%. It's 200% of the story. What are you saying? He wouldn't have to grovel on his hands and knees over here if security was not that big of a issue. Trump is just laying out openly what the relationship between America, the American master, and its foreign puppets has always been, albeit kept usually behind closed doors. No, exactly. But I think that revealing this power dynamic is scary for one reason and one reason only, from my assessment, and that is that America is moving into a new direction in terms of how it handles its foreign allegiances. America is moving in a more ruthless and more honest direction. And I think that will make Americans in general, more violent, okay? That will make America more violent. That will make America's allegiances harder to deal with, okay? It's turning, we're moving into the next phase of our dying empire. That is what I'm seeing. And it's a scary play. It's a scary thing to examine.
You know, we have security in a different form. We'll have workers there.
No, not an isolationist. No, fuck no. Yeah, isolationist. That's why Donald Trump wants to buy Gaza. That's what you do when you're an isolationist. When you're an isolationist, you continue along with the previous administration that you quote unquote hate, right? You continue along with the agenda of the previous administration to add permanent security assurances and maybe even standing U.S. military to the state of Saudi Arabia, okay? When you're an isolationist, that's what you do. You give them nukes, or you move along with the nuclearization of the Saudi grid, and also simultaneously offer additional security assurances and potentially even more military troops presence there, okay? When you're an isolationist, you also continue along with the previous administration's agenda of sending billions and billions of dollars of arms to Israel. When you're an isolationist, you actively say the cartel is now known as a terrorist entity, so you can actually drone strike willy-nilly the fucking American southern border, okay, and beyond. When you're an isolationist, you say you're going to invade Greenland and you're going to annex Canada, and that Canada is the 51st state of the United States of America. None of that is isolationist. No. That's why I'm saying American foreign policy doesn't change. It just gets worse and worse, more and more violent. Okay? How is any of this isolationist? It's not. It's just a more honest form and perhaps more violent form of imperialism. Bro, I was so wrong about you and a lot of things. I have a lot of learning to do, but I'm trying my best.
Digging, taking
literally everything you said is isolationist. Wait, what? I don't think you understand what the English language, like the dictionary definition of isolation is. If you think that more troop presence all around the globe is isolationist, or annexation of foreign land, sovereign nations is isolationist, you don't understand the word. You don't understand any words, as a matter of fact. Open the schools!
We can create a lot of great product in this country. So in that sense, you have something, but we haven't determined that yet. I will say, in speaking to France and in speaking to, and they were here, as you know, last week and just the other day, they have committed to a lot of security. I don't think you're going to need much security. I think once this deal gets done, it's over. Russia's not going to want to go back, and nobody's going to want to go back.
President Zelensky is shaking his head.
When this deal ends, I really believe this deal is going to be over. Question? Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
President, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Macron and Keir Starmer at the White House this past week, both of whom praised your courage and conviction to lead the pathway towards peace.
Yes.
Part of that involved, though, re-engaging Russia in diplomatic relations, something that previous leaders lacked the conviction to do so. What gave you the moral courage and conviction to step forward and lead that?
Well, I love this guy. Who are you with?
One American News, sir.
Well,
Oh my
that's
God!
why I like him.
He
One
skipped
American
over
News.
CNN's Caitlin Collins to respond to One American News glaze suckfest. Oh my God! Oh my God! This is a mockery. Okay. Yes, access journalism has been the meta for mainstream press for the past multiple decades at this point. There is no more adversarial journalism, but this is, once again, a new level. This is Modi shit, dude. This is straight up. This is like, dude, they're gonna have the Nelk boys in there. I'm telling you, Nelk boys are gonna be in the building. Nelk boys are gonna be a part of the goddamn press pool, being like, Mr. President, what's your favorite flavor of Zin, sir?
Does a great job. I like the question. I think it's a very good question. It's a pathway to peace. It's a pathway to getting something solved. And I feel that as the head of this country, I have an obligation to do that. Plus, we're very much involved. We got involved. It's too bad we got involved because there should have been no involvement, because there should have been no war. And there shouldn't have been October 7th. That would have never happened. As you know, Iran was broke. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. They had no money to give to Hamas. They were stone cold broke. And then under Biden, they became rich as hell. They went from no money to $300 billion in a period of 4 years. And they gave a lot of that money away, and you see what happened. And that's a real mess also that we hope to be able to solve. But no, I appreciate your question very much. I feel I have an obligation to try and do something to stop the death.
Mr. President, if I can answer.
President
Yes, if I
Zelensky.
can answer.
Please,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Please. Please.
And I do like your clothing, by the way.
Yeah, really?
Even though I think he's a
Yeah?
great guy,
Yeah.
by the way. I don't know if you two like each other, but you know what? I think
I
he's
like
beautifully.
this guy. I don't know
I think
him.
he's dressed beautifully.
So I have more. I have more serious things than answer on such
Yes,
question.
yes, that's a
I will
good-
answer on more serious
good
question if
statement.
I can.
Yes.
Yeah. So please, about security guarantees and about just ceasefire. We can't just speak about ceasefire and speak and speak. It will not work. Just ceasefire will not never work because I'm like a president. I have this experience, and not only me. Ukraine before my presidency from the 2014, Putin broken 25 times. 25 times he broken his
Trump doesn't
own
like that.
signature.
Trump does not like that. Don't talk shit on the big dog. Okay. Dude, don't do it. Don't do it. He is not liking that at all. Do not bring that up. Oh my
25
Lord.
times he broken ceasefire.
But he never broke to me. He never broke
No,
to
no,
me.
you were the president.
He
You
never
were the
broke-
president. You never broke to me.
Oh, that's it. Nope, it's over. Okay. That's it. That's the breaking point. He broke the ceasefire agreement while you were president. Done. It's done. All of a sudden, okay, Krasnov activation code. Suka bliat. Beep, beep, beep. That right there is the breakout point, because that right there reminded Donald Trump of all the times where he felt wronged by Zelensky. Okay. All the times where he's like, who the fuck do you think you are? This has, in some ways, I think that if it wasn't Donald Trump, but still like a brash and bold right-wing reactionary administration, the way that they would handle this, the outcomes would still be the same in terms of like, mineral deals and bringing Russia to the table, whatever. But the ways in which Donald Trump is communicating here is unique to him, because he is a incredibly narcissistic person who also happens to like authoritarian strongmen. Okay? That's it. He likes Vladimir Putin. He likes Xi Jinping personally. He likes Putin personally. He likes Kim Jong-un personally. He liked Duterte back in the day. He likes those guys. He likes Erdogan. Okay? I'm telling you right now, he likes those guys, and he hates Zelensky because he feels wronged by Zelensky. And for this reason, for this insane reason, he's just like, oh, this over. I'm going to directly shit on you. He likes Modi too. Oh my God, he likes Orban. God damn, there are so many authoritarian strongmen. Holy shit. I feel like with the exception of like Western European liberal capitalist nations who Trump hates because they're an extension of the Democratic Party in his eyes, and Zelensky also fits that bill as well, because, you know, they're also an extension of the Democratic Party in his eyes. There are a lot of leaders and more leaders that Donald Trump likes. Anyway, let's continue.
In 2016, you've been the president, Mr. President. You've been the president, but he had, of course, not with you, but he had during those periods, he had conversations with our side. And we had Normandy format, you know, the France, Germany, Ukraine, and Russia. And he broken 25 times. That's why we will never accept just ceasefire. It will not work without security guarantees. Security guarantees, maybe President is right about this document and other, but this document is not enough. Strong army is enough, because his soldiers afraid, Putin's soldiers afraid of our soldiers when we're strong enough. If we are not strong enough, if we are empty, if our storage is empty, we can't defend our land. Today, you know, he knows that we have all the world knows that we have meeting. Yes, why he's using ballistic? Putin today using ballistic on our hospitals, schools, and etc. Ballistic. So he knows that we are here and that President Trump is really have goodwill to stop this war. And you hear now the president. So why he's using? So he doesn't want to stop. He doesn't want. But I hope that we will do it. Really, we'll do it. Security. When we speak about security guarantees, when the Europeans are ready for contingents, they need USA backstop. If there will not be United States, we will not never have any contingents, strong contingents from the Europeans, because they don't want to divide alliance connection between the United States as the main and strongest ally and Europeans. And this is crucial. This is important. That's what we want to speak about very much. This is very important. And air defense. So air defense, really, we have big deficit with all these systems, and we need to provide this. We need it very much. Otherwise, Putin will never stop, and will go further and further. He doesn't want. He hates us. You know, it's not about me. He hates Ukrainians. He thinks that we are not a nation. He thinks, and he shared these thoughts. I think maybe with your team also. I don't know, but with all the Europeans, in media, official and not, he always said that there is no such country, such nation, such language, and such life like Ukrainian. No, he really doesn't respect all the Ukrainians, and he wants to destroy us. And you are right, Mr. President. That's 2%. This document, maybe other documents, it's a very good start, very good, but it will not enough to stop this person.
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
Mr. President, under these...
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
They have to pay. This is the rule. This is the rule of the war. This is the rule of the war. During all the centuries, all the history, this is the rule of the war. Who began those...
By the way, every single thing he said in terms of Vladimir Putin, okay, not caring about Ukrainian lives or even caring about Russian lives, or even the fact that he is supposed to pay reparations, is 100% correct. Okay? Make no mistake. It is 1,000% correct. So there is zero things that he said there that is wrong. The problem here is Donald Trump doesn't like that at all, because in his mind, he thinks that Zelensky should shut the fuck up, bow down, and basically say Vladimir Putin is, his hand was forced to invade Ukraine because of the liberal administration's incompetence or something. I don't know. I suspect that that's what he wants. Has it ever been the case that the victor pays reparations? I mean, it's not, you could consider it not reparations, but even like rebuilding. I mean, America did fund the rebuilding of Western Germany. They did. America rebuilt Japan. We did the Marshall Plan. So, yeah, even in that situation, yes, America was supposed to also pay reparations to Vietnam, which they never actually followed through on. And that's why they actually created the POW MIA movement. But that's a totally different story. when it comes to European partners, at least, when it comes to European partners, yes. When it comes to the global south that we dominate and destroy, no. Look at Haiti. Haiti literally was forced to pay reparations after the successful Haitian Revolution to France. Vietnam did not get their reparations either. They made up a totally fake, nonsensical bullshit reason for why they could not pay reparations to Vietnam after destroying that country for 20 years. Afghanistan never got reparations either after invading Afghanistan. And not only that, but also once we handed over the Afghan state back to the Taliban, we then also seized their assets that we were maintaining to the tune of billions of dollars. We froze their assets. Biden did that, by the way, the Afghan thing. So sometimes yes, sometimes no. The major difference here, I would say, is that Ukraine is a European nation. That's what's so unique about the new phase of American empire, is that we are doing this to our Eastern European allies. Remember the difference, like America after the war on terror that destroyed the Middle East, turned around and had the audacity to say, look at what Russia is doing. This is so different. This is so different than like what we've seen before. This is a European country that's being destroyed. What is this, Syria? This is not Syria. You can't just destroy Eastern European nations like this. So for a lot of people in Europe, the dynamic is different. That's why the way that they presented it in the initial phases was the burning of the Eiffel Tower, things of that nature, like all those ads that they had.
Pay.
Do you agree,
This
President
is the
Trump?
rule. Putin began this war. He has to pay all money for innovation. He has to pay. Of course, some Russian assets, what we have in Europe, about 300 billion, we can use them. We can use for innovation and buy military support from the United States also. We can do it, but it's not enough. It's not enough.
I asked this question that you didn't like because I wanted to know.
John, please, wait 1 second.
I asked this question that you didn't like because I wanted to know if you want to position yourself in the middle between Russia and Ukraine or on the Ukraine side.
I'm in the middle. I want to solve this thing. I'm for both. I want to get it solved. And it's wonderful to speak badly about somebody else, but I want to get it solved. If we can solve it, great. If we can't solve it, they're going to have to fight it out, and who knows what's going to happen. But I want to see it get solved.
May I follow up? One more question about U.S. troops in Europe. After Russian invasion of Ukraine, your predecessor sent additional troops to Eastern Europe, including Poland, my country. Are you committed to keeping these troops on the eastern flank of NATO in the future?
I'm very committed to Poland. I think Poland has really stepped up and done a great job for NATO. As you know, they paid more than they had to. They are one of the finest groups of people I've ever known. I'm very committed to Poland.
What about Baltics?
Poland's in a tough neighborhood, you know.
What about the Baltics?
Dude, that's a crazy thing to say next to Zelensky. Yeah, Poland is in a very tough neighborhood. I'm sorry, dude, but that's the only thing stopping any kind of empire action coming from Russia at this stage is just straightforward their inability to do so. Okay? That's it. They just can't do it militarily. I mean, look, they with enough American weapons and American training and Western weapons and Western training, they did successfully stop the further incursion of Russia. Every step of the way, there should have been a ceasefire and a security assurances, a ceasefire, and normalization of relations, all this stuff. But goddamn, dude, it is. I said this before. Like, America will just fucking sell you down the river every single time. Holy moly!
The Baltics, they got a lot of. It's a tough neighborhood.
Why Russia with ceasefire? What do you mean, dude? Do you think that like there is no attrition on the Russian side? Like, are we crazy? Is that what you think is going on? This is why I said the end of this ceasefire. If Ukraine had more people that they could just like throw into the front lines, I don't think Donald Trump would be pushing for a ceasefire like this. I think that Donald Trump, well, no one would be pushing for a ceasefire in the way that Trump is pushing for a ceasefire. But if the end of this has always, the end of whatever happens in Ukraine was always going to be dictated by the front lines. Okay, that's it.
But we're committed. We're going to be very committed, and we're committed to NATO. But NATO has to step up, and the Europeans have to step up more than they have. And I want to see them equalize, because they are in for far less than we're in, and they should be at least equal. You understand that? Why is the United States, we have an ocean in between, why is the United States in for so much more money and other things as Europe? With that being said, and as you said, they've also been obviously very helpful. But we have put in far more than they have, and I think they should equalize.
Mr. President,
please go ahead.
Ask you about the agreement here today. What changed between the first time that Secretary Bessent gave President Zelensky the agreement and today for the signing?
We made a deal. So
what was the deciding factor?
I'm a business person. We made a deal. That's what changed.
A lot of those minerals.
I didn't think we were going to make a deal, and we ended up making the deal, so that changed.
Mr. President, when and how do you envision a trilateral summit with President Zelensky and Putin?
I don't know, but well, they don't like each other. I can tell you that. Okay, they do not like each other. This is not a love match. And
I wonder if people will recognize why I say America bad all the time and then describe the steps in great detail as to why America bad in terms of foreign policy all the time. Maybe they'll come to that conclusion as it's unfolding in front of our eyes. You know what I mean? This is literally the 20-year process between like Afghan Civil War, Operation Cyclone, Afghan Civil War, USSR invasion of Afghanistan, and then all the way to 9/11, except it's happening in a matter of years, like in such a shorter time frame.
It's unfortunate. That's why you're in this situation. The United States should not have allowed this to happen, okay? The United States, run by a man that didn't know much, I'm going to be very nice, run by an incompetent person, very incompetent person, should never have allowed this to happen. I've stopped wars. I've stopped many wars. My people will tell you, I stopped wars that nobody ever heard about. I stopped wars before they ever started. You can look at some of, I could give you a lot of nations that would tell you right now they were probably going to war. I could tell you right now there's a nation thinking about going to war on something that nobody in this room has ever even heard about. Two smaller nations, but big, still big. And I think I've stopped it. But this should have never happened.
Sorry, just a second. About any negotiations. First of all, I want really to tell you, and I think that everybody understands that.
I wish Zelensky would question Trump with, then why are you giving money to Israel? Dog, do you want them to kill him? Like in the room? He's not going to say that. What are you, crazy? By the way, a big part of why this also accelerated, a big part of like America's allegiances with Ukraine kind of fell apart, even under the Brandon administration, is directly because we shifted our priority and our resources, which are at the end of the day finite. Okay, it's not infinite, it's vast, but our resources are still finite. We've switched our priority to Israel.
Ukraine, more than Ukrainians, nobody wants to stop this war. But at the future, any negotiations, it's understandable that two sides of the war, not Russia and the United States.
He'll only use Israel as an example of like what should happen to Ukraine.
This is war of Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So these two sides will be at the will be at the negotiation table. Then of course United States, like the strongest partner of the Ukraine, and of course Europe. I think Europe is very important. I want to speak about it with the president. Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize that we are defending the line and they have real life and our people are dying. That's why they helped us.
Oh, look at his face.
Also, it's about the NATO. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes, between us. But if we will not stay, Russia will go further to Baltics and to Poland, by the way. But first to the Baltics. It's understandable for them because they've been they've been in the USSR. You know, they've been one of the republics of the USSR, and Putin wants to bring them back to his empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there, if we will not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers, it doesn't matter, do you have ocean or not, your soldiers will fight.
Mr. President, would you be willing to visit Ukraine, maybe Kyiv or Odessa, which is going to be a third year of the Black Sea?
It was my question.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to talk about Odessa now. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa, but a lot of cities have been destroyed. There are a lot of cities that are not recognizable. There's not a building standing.
No,
and a lot of things
Mr. President, you have to come into look. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things have been destroyed, but mostly cities alive, and people work, and children go to school. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes closer to front line, children have to go to underground schools or online. But we live. Ukraine is fighting, and Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. He lost 700,000 people, 700,000 soldiers. He lost everything. Yes. Sure.
Mr. President, one more.
On the minerals deal.
Mr. President, when did you last speak with President Putin, and what did he say that
a couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted peace?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good. And I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him. So he had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that. I think that he wants to make a deal, and he'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do, is make deals. I'm in the middle of a mess, because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to get it solved. In the back, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister Starmer claimed repeatedly that his government believes in free speech and was not engaged in censorship. But his country's government arrests people for memes and thought crimes, and even more worse, pressuring
get these
American
get these fucking people out of this
censor
room, bro.
Americans on its behalf. How can he be a reliable?
Dude, it's a clown show. It's a fucking clown show, dude. This is the most unserious. Like, this guy is this a TikToker? Like, who the fuck is this guy? Why are there podcasters in this fucking room, man? What are they doing? This is a very serious conversation that is supposed to be taking place right now. And you got a bunch of fucking right-wing podcast dudes being like, oh, Mr. President, DEI equals die, don't you think? Like, what is going on? What the fuck? He's like, Keir Starmer said that he was, in favor of free speech, but he's actually killing Christians. What are your thoughts on that?
Trustworthy partner when
you can't be serious, yo. Bro said thought crimes, dude. Thought crimes. Like, this is Sargon of Akkad now in the press pool, okay? What the fuck is going on? I'm losing my mind, dude. I mean, this is next level. It's always been non-contentious for the most part, but goddamn, we have moved into the next level here, okay? In terms of like how insane and how devolved American foreign policy is, how insane and how removed from reality we have become.
Says things that are demonstrably false on such an important topic.
Well, we actually spoke to him about that yesterday, and we thought they took it very, very much too far. JD was very strong on it. So was I. So was Marco. And we've been speaking to him about it. Marco, would you like to say something about that?
We have concerns, obviously, with the conduct of those, particularly as it impacts Americans. And there's real concern that American speech, which is online, could fall into the hands of British or any country's jurisdiction. And so this is a point the Vice President made at Munich, and I think it's a very compelling one, that what unites us with Europe, as much as anything else, is these shared values, and one of them being free speech. And so if Americans are threatened by it, we're going to need to take action in that regard.
JD? It's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch yesterday. And I know that Secretary of Commerce Lutnick followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important. We believe Americans have the right to speak their mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak their mind in the public square, which is often online these days. And we're going to defend that right as it pertains to American companies and American citizens vigorously if we have to. I do think that under the President's leadership, we're going to find common ground with our friends in the UK on this question, but it remains to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country and we'll fight for it for American citizens.
Mr. President,
Mr. President, oil and gas component to the deal? Is it all critical
A little
minerals?
bit. We'll see.
On LNG?
But we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world, by far. So no, we're not talking about it too much, but a little bit. I think it affects also, but for the most part, no.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG as part of the deal, or is that on the table at all?
No.
Some of those
we don't need that.
Some of those minerals are in the east, Mr. President.
You just mentioned that you'd spoken to Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. Just to be clear, that's a new call, not the one that you were
I've spoken to him on numerous occasions.
How was the latest call? What did you discuss? How did it go?
Are you serious with that question?
I am. I'd love to know.
It went well. I think we're going to have a deal.
On the minerals deal, Mr. President, some of those minerals are in the east of Ukraine, not far from the front lines and in areas that Russia has occupied. Will you direct President Putin to withdraw his forces from those areas if there's U.S. interest
Well,
there?
we'll take a look at the time. We have a lot of area. It's a very big area we're talking about. So we'll take a look. I'll study that and I'll see.
And who would protect those minerals if they are U.S. interests? Would that be Ukrainian
They'll
forces,
be
European
forces? The agreement
forces?
will protect them.
U.S.
The
forces?
agreement, yeah, we're signing an agreement. You know?
Right, but what if Russia tries to invade or there's Russian aggression in those spots? What would
I
you
just
do
told
then?
you I don't think that's going to happen. And if that were going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal. If I thought that was going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal.
Some people may wonder why
They ought to focus on CNN on survival, not asking me these ridiculous questions.
Why you have confidence that Putin won't violate
Focus
a
on
deal?
surviving, because CNN's got such low ratings. I don't think they're going to survive.
People will ask why you have confidence Putin won't violate the deal.
I already mentioned Poland.
He's dunking on CNN as an institution.
Russian
Like that is
control for decades after the Second World War. When I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as a most powerful country, richest country in the world, the country that has great music, great movies, great muscle cars, but also as a force for good. And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous...
yeah, I wonder why he hates Putin, man. Come on, dude. What the fuck? Zelensky, why do you hate Putin? Why won't you align? Why won't you align with him? You fool. Marco looks like a little kid after his first communion, waiting to take pictures after mass. Yeah. Little Marco is sitting there just being like, I never, I wish that I always dreamed of getting to this position. I just never thought that the monkey's paw would, curl and offer this position to me under this administration. You know what I mean? He could have been doing this shit for Jeb Bush, okay? He could have been doing this for Jeb Bush, which the outcome overall would not be all that different. It's just that he wouldn't have to sit there and have to play catch up and have to play defense for Trump's insane, unforced errors over and over again.
Tremendous hatred. And I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough, but you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years...
Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Who are you? Who the hell Who brought this man here? I don't know who this guy is. Do you guys know who this guy is? I have no idea. Who is this man? Whose man's is this? Who is this? Oh, my lolly looking ass motherfucker. Who is this guy?
In the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden, of thumping our chest and pretending.
Okay, by the way, the reason, I mean, I'm dunking on Jorkin the penis Vance over here, but, you know, Jedediah Vance. But this would be the normal Republican way of having this conversation. And even then, it wouldn't even go this far into like dunking on Zelensky. But if you want to understand what like the normal Republican position would look like, it would be much closer to what J.D. Vance is saying and very far away from the way Trump is presenting it, because he, after all, is, you know, Peter Thiel's blood boy and still is supposed to be the normalcy force in the admin.
That the president of the United States' words mattered more than the president of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy.
But because he's still glazing Trump, he's going to still, you know, obviously say some unhinged shit in a second.
What President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 is
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Dude, it also is kind of shocking. I do still sometimes get surprised by how little Trump knows. And one of the funniest parts of this was when he literally said, like, what is AUKUS? Like the other day. Bro, you were the president for 4 years. You're the president again. Yesterday, a journalist asked what's the latest on AUKUS, and he didn't know what it was. And this is yet another moment where he's like 2014, 2015. Well, I wasn't president. Like that is truly incredible.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversations, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are not strong...
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring it into the...
You should be thanking the president. God damn, dude. God damn.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to...
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is...
He's like, I'm on Reddit. He's like, excuse me, I've watched it. I've watched and seen the stories. By the way, this is where Republicans are OP, okay? Can you imagine Kamala Harris saying some shit like this? Not about Zelensky, but like about when a reporter says like, why haven't you been to the border? And she turns around and goes like, I have watched and seen stories on Instagram. Like, they would literally make shish kebab out of her. Republicans would just destroy her. But when Republicans say it, it's like, when Republicans say it, everyone's like, hell yeah. That's pure projection of strength, sir. That's right.
Bring people, you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
we have
and do you think that it's respectful
I will answer.
to come to the Oval Office of the
answer
United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You
God bless.
You don't know that. You don't know that. Oh, man, it's getting contentious.
You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on this
position to
question.
dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly
this.
what
I'm not
You're in
dictating.
no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very
you will
good.
Feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very
you,
strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed
From the
yourself
very-
to be in a
from
very
the
bad
very
position,
beginning
and he
of the
happens
war.
to be right about
From
it.
the very beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a
Brown,
good position.
Like, they're mad that like Ukrainian soldiers could not survive getting shot or getting shelled. Like, is that what the problem is here? Like, how are you going to get mad at this dude, bro? Beyond the fact that it's pure partisanship, okay? That's it. Ukraine backed the wrong partisan horse in this process. And for Trump, who is a simpleton, it is not seen as like a uniparty objective for the State Department and for the military industrial complex. For him, it's just like Ukraine is a libtard shit, okay? Ukraine is liberal nonsense. I don't care. And they also did not help me when I demanded that they give me blackmail on Joe Biden. So now you're cooked. I will never forgive and I will never forget. That's his assessment here. But I think that is, yeah, Kissinger quote moment, Hassam is right, okay? What did Kissinger say? It's bad to be America's enemy, but it's really bad to be America's ally. Doors open. It's fatal to be America's ally, something along those lines. To be America's enemy can be quite dangerous, but to be America's ally is fatal. It wasn't Henry Kissinger that said that, but it's the shit that they attribute to his foreign policy. Obviously, I don't think he would openly say that. Kissinger is the reason why the quote is true. I think Kurt Cobain said that. Wait, I don't know who actually said it, but Kim Jong never getting done like this. I'm dying. Brother. This is, I think this is all theater for Trump to justify giving Ukraine weapons, but then he looks cowardly. He looks like he backed away. He got pushed aside by Zelensky. You will feel in time, is Zelensky threatening the U.S.? No, I get what he's trying to say. He's trying to do the Israel line. You know, Israel is the first line of defense against scary Muslims. Okay? That's why it's a very important ally for us. Same goes for Ukraine. Ukraine is the first line of defense against scary Russian forces overtaking the entirety of Europe. Communism, that sort of thing. Okay? It just doesn't work this way. It doesn't matter when Donald Trump sees it as a purely partisan issue when it's not. It's a bipartisan process for America. Like, under normal circumstances, this conversation would not be as contentious because the contentious moments would be behind closed doors. It would not be in front of a press pool. Okay? I need you to understand this. The major difference here is Donald Trump is actively being like, I don't give a fuck about soft power. I don't give a fuck about diplomacy. I don't even care about making it seem as though I'm in line with like Ukrainian emancipation or any of those interests. I don't care about the morality of it. I'm America. You're going to shut the fuck up and you're going to do my bidding. Okay? JD misunderstood his point and thought it was a slight at him, and now he's trying to be a tough boy. Because like he was already doing ass kissing. He thanked over and over again the Trump administration. Like, what more can he do? What more can he do? Under normal circumstances, these contentious moments, like Nikki Haley would never call Zelensky a dictator. President Nikki Haley wouldn't have this moment. But if you think President Nikki Haley would not also actively work on the mineral deal, okay, and actively work to seize more Ukrainian assets, you'd be wrong. That's precisely the reason why Biden was also trying to cut those deals as well. But this difference in attitude, this openness about American ruthlessness, this openness for American brutality is a change of pace. And it's not simply left alone on the optics front. This actually means that America is just no longer trying to even do soft power under the Trump administration.
You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. But right now, you don't. Yeah, you're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you
once?
This entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will...
Bro, they're going to kill him. They're going to kill him, dude. Dude, I'm telling you right now. Okay, look, I think... I think he's gonna go back and some fucking Azov freak is just gonna kill him with a black sun tattoo, and then they're gonna be actively aligned with the Trump admin. I don't know how that allegiance works, but this is insane, dude. This is actually insane. They're just gonna let it happen. First of all, I need you to understand. Right now, the entire coalition forces within Ukrainian boundaries are kept together because they all want to actively fight against Russia, okay? Understandably. But it's not like these guys are all fond of one another. Zelensky is Jewish, okay? There's a lot of fucking neo-Nazi forces out there who have gotten even more radicalized in the process, understandably, as when you get invaded, as I correctly predicted, you don't end up denazifying a country, you end up Nazifying the country. The most nationalist paramilitaries will be seen as the bravest, boldest warriors, the emancipatory forces. I'm worried that one of them is just going to fucking murk this dude. Like, all you're doing in this circumstance by undermining Zelensky this way is making him lose his position of prominence on the Ukrainian side of politics. It's ridiculous. Oh, literally everyone is uniting because of this. Ukraine is fully behind him. If everyone kills him as Putin with USA intel, literally everyone is uniting because of this. We'll see. I hope not. Putin never said he was denazifying Ukraine. Yes, he did. What are you talking about? He said it over and over again. It was fucking bullshit.
Speak very loudly about the war.
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I answer?
No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
you
and not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and your
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment, our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
maybe
new.
Less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like.
God damn, this is crazy. This is the craziest shit. I think this might be the craziest moment of the Trump administration so far, and it will most likely be topped tomorrow or the day after. We're a month and 8 days in. We are 1 month and 8 days in to the motherfucking Trump admin, dude. This is insane. We're not even 2 months in. This is 1 month in, dude. I don't think any heads of state has been put through anything this humiliating since Genghis Khan put kings in cages while fucking their wives and daughters in front of them. I mean, this is a shockingly bad display. A shockingly bad display. It is an active cuckening happening in real time.
Like this, I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of times thank you to American people.
Accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's
I
very
understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the
I'm
cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running
I
low
know.
on soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't,
you're
please,
running
Mr.
low
President.
on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then
President.
you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I wanted this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take.
Like, even if this conversation was taking place behind closed doors, where Ukraine basically got geared up with all of the European support that it got into thinking that there is like still a process where they can continue defending the existing Ukrainian territory and maybe even cut side deals with European allies to forcibly send back the Ukrainian men, like the refugees that live in Europe, in an effort to, you know, basically bring up their ranks so that they can utilize the existing weapons that are being shipped in from the pre-existing security cooperations, pre-existing weapons deals. Okay? Even if that was the case, even if there was a back and forth for that reason behind closed doors, the fact that this is happening in broad daylight in front of a fucking press pool, live streamed to the entire world, is legitimately shocking. Now, every single European leader, understandably, is going to come out against Donald Trump and come out in favor of Zelensky in this process. But ultimately, considering America's position as the leader of the Western coalition, the Western forces, as the hegemonic superpower, all of those leaders have actively said, we will defend Ukraine, but it doesn't really matter because if America doesn't actually follow through on security commitments, then us sending forces will not do anything. Keir Starmer has said that. I don't know if the EU in and of itself, especially when Trump is also looking to make Europe poorer with its fucking tariffs, is going to be able to have active security commitments that they follow through on with Ukraine without American military support. Do you understand? Like, all of this stuff makes it seem as though if you guys have a bit of guts, you would say something to Trump and Vance. No, exactly. Dude, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I feel like Trump is just like, I don't know how Trump is going to dig himself out of this in terms of like American standing with the rest of America's vassal states in Western Europe. Like, how do you fix this? How do you go back and if all you do in the Trump admin, the reasonable heads in the Trump admin, the reasonable hawks in the Trump admin are constantly playing catch up and playing defense for the insane shit that Trump says, you can get away with that when it's in the direction of American foreign policy in terms of saying like, no, I'm going to do ethnic cleansing in Gaza. You can say that if you're Trump, and then Steve Witkoff will come out and be like, he didn't mean it. What he actually meant was, we're bringing our Arab allies to be more active participants in the rebuilding of Gaza. Like, look, that's why he said that. Like, you can kind of defend that because the Gazan population is voiceless, vulnerable, and being ethnically cleansed by Israel, our ally. But when you turn around and renege on all of the economic harm that you put Europe through by forcibly telling them to cut their existing energy deals that they had with Russia as a consequence of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, okay? And then turning around and being like, actually, fuck all of that. Fuck you guys. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to say about it? Like, what is Europe going to do? What can Europe do? Let's say they want to rebuild their own militaries. There is so much runway. There is at least a decade of industrial buildup that must happen for them to actually get to a point where they can competently defend Ukraine or even themselves without the United States of America. Okay? They've existed under the security blanket, under the American security blanket, and have, existed as functionally vassal states. It would at least take 5 years, if not a decade. Okay? Like, the second largest standing military in NATO after the United States of America is not France or Germany or any number of different countries. France's NATO allegiances have always been on shaky ground regardless. It's fucking Turkey. It's not Poland. It's Turkey. That's the second largest military in NATO. It's Turkey. And we all know the Turkish-European relations, okay? It's just like, this is totally insane.
Take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire?
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me.
For you what,
that
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means.
That was with a guy named Biden who was not a smart person. That was with
Bro, I'm serious. I'm serious right now, straight up. If I'm a European leader, I'm learning Mandarin, okay? Straight up, as quickly as possible, okay? Ursula von der Leyen, time to learn Chinese, buddy, okay? Straight up. Like, how the fuck would I'm learning Mandarin pronto, okay? It's time to go to the Chinese league, all right? The NBA is not cutting it. You're not cutting it in the NBA. Get ready to learn Chinese, Ursula von der Leyen. EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Kasia Kallas says, Ukraine is Europe. We stand by Ukraine. We will step up our support to Ukraine so that they can continue to fight to back the aggressor. Today it became clear that the free world needs a new leader. It's up to us, Europeans, to take the challenge. HasanAbi Doctrine, part 2. I will cop to this. I will cop to one thing. I did not think that Donald Trump would actually actively undermine NATO. And I think he is doing that. Okay. I think this is, and I think he's not even doing that because he just has like a legitimate plan to dismantle NATO piece by piece. I think he's doing that because he just keeps flying off the fucking handles here. And he does not know how to behave like a normal politician. Straight up, pure ego. And also dick riders that are supposed to be the normalizing voice in the room. But even he's got the long red tie. Look at him. He looks like it looks like Bring Your Child to Work Day. He just looks like a fucking fatter Eric Trump or Donald Trump Jr. in the room and not coked out.
President, it was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama.
I've often made fun of France because obviously, you know, they deserve it. But goddamn, dude. Making sure that you have your own nuclear arsenal and pulling out of NATO before and having a consistently contentious relationship with NATO. What did they know? What did they know? Okay. Yeah. What did they know?
Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do we do then? I understand that.
By the way, low key, HasanAbi Doctrine, don't give up the nukes, is literally the reason why this is happening. I know that you'll say, oh, those were USSR's nukes. They didn't have the active launch codes or anything like that. Yada, yada, yada. Doesn't matter. Okay. Don't give up the nukes. You know what the HasanAbi Doctrine is, but I will repeat it for those of you who do not know. Okay. Don't give up the nukes. Don't ever give up the nukes. And if the United States of America says you have nukes, then you better fucking find nukes immediately. Okay, rule 1, get nukes. Rule 2, do not give up the nukes. Rule 3, if you're accused of having nukes, drop everything immediately and find some nukes. Straight up. HasanAbi Doctrine, a guide for nation building. Yeah, do not give up the family atomics, dude. Yeah, also the other HasanAbi Doctrine that I'm that I'm putting on here is time to learn Mandarin. Learn Chinese. Don't give up the nukes. Get the nukes. Learn Chinese. Can you elaborate on the third rule? Yeah, it's called the Libya rule, okay? It's called the rule of Libya. Look at Libya. Look at the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. You will understand the difference between the two countries, okay? Or Iran, even. I call it the Libya rule.
What are you saying?
What
She's asking what if
or Iraq, but like that's a little different, you know. Also referred to as the WMD rule, exactly. Weapons of mass destruction, yellow cake scandal, but it's not, you know.
Russia breaks the ceasefire.
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia.
I'm sorry. What is going on? Dude! What is happening? He's crashing out. But look at him. Marco Rubio's face. Bro, Marco Rubio hit the blinky, okay? He hit the Antonio Blinken face fucking 35 days into the administration. You're supposed to get to the stage when the decrepit carcass old man is constantly going, I saw dead babies, Jack. He's hitting fucking levels of Blinken that I did not think you would get this fast. That's crazy to watch, dude.
Agents. The whole thing was a scam, and he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened, but he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy, and I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right.
That is 49 minutes of Kino in terms of watching America almost single-handedly over the course of like a 90-second back and forth completely changed the trajectory. Okay, we have accelerated. Here's what happened after on CNN. Trump huddled with his key advisors immediately afterwards inside the Oval. According to a White House official, Trump consulted Vance, Rubio, Bessent, etc. That was when Trump decided that Zelensky was not in a place to negotiate. He directed Secretary Rubio and his national security advisor, Mike Waltz, to deliver the message. It was time for Zelensky to leave. The Ukrainians were holding nearby in a separate room. That's standard for foreign visits. Typically, they reconvene for lunch, but the Ukrainians would not be dining at the White House. As the prepared food sat nearly on carts in a hallway, the Ukrainians were instructed to leave. The White House official said that the Ukrainians wanted to continue the talks, but they were told no. Zelensky left shortly thereafter. Here's what one White House advisor said, by the way, to Dave Weigel. What did y'all think America First meant? Vibes, papers, essays? Now, what's crazy about this is that they're still trying. One, they're fucking memeing through it, which is insane. But what is crazy about this is that not only was this spectacle incredibly embarrassing for the United States, okay, but it also is not, I wouldn't say this is in the interest of the American military-industrial complex, okay? Like, the trajectory of the Ukrainian ceasefire process is dictated on the battlefield, okay? So some of the things that Donald Trump was saying, which he's not supposed to be saying out loud, he's supposed to be privately conveying by way of Marco Rubio, and I can't believe I'm saying this, maybe Pete Hegseth, but he is also not the right guy to convey this message, though. It's supposed to happen behind closed doors in terms of like, hey, we have all the intel. I'm telling you right now, you do not have standing in this position. Like you do not have enough people to continue fighting against Russia. This is why we're trying to, put a stop to it. And in the process, because we're the big dogs in the room, you're going to give us, all of your natural resources or the remainder of your, publicly owned sectors that we've gutted, and we're going to pick it apart for pennies on the dollar with foreign capital. Okay, that conversation is not supposed to happen in broad daylight. That conversation is supposed to happen behind closed doors, and then it's supposed to be leaked to the media, and then I cover it, and then all of the fucking NATO Andes and whatnot come and yell at me and say I'm an Alex Jones style conspiracy theorist. But because of Trump, it's happening in broad daylight, and it's happening in a way that might actually damage the ceasefire negotiations. Like, even if Donald Trump wants to force Ukraine's hand to get to a ceasefire, he's not supposed to say it like this. Okay? Under different circumstances, this is supposed to happen behind closed doors. Like, there's a reason for why there's a reason for why this kind of stuff happens behind closed doors, is because you actively are dismantling a very important part of your foreign policy strategy. Remember, what do I always say? 800 military bases without soft power will turn into 800 military invasions. Okay? With soft power, 800 military bases are a part of a security cooperation. Without soft power, 800 military bases is no longer a part of a broader security cooperative agreement, but instead 800 different invasions. Okay? And I don't think this was a well thought out thing that Donald Trump did. He's just a narcissistic child. And instead of like actively trying to push Ukraine into some kind of negotiated ceasefire where they will put an end to this bloodshed, he is undermining the own ceasefire agreement that he could have possibly put together. So he's getting in his own way this way as well. Background of what just went down per White House official. After the contentious Oval Office meeting that played out in front of reporters, Zelensky and the Ukrainians went into a separate room, standard, while Trump huddled with his advisors. At that point, Trump decided that he didn't feel Zelensky was ready to negotiate and that the conversation wouldn't be productive, the official said. Trump posted a statement on Truth Social, and then Rubio and Walz then informed Zelensky that he was being asked to leave and the negotiations were over for the day. The White House official added that this was not planned in advance or part of a broader strategy, but just simply how the day played out. Oh my God. I truly thought that what would have happened today initially was just like they get, they do a little back and forth and then they sign the fucking mineral agreement. And then, a week later, Trump comes out with the, continued support for Ukraine tweet, whatever the fuck, while also simultaneously saying, but obviously Ukraine's manpower is exhausted and we want to put an end to this. But the weapons transfers that we are going to engage with are obviously going to be a part of a long-standing security assurance for Ukraine as we, pick it apart for scraps. That's what I thought would have happened. And I think that's what was supposed to happen. But, fucking Donald Trump is insane. Zelensky didn't read the room. Is his fault? No, dude. No. That is crazy. Putting this on Zelensky is insane. I'm sorry. You are out of your fucking mind, dude. What are you, Lindsey Graham? No. There is nothing he could have done in that situation. Nothing. This is madness. I think Trump associates Brandon with Ukraine so much that he might just leave them on the dust. I think there are still larger powers at play here. For example, the military-industrial complex and what kind of benefits they get out of this, or even foreign capital. If that actually gets in the way of, foreign capital extracting these resources from Ukraine, then they're not going to like that. They're going to tell Trump to back down. They're going to tell Trump to come back to the table. If Ukraine has the capacity to defend itself, or at least has enough manpower to continue this for at least a little bit longer, then we'll use it. We'll pump it. We'll pump it with weapons. Because those weapons aren't going there for true emancipatory purpose. That much is clear. It's going there because it's a way for the military-industrial complex to continue making money. I mean, it was crazy. Like the reason why he had to do this, by the way, the reason why he had to get humiliated like this by not just Trump, JD Vance, but also that fucking baboon from One America News Network or whatever, who was like, "Why don't you wear a suit? Do you own a suit?" Like all that stuff is ridiculous. Like, it's a ritualistic humiliation that you're not supposed to put your ally through. It's especially if you have any interest in maintaining any kind of diplomacy or any kind of soft power whatsoever. He was not humiliated. Why would you use that word, Lamau? He was not humiliated? Are you on crack? What are you talking about? What do you mean? It wasn't even Trump yelling at him. It was a random fucking Newsmax guy. Are you kidding me? If he was not humiliated, think about whether or not this conversation would take place with Benjamin Netanyahu, okay? Put Benjamin Netanyahu in that position. You know what happens to that fucking journalist? He gets assassinated, okay? Can you imagine? Bro, you are so close to being a cuck. What? Absolutely not. He stood his brown. Trump is an absolute bitch and pathetic. If he just sat there, yes, then that would have been humiliating. Dude, what are you saying? I'm not saying that Trump is not fucking pathetic and narcissistic and also humiliating in and of itself. Do you not understand how this shit works? Look at what Donald Trump has done for Benjamin Netanyahu, and then look at the way he treats Zelensky. Very funny, though. If you've never had to fight for anything, then yes, that's what you're doing to think. Very funny, though, sweetie. Oh, my God. Okay. Donald Trump literally pulled the chair out for Benjamin Netanyahu and pushed it in. Okay? Think about that. In terms of America behaving like this, they should never behave like this to anyone, really. Okay? They were yelling at him, and J.D. Vance directly said, why don't you say thank you? After Zelensky had said thank you like 1,000,000 times over. The fuck do you mean that's not humiliating? The most humiliating aspect of it also is, on top of everything else, the fact that the fucking court jester gets to have a line of attack against the leader of a foreign nation. Like, what are you talking about? An ally, a foreign ally. What do you mean? They still think you're anti-Ukraine instead of explaining that them trying to humiliate Zelensky was disgusting. I have already mentioned that. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, yeah, Zelensky maintaining his dignity in that process doesn't change the reality that he was absolutely shitted on the public stage by the American government, dude. What are you talking about? And there was virtually nothing he could have done in that process, too. It was insane. It was the most insane thing that I've ever watched America do. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Trump and Vance should be apologizing to Zelensky for their U.S. role in bringing the war about, or not even fucking ending it. Like, that's the other side of this. Like, this is an extension of Biden. Like, they still own Biden's mistakes. The fact that Trump turns around and says, like, nah, that was Biden's shit. Fuck you. And also, you're at fault for being invaded is crazy. Okay? That's why I kept repeating the point over and over again. Like, the idea that Ukraine deserved to be invaded or is responsible for its own invasion by Russia is psychotic. And yeah, here are the fucking dumbass Republicans presenting it. Look at this. J.D. Vance and Trump just put Zelensky in his place. Wow, watch this. Now he's over here thanking every country, every foreign nation's leader individually on Twitter. Can confirm the White House is letting in a reporter from Russian state news agency TASS to cover the... What the fuck? Reuters and Associated Press was excluded from the meeting, but TASS was there? That's trolling. He's trolling. That's fucking insane, dude. And they've officially ended the energy grid restoration. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to post it again. Imagine it was Klitschko instead of Zelensky and he lights him up with a right hand after talking to him like that. I don't condone violence, but that would feel special. Okay, dude, you're out of your mind. They would kill him on the spot. They would literally riddle his body with bullets. What are you talking about? Watch Musk turn off Starlink next. Yeah, it's probably what's going to happen too. Dude, we are officially in the dear leader praise stage, dude. Holy fuck. Every single person. Lindsey Graham loves the idea of continuing the death and destruction as long as his favored weapons contractors can get a better deal overall. Okay? And now he's over here talking about how Donald Trump is actually the GOAT and that, yeah, here, this is what wait, hold on. This is what Lindsey Graham said before the meeting. Let's take a look. And then I'll show you what he said after. Okay, after Donald Trump was like, fuck you, Zelensky.
I'm off to the White House soon. I had a call with President Trump last night. He invited me to the signing of the critical minerals deal between Ukraine and the United States. Met with President Zelensky this morning. He's very excited. This is $500 billion that will enormously benefit the American economy. Ukraine is the richest country in Europe when it comes to critical minerals. These minerals are necessary for us to compete and win the 21st century economy. President Trump was very excited. President Zelensky is very excited about this economic deal. $500 billion, folks, is a big deal. This is Donald Trump, the deal maker and peacemaker on display. I'm off to the White House.
Yep. Yeah, he sure did. He sure showed that. Mr. Peacemaker. Klobuchar and Graham, really good bipartisan meeting before President Zelensky heads to the White House. We stand with Ukraine. Yeah, great stuff. Oh, my God. This is completely psychotic. All right, let's see what the fuck CNN is saying, I guess. Here. This was so Zelensky, a Jewish comedian leading an angry and historically anti-Semitism prone country, returns to war-ravaged Ukraine, having been publicly humiliated by the military's main sponsor, says Mark Ames. But here is, I think, undermining Zelensky in this situation without an alternative that you have in mind is insane. Okay? Like, if this was a more competent administration, I would at least say that there is like a reason why they're doing this, because they have another guy. Because like previous administrations used to do that. America is sauceless, okay, in terms of how it used to operate back in the day. Like the Democrats tried to do this with Benjamin Netanyahu, if you recall. They brought in the alternative. They brought in what's his face? Was it Benny Gantz? Did they bring in it was Benny Gantz, right? That they brought in, and they were like, "Oh, this is our guy. If things fall apart with Benjamin Netanyahu, like this is going to be our guy. This is going to be the liberal Zionist position. This is the horse that we're going to back." Okay? With Zelensky, I don't even know if they have an alternative in mind. You know what I mean? It's wild. Socialist Hassan has run more ads in the tragic comedy that is the United States news. I am the clown. What? I don't run any ads, chatter. What are you talking about? I literally don't run ads. As soon as my contract ended, I have not run a single ad since my contract ended. Are you hallucinating ads that you're seeing on the broadcast? True, I am wrong. I just recently joined Twitch. Yeah. No, people still subscribe at the top of the hour or in the middle of the hour due to their own interest in supporting the show. And you can as well for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Having said that, no, I don't run ads any longer. But if you subscribe, you can get emotes and also the opportunity to be able to send me links if you would like to do so. But that's it. Back in the day, people would subscribe because subscribing also gave you the opportunity to stop seeing ads when I had to run them. But since my contract ended, I have not run ads at all. Virtually everything I do is not only free, but I don't even monetize it in terms of like you have the opportunity to be able to go and clip shit from the stream and make your own content, and make money off of it if you choose to do so. Jaeger Larson, thank you for the 100 community gifted subs. Let's continue.
I think complete, utter disaster. I've been to Ukraine 8 or 9 times since the war started. I understand the consequences of Putin's actions against Ukraine. I appreciate what the Ukrainian people have done. They fought like tigers. At the end of the day, I was hoping that this minerals deal, which would be transformative in the relationship, would go over well. I talked to Zelensky this morning. Don't take the bait. President Trump was in a very good mood last night.
Is he a baby? I mean, the answer is yes. But like, what do you mean? Oh, he was in a good mood last night, and there you go. You ruined it. Like, what a psychotic way to do foreign policy, dude. You're on the whims of a toddler. That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
Somebody asked me, am I embarrassed about Trump? I have never been more proud of the president. I was very proud of J.D. Vance, standing up for our country. We want to be helpful. What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again. I think most Americans
saw a guy that they would not want to go in business with. The way he handled the meeting.
That is psychotic, dude. America burns allies regularly, but they don't burn allies on the whims of the one leader having a bad moment. Okay? We burn allies, but that's because they've run out of favor. They've fallen out of favor. It's time to kill them. Okay? 100% planned? No way, dude. I don't think this is I do not think this was planned. They did this on purpose, I swear. The only reason why I would ever entertain that this was planned was because JD Vance was the one who actually instigated it, and he is supposed to be the normal guy in the room. That is the only reason why I would ever entertain this, to cast aside the mineral deal or whatever, and basically put Ukraine on a back foot, and then act like well, you know, our partnership is no longer working because Zelensky can't suck up enough or something.
The way he confronted the president was just over the top. So I think the relationship between Ukraine and America is important.
I think you underestimate him and his admin. They have another guy. The other guy is Putin. This is not incompetence or accident or dementia. This is intention. Rest assured, it's all concerted. They're going to cut weapons to Ukraine, make Zelensky unpopular, force an election so Russia can install a pro-Russian puppet. How are the Russians reacting? Even they're shocked. The other day, we read from the Reuters report where they were like, initially they were confused by how much Trump was glazing Russia. Today, Russia's Medvedev on the Trump-Zelensky meeting says, a brutal dressing down in the Oval Office. Trump told the cocaine clown the truth to his face for the first time. The Kyiv regime is playing with World War III, and the ungrateful pig got a hard slap from the masters of the pigsty. That's how Russia is reacting. The reason for why America does whatever it does in terms of foreign policy is not for moral reasons, okay? It's never for moral reasons. Whether we're on the right side of an invasion or oftentimes on the wrong side of an invasion that oftentimes we are responsible for directly, or we are the ones doing the invasion, it doesn't matter. It's all so that American executives in the military-industrial complex can get better contracts and more money, okay? It's always about money. It's resource extraction, and it's always about money. Our allegiance with Ukraine was on those exact same boundaries. Is China number one now? I'm not saying nothing.
Important, vitally important. But can Zelensky do a deal with the United States? After what I saw, I don't know. What did I think?
Like, dude, he is such a asshole, dude. He is such a piece of shit. Jesus Christ. Lindsey Graham, over the course of multiple administrations, has probably goaded Ukraine more than any other politician, okay? Under the Biden administration, under the Obama administration, like he's Mr. Security Assurances guy. And then he turns around and the first sight of Trump being like, yeah, fuck you, I don't like you. He goes, yeah, you suck, Zelensky. What is he supposed to do? It's crazy. I'm telling you, America burns assets. Ukraine is a proxy. America burns proxies and burns assets and discards them voluntarily whenever they're done with it, right? Whenever they want to change trajectory, change the course of foreign policy, move in a different direction, whatever, okay? But they don't burn assets just because one guy felt offended in that heat of the moment, because there's a lot of money involved in burning an asset. That's what doesn't make sense here. President Trump personally decided to end talks with Ukrainian President Zelensky after the tense exchanges. Yeah, we already covered this side. The White House then posted this, by the way, which was also insane. He disrespected the United States of America in his cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he's ready for peace. President Donald J. Trump. This is what they posted. I think a lot of Americans are going to realize, by the way, or at least a lot of liberals are going to realize that, like, one, obviously Republicans only listen to Donald Trump and Donald Trump only, and two, they never really give a fuck about Ukraine regardless. Yes, Zelensky has an interview with Fox at 6 p.m. Eastern time, which is 3 p.m. our time, in an hour and a half, or in an hour, basically. But yeah, here was the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S. watching Trump and Zelensky argue.
What they see. But I said to you, I want a ceasefire because you get a ceasefire.
Trump also made a statement on Truth Social. We had a very meaningful meeting in the White House today. Much was learned that could never be understood without conversation under such fire and pressure. It's amazing what comes out through emotion, and I've determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want advantage. I want peace. He disrespected the United States of America in his cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he's ready for peace. That's where we're at. And also, Zelensky turned her, not Zelensky. Lindsey Graham also said this idiotic thing on Fox News right after as well. Moscow is more terrified than ever. Yeah, Moscow is terrified at the ropes that they're fucking deploying right now. They're jerking off and they're shocked at how much they can get away with. Like, come on, dude. What do you mean?
I said there's two ways to look at this.
Yeah, they're terrified because they've never nutted this hard before. They're like, I cannot believe that I had this level of rope in me.
Your interaction with Zelensky was maybe the best television I've ever seen. But it's deeper than that. The world is now watching how Trump behaves and acts when he's pressed. I thought he stood up for America, that we're a good people. We want to help you, but we're going to be respected. So I think Moscow is probably more afraid of Trump than ever. Hope the Chinese are, and I hope the Iranians are. As to Zelensky and Ukraine.
Make no mistake, okay? In terms of the conditions on the battlefield, I will reiterate what I have said for the past year at this point. Ukraine, it cannot keep mounting a significant defense. A ceasefire should have been designed and talked about under the Biden administration in a more competent manner, okay? So in terms of bringing Vladimir Putin, Adolf Hitler to the table, a lot of people are still operating on what the liberal administration was pumping out in terms of pro-Ukrainian propaganda that misinformed a lot of people, okay? That part is true. The time for negotiations and a ceasefire was years ago, okay? But it's yesterday, it's tomorrow, it's whenever it can happen. Having said that, however, what Donald Trump is doing is insane because Donald Trump is just basically handing Ukraine over on a fucking silver platter and also undermining his own ambitions, supposedly to create a ceasefire. Okay? That's it. And here, I'm not alone in this. Here is from Jake Tapper. One pro-Ukraine expert, normally supportive of Zelensky, offered me this perspective. One pro-Ukraine expert, normally supportive of Zelensky, cautions that today's showdown should be seen in a clear-eyed way. Ukraine is losing this war, the expert says. Russia is making tens of thousands of drones per month, and Ukraine can't shoot them all down. Russia is making advances because Russia doesn't value human life and is okay to lose thousands of men a day. Ukraine can't keep up with that and shouldn't. There needs to be an end to this war, and there are only three ways out. One, America send military weapons and manpower, and potentially this starts World War III. 2, Ukraine can surrender and give in to Putin. Or 3, we give this ceasefire plan and deal that Trump is pushing a chance. I would go for option 3. Trump was talking about Ukraine getting land back that it has lost just yesterday. Zelensky knew the position of the Trump administration ahead of time. Perhaps this meeting was a trap, but it's one Zelensky could have easily avoided. I don't agree with this last part of this equation, for the record. I think the last part of this is silly. I don't think Zelensky could have avoided this. Like, there's nothing he could have done to glaze Donald Trump even further. I don't agree with that aspect. But even you got pro-Zelensky, pro-Ukraine analysts actively changing how they communicate about the conditions on the battlefield. Okay? Like, that part is the unchangeable, cold, hard reality. If Ukraine had more manpower right now, Donald Trump would be sending weapons too. Isn't this what you said 2 years ago that at the start of this invasion? How could you have predicted this? Don't even get me started on this shit, okay? This doesn't mean that Russia's forces have not diminished either. It is in Russia's interest to also come to terms with a ceasefire. Make no mistake. Because of the costly battle on the Ukrainian front lines that now are happening 20% into Ukrainian territory that Russia has basically permanently annexed and mined into oblivion, and not mining like in the way that you get raw earth minerals, mining as in like landmines, okay? Like, Russia's not doing too great in this process either. So it's in the best interest for every single party involved to immediately come to the negotiations. Russia's forces are in the best shape since pre-war, literally massively trained, huge armament production levels, also huge recruitment drives yielding recruits. Not even a general draft or anything has happened. I mean, yes, they tuned up their war machine. They're also a much larger country. I don't think that they're doing great, though. I don't agree with. That chatter is not correct either. This is, I think, what a lot of analysts have also actively, in more honest moments, openly recognized, that this is a propaganda war as well. That's why it's so hard to get like an accurate assessment of the casualty numbers on either side. Both sides keep saying, oh, we're doing amazing. Okay? It is in their best interest to do so. Vladimir Putin is, of course, always going to say, dude, our military is so sick right now. Okay? It's so sick. We're doing so fantastic. Look at us. We're better than ever before. We love that, like, you know, hundreds of thousands of people have had their fucking legs blown off and shit. It's so sick. Okay? And the same goes for Ukraine. Same predicament for Ukraine. Do you think Zelensky saw Macron correct Trump during the Oval Office meeting and try to pull the same thing himself in response to JD's comments? No. I think Zelensky is has always been stuck between a rock and a hard place, the rock being Russia and the hard place being America and the Western and Western support. He obviously prefers Western support to Russia. That much is clear. Okay. Having said that, however, there's also additional motivations here. He is the fucking leader of Ukraine. He can't, you know, sit there and eat it all day, every day. Especially when it's some insane shit that Trump is saying, like, oh, it's your fault. It's your fault that you got invaded. You know what I mean? Not so much anymore. Yeah, well, it does seem like they're moving in the direction.
Well, after that incredibly fiery and argumentative meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky, President Donald Trump has just issued a statement and he says the following. We had a very meaningful meeting in the White House today. Much was learned that could never be understood without conversation under such fire and pressure. It's amazing what comes out through emotion, and I have determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved, because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. Donald Trump continues, I don't want advantage, I want peace. He disrespected the United States of America.
Okay, dude, that part is also crazy because it's like, without advantage, then you're just saying you just want to give Ukraine to Russia. Like, Putin's probably loving this. Yeah, no shit, he's loving this. This is the greatest thing that could have happened. Bro, he's outflanking the Russians. Donald Trump is outflanking the Russian coalition. He is giving Russians more than what the Russians even demanded. Where is the audio coming from? I don't know.
America in its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for peace. You're looking at the door to the White House, the door that about an hour or so ago President Zelensky walked through, shook hands with President Trump. They then spoke for 50 minutes and it was incredibly heated, argumentative, tense and fiery. J.D. Vance and Donald Trump telling Zelensky his comments were very disrespectful.
Yeah, a source familiar with the planning.
Don't tell us what we're...
A source familiar with the planning for the Trump meeting said that there was no predetermined strategy for Vance to confront Zelensky the way he did.
Going to feel you're in no position to dictate. So we were expecting...
How did Zelensky even disrespect anything? Dude, he pissed Trump off. That's it. That's it. He didn't actually do anything to disrespect Trump or anybody else. He thanked them over and over again. That's it. That's why he was just in the way. Yeah, I've never seen Trump that angry.
A news conference between the two men and the signing of that minerals agreement. Will it happen? Let's find out. Our US correspondent Mark Stone is at the White House and has been monitoring that extraordinary conversation, Mark, inside the White House. Do you think the news conference with these two men that was scheduled will go ahead? Do you think the signing of this document, this deal, will go ahead?
No and no, Jonathan. This is an utterly extraordinary day here at the White House. The Ukrainian president's vehicle has just pulled up at the West Wing. You can see it behind me there, and he is expected to leave shortly. And you can see from President Trump's post statement a few moments ago that the falling out appears to be
Jonathan, a moment without precedent in living memory in the United States, where a meeting of two heads of states comes to an end in such a disastrous fashion.
The amount of disrespect President Zelensky showed to Donald Trump and the American people today was insane. This was a mistake. I have tremendous respect for President Zelensky for the heroic actions he took. Dude, this is levels of dick eating I did not previously think was possible. Okay?
Breaking news reverberating around the world.
I don't understand how they can eat dick this hard. Every centrist.
It devolved into a shouting match in the Oval Office, and tonight there are so many questions. Is this relationship?
God damn it, CNN.
What does it mean for a potential ceasefire deal between Ukraine and Russia? We are going to cover all of these angles. I'll be joined by our reporters in Ukraine and Russia in just moments. But first, we want you to watch the part of today's meeting when things went off the rails.
Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning. Sure. First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future.
You will feel it. 9/11 too.
Don't tell us what
you
we're
will
gonna
feel
feel.
9/11
We're trying
too.
to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position.
Oh, okay. Sorry. We interrupt this broadcast because the 5 is live and alive, and we have to see what those donkeys have to say about this.
That was with
Jessica Tarkov is going to hit the lib line aggressively if she's on today.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? This is going to be great television, I will say that.
And indeed it was. President Trump kicking Zelensky out of the White House shortly after that, canceling their joint press conference. No rare minerals deal was signed, and the White House staffers, well, they eat the lunch that Trump and Zelensky were supposed to dine on. President Trump posting on Truth Social, it is amazing what comes out through emotion, and I have determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved.
Chatter's being like, if I were Zelensky, I would have walked right away and called Europe. Dog, I'm not going to say anything. You're right. You're right. Europe will defend Ukraine on its own.
He is ready for peace.
You're right.
And Zelensky will be talking to Brett Baier at 6 p.m. Eastern time tonight, just less than 1 hour from now. Jesse, this feels like one of those moments in history where we will all remember exactly where we were when we watched that go down. Now I'll ask you the question we're left wondering, will they get to a deal?
Hopefully. It's kind of like when you want to propose, so you go to the girlfriend's dad, you go into his house, can I have your blessing? And he goes, well, do you have any money for a ring? Nope. Do you have a job? Nope. Do you have a house? Nope. And then you start arguing with the dad and he kicks you out of the house and you go back to the girlfriend. The girlfriend's like, well, how did it go? Not good. It did not go very well. Zelensky screwed up. 30 minutes before this happened, everything was fine. Everyone was getting along fine. And then a reporter asked Trump about aligning with Russia. Trump says, I'm just aligned with America and I'm aligned with the world. And then Vance jumps in and he says, well, you know, you can talk tough and beat your chest, but that's not going to help us with diplomacy. And then Zelensky, out of nowhere, zeroes in on Vance. And he says, you don't know anything about diplomacy. What do you know about diplomacy? You can't negotiate with Putin. He can't be trusted. He violates ceasefires. Well, then what are we all doing here? Why did he fly all the way here to sign this mineral deal if you can't negotiate with Vladimir Putin? What's the whole point of this? We're not going to give Zelensky a security pact. It's not in America's interest to have to defend that country with American soldiers if Russia goes back in. The mineral deal is the best security that Zelensky's ever going to get. And if you didn't like the language of the deal,
if this
stay in
conversation was
Kiev.
supposed to happen, it was supposed to happen behind closed doors. That's all I'm stating, okay? The notion that this is supposed to happen this way in broad daylight is psychotic.
This is America's world. He's our proxy. This world, this ends when we say it ends. It doesn't end when Zelensky, if he wants to go it alone, go it alone. I'm glad we helped him. Russia invaded. We got his back. At first, it was the right thing to do. But now it's not. Now the war's over, and he doesn't recognize it's over. And reality is going to eat this guy alive if he doesn't recognize this. If you were in the room when Roosevelt was telling Churchill to liquidate his colonies, I don't think it was all tea and crumpets. Or if you were Bush yelling at Musharraf when Al-Qaeda was in Pakistan, no. Or Bibi getting his ear chewed out by Joe Biden. This stuff happens all of the time behind the scenes. We were just lucky enough to have it happen right in front of the cameras.
You know, it was fascinating. Thank you for that, Jesse. Emily, when we were getting live reports from the White House, while Zelensky and Trump had finished this meeting, and we were waiting to see what happened next, Jackie Heinrich stepped up to the camera to give us a report and said she had learned that Zelensky was begging to stay but got kicked out. Shortly thereafter, we saw exactly that. We saw Zelensky very quickly after this concluded exiting the White House along with his staff.
Exactly. And to that point, there was a gap in time that was longer in reality than we saw on television because we had to ingest that footage, right? It wasn't live. So there was sort of a significant moment in between what we saw and Zelensky exiting the White House.
Okay, we will prediction alert. Do not, this is just simply my prediction. I think that this admin is actively working to at least draw a wedge between the Russian-Chinese allegiance, okay, and also shifting every single resource, every single dollar that is available, every single weapon that is available to Israel, for Israel to finish with a final solution, the Palestinian problem, the final solution to the Palestinian question, okay, so that they can focus on their number one agenda, which is war with China, okay? Which is interesting to think about because this was like a Vivek Ramaswamy, Tucker Carlson sentiment that I heard over and over again. And I think that this is precisely what they're trying to do. Now, will that actually work? Will they be able to drive a wedge between the Russian-Chinese allegiance at this stage? I do not know. I think this will be possibly a dangerous gamble that they're engaging in that will undermine their global position further. Okay? It's very stupid, but I don't think these guys are very smart. I think that is, I know that is what bad take, bad hypothesis. No, in terms of moving all of their attention to Israel, look at the dollars. Look at what's happening. The Trump-Vance State Department, literally, this is from 1:53 p.m., okay, from Prem over at Zateo. This is a munitions support release sheet that came out in the form of a press release like not even 20 minutes ago. The Trump-Vance State Department just approved $3 billion in arms and equipment sales to Israel. They're sending $2 billion in bombs. They're sending $675 million in bombs and weapons guidance kits. And they're sending $295 million in bulldozers. Okay? The admin said an emergency exists that require the immediate sale, waiving congressional review. It's not bombs and weapons guidance kits. $675 million in bombs. Weapons and bombs, bombs and weapons guidance kits. Isn't there a ceasefire? No, because the ceasefire is supposed to end. The ceasefire is supposed to get into the second phase And there's only, I don't know exactly how many days remain, but I think that there is, I don't know if there is going to be a second phase of that ceasefire. I think, from what I understand, it ends on the first day of Ramadan. I don't think that Israel will invade during Ramadan. I think that they will wait for the end of Ramadan, as they have declared. But in the process, they will gear up to re-invade. They will re-up and rearm. Okay? What did Elint News say? They will cancel all weapon shipments to Ukraine and send them straight to Netanyahu. That's what I'm thinking. This is what I mean when I say it's uniparty, by the way, because the reason as to why the Biden administration also said, do whatever the fuck you want to Israel, basically, okay, was because they wanted to let Israel get one final big push and dominate the Palestinians to the best of their ability so they can pack up the Middle East problem, okay, and then move on to China. The weapons being sent to Israel are different than Ukraine, dude. You are on big conspiracy shit. Okay. Trump lost his cool, plain and simple. No, I'm saying that I recognize that. I also am mentioning that the reason why Trump lost his cool wasn't because it was like pre-planned or anything. I'm simply stating that Trump wants to get a ceasefire in Russia, Russia and Ukraine as quickly as possible so they can shift all of their priorities to Israel. Okay? Put me down? No, I'm shaking you. Let's get back to Fox and Friends.
And he walks in here and he's arrogant and he's pushy and he's demanding and you know you pile all that up and you're going to piss off Trump. And what we saw there was a pissed off Trump. So you have somebody, and it's been going on for a long time, where you have this person who is bilking the American taxpayers for hundreds of billions.
Chad said, I'm from Taiwan. What's the best country to immigrate to? Mainland China, big dog.
Our interest is over there.
Can I just add to that about the money and all this? Obviously, we have given them a ton of money, but 70% of the aid that we have sent to Ukraine has then been spent back in America. So when he, quote unquote, went and campaigned for the Democrats, that he was visiting a munitions factory that was producing weapons
take me with you if
Europe
you go.
Has been, as a share of GDP, almost doubling our investment.
So I'm not an economist, but the idea that you're going to take hundreds of billions of dollars of Americans' taxpayer dollars and light them on fire in Europe, I don't think that helps anybody. All it does is lead to inflation.
All right,
and
save
more
for the
debt.
next block because we've got more on this coming up. President Trump is right now talking to reporters. It's happening as we speak after his dust up with Zelensky. So we're going to have that for you next.
Oh my God. How do you sit here and listen to these Fox newscasters? Because you have to understand how the enemy is doing propaganda. What are you talking about? It is incredibly important. Fox News is way more informative about understanding the future trajectory of American foreign policy, understanding what Donald Trump is saying, understanding what Donald Trump's supporters are going to say, than anything else. Why the fuck would I sit there and listen to CNN with Rahm Emanuel, dude? CNN's got Rahm Emanuel on. I'm sure he's going to have real good takes about all this. The Democrats have lost over and over again. Republicans are in charge. They're dominating everything. And they've also consolidated power in the hands of a narcissistic madman. So obviously, it's very important to understand how that narcissistic madman is going to operate. Jennifer Jacobs from CBS, senior White House reporter, says, from Bloomberg, says, high-level Trump sources tell me the White House is now uncertain if they can get the Russians and Ukrainians to stop fighting because this episode with Zelensky raised questions about whether he can move forward towards a peace deal. It also raises questions about whether the U.S. will pause aid to Ukraine. But Trump is not seeking regime change in Ukraine. No discussions about who in Ukraine might be a better leader than Zelensky. This is why I think it was pure happenstance, by the way. And he flew off the fucking handles. Because in the past, when America does shit like this, they have a person in mind to replace him. Even the Democrats put forth Benny Gantz as the alternative to Benjamin Netanyahu. It failed because obviously Bibi dominates American politics. And has been doing this for almost as long as Joe Biden has been doing it, and doing it way more successfully than Joe Biden. So that never actually came to fruition. But the Republicans don't have a replacement for Zelensky. If they did, I would say, okay, J.D. Vance is doing this puppet thing where They know that Trump is going to fucking get mad and he's going to egg on Zelensky so that Zelensky says something and then Trump loses his mind and then they advocate for regime change. They don't have a regime change guy. People say, oh, it's Putin, but no, I don't think that's not how this works. Okay. It would not be Putin. It would be the regime change guy would be someone who is Ukrainian, who is pro-Putin. Okay. That's how you would normally do this. That is how America would normally do this if they were to actually entertain handing Ukraine on a silver platter to Vladimir Putin for some unforeseeable reason. I guess the only reason there would be, like I said, to draw a wedge between the Sino-Soviet allegiance, that not Soviet, but the Sino-Russian allegiances that have, been designed as a direct consequence of Western Empire activities. Yeah, Ukrainian officials have reached out this afternoon to senior White House officials desperate to get a deal back on track. But that will not happen today, I'm told. Trump is unwilling to talk to Zelensky further today. He's such a fucking baby, dude. It's crazy. It is actually crazy how much of a child he is. It is shocking. I cannot understand how much these guys are saying, like, I'm learning a lot about shit libs today. In their fever dreams, Zelensky interrupting or talking tough to Trump is their sole ideal. Constraints like weapons, bullets, diplomacy, etc. NATO are secondary. Only in their fever dream did Zelensky come out well from today's events. He didn't come out well, but there was nothing he could have done. MAGA people are mentioning the mayor of Kiev to replace Zelensky. Okay, who cares what the MAGA people are saying? The administration is not saying that. That's what's important. When Rubio and Waltz went into Roosevelt room to ask Zelensky to leave, Rubio made it clear that any further engagements today would be counterproductive. Waltz told Zelensky he had made a tremendous mistake and that it was a grave disservice to Ukraine and to Americans both. No phone calls between Trump and Putin have been scheduled, but multiple European officials have called top Trump officials since Zelensky left asking how the mineral deal can be salvaged. Trump says Zelensky wants to come back right now? What the fuck is going on? What is happening? Trump fully intended to sign the minerals deal today. Two official binders were prepared. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and his Ukrainian counterpart, the two presidents were going to sit at a conference table in the East Room and then trumpet their success at the podiums. But there were suspicions before Zelensky arrived today that it might fall apart because the Trump admin had been pushing for weeks for a minerals deal signing at the ministerial event, or at the ministerial level, and Ukraine had refused. Zelensky wanted security guarantees. U.S. officials thought negotiations will be much harder with Putin, so today have been in disbelief that it has been Zelensky who has been more difficult, making maximalist demands, sources told me. Apparently, Trump is taking questions right now. Update. Trump says Zelensky wants to come back right now. Also update. Trump, I can't let Zelensky come back right now. What is happening? Just a straight up fucking clown show, dude. What the absolute fuck is going on, dude? Art of the deal, baby. Where's Trump live at? I don't even know. Is he on Right Side Broadcasting? Where is Donald Trump even live at this moment? Like, where is he at?
The weakness of your position.
NBC News is not talking about it. He's live on Kick. Where is he? He's taking questions live? Is it on Fox News? Let me see. Did I think something like this would happen so quickly? No.
And make endless demands and never say thank you. And it drove Joe crazy. And the same thing is happening here. I have a lot of respect for Zelensky. He's a brave guy.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Shut the fuck up.
But he's got no leverage anymore. The only leverage he has are minerals, and he doesn't even know how to use that leverage. He'll never be a NATO member. It's not in our interest for him to be a NATO member. And the fact that he was arguing with the president of the United States and the vice president in front of cameras,
and we want to be able also to spend
so much
this isn't live,
disrespect.
Dude. This is the earlier.
And he's like a freshman out there when you think about it. He doesn't really know what's happening. This war just hit him in the face, and he's trying to survive.
Wait, is this actually live? Is this the...
It was in the form of a loan. They get their money back, and we didn't. And now, at least we're protected because the American taxpayer has to be protected too. But this is an incredible agreement for Ukraine.
Why are you defending Zelensky's honor? I don't give a fuck about Zelensky's honor. I just want peace in Ukraine.
What they have, very few people have. And
no, this is from earlier, yeah. Mute him. I hate him. Okay, chatter. Yeah.
Which is the Democrat strategy. No one's ever explained it. I can see the U.S. interest in ending the war. We get mineral rights, energy and commodity prices go down. We could maybe add to our munitions, which have been spent over the last 3 years. You peel Russia away from China a little bit. I could go on and on. But sometimes, as you and all know, you have to break up to make up. And these things happen. Deals get blown up and they get cobbled back together. I'm sure next week they'll sign something.
Jesse has a point. I mean, what is the
Trump also, a new Trump quote. Zelensky did not look like a man who wants to make peace. What is happening? Is this actually because I wonder? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me hear my Queen Tarkov.
Just putting it out there, but he said, "I'll do what I can
Jessica
to make a
escaped
peace
from
deal."
Tarkov. Let's see what she has to say.
What they're signaling in this, and what Zelensky is signaling with his attitude, is something that the leader of the CDU, won the German elections, Merz, who will become the next chancellor, was talking about, that Europe is on its own with Ukraine now, that they do not feel that they have a partner in the U.S. who's going to be protecting and supporting Ukraine or them going forward, and that Donald Trump has aligned himself more with Vladimir Putin than with the traditional Western world order, that the alliances in the post-World War II world are over, and that he likes Vladimir Putin better. I don't know. I understand you want to make a deal. And by the way, this deal doesn't seem like it had a lot for the Ukrainians. If what he wants is security.
Germany
and
is
it's not
Russia's biggest customer. All they do is buy energy from Russia. And they didn't give a lot of weaponry to the Ukrainians, not nearly as much as we did. The Germans sat this one out, same with the French. The British and the Americans did the heavy lifting.
As a percentage of GDP, we rank 17th in terms of how much we've given them. That
percentage, shermanage.
No,
Zelensky is thanking everyone alive right now.
We're richer. It doesn't matter, Jessica. We armed them to the teeth, and they did a hell of a job stopping the Russia war machine. But now it's time to end the war.
It is not just Democrats that are critical of this. Noted Democrat Karl Rove was on earlier talking about it. John Bolton, I get he doesn't like Trump anymore, but this guy is a traditional conservative person who's saying that this is a huge nightmare for the future.
Lindsey
of what
Graham said
happened.
kick him out. Lindsey Graham, who we all know, never saw a war he didn't want to fight, said, Zelensky, get out of town, you screwed the pooch.
or a war that he wanted somebody else to fight?
Bro, Zelensky thinks subs harder than I do, dude. Holy shit. He's a better streamer. I mean, he is an entertainer first and foremost, so he knows how to do this.
This minerals deal hooks the United States deeply into the interests of Ukraine. Emily, in terms of the Democrat strategy,
I think subs
messaging this.
When I get gifted subs, I think subs.
Well, I personally think they are not winning, and that they never are. Look, I'll say this. At the end of the day, what we are looking at is peace through strength. Earlier in the meeting, President Trump said that he is continuing to send arms, but as he quoted, he said, but not too much more aid would be forthcoming. We're not looking forward to it. We're looking forward to getting the war finished so we can do other things. So respectfully as well to people like Christiane Amanpour, who says she's never seen anything like this. It's because she's never had the honor of being in the room behind closed doors without the press there when this is what diplomacy looks like, right? Taking out root canals and coming to agreements with the different alignments and different values is not always pretty. And that's confirmed by Secretary Pompeo, who earlier on our network shared,
This is one of the
this all the
questions.
time. He's just never seen it before in front of the cameras. And for people pundits who come on air and say they call President Trump a coward and a puppet, well, is that what Biden was then in October of 2022, who on his call with Zelensky, as the Wall Street Journal and CNN reported, yelled at him, told him he wasn't thanking him enough. He didn't feel gratitude. He was simply wanting to take more. Is that what they called Biden back then? At the
Bro, we're literally operating on the whims of the most narcissistic man on the planet.
Who is in the art of the deal negotiating
With
what
the
that
flow,
looks
US,
like, which
thank you
is
for the
not
5
the
gifted.
World War II Axis allied nations. It's far more complicated than that, and it involves acquiescing in part to achieve mutually beneficial agreements. That means we don't simply ice out Russia and China because
Bro, we made them fucking literally, we threw their bodies on the line. We gave them old ass weapons. Okay. We told the European allies to cut their pre-existing deals with Russia and get natural gas from us instead. They had to set up new refineries for the process. And then we're turning around. We're like, you're not thanking us enough. Fuck you. It is so arrogant. It is so insane. Like, it is so psychotic. Straight up. And now it's like, now these fucking donkeys on television are like, well, he didn't wear a suit. He wasn't respectful enough. He didn't suck off Trump enough. Like, what the fuck are you saying? What are you saying? Yeah, we have officially become the rug pull nation. We're rug pulling other nations, dude. What is this? What Joe Rogan, Elon Musk? Oh God, there's too much to cover. We are literally rug pulling other countries. Look. One small but not insignificant factor that irritated Trump was the fact that Zelensky didn't wear a suit. Two sources with direct knowledge told me. Trump advisors told Zelensky's team on multiple occasions that it would be more respectful for Zelensky to ditch his military-style attire when visiting the White House. This is what he also said with his fucking clown-ass hat. CBS News asked Trump what Zelensky needs to do in order to restart talks with Trump.
What does Zelensky need to do to restart talks with you?
He's got to say, I want to make peace. He doesn't have to stand there and say about Putin this, Putin that.
This is literally, Trump is mad for two reasons. One, because he feels disrespected. And two, he feels like in his mind, I think, he's like, we can't say anything mean about Vladimir Putin because if we do, he's just not going to come to the table. Okay? Which is insane. You're America. What do you mean? Like that he feels disrespected on behalf of Vladimir Putin. That's woke. Yeah, Trump is woke Trump. That's not how you deal. That's not how you do deals.
Negative things. He's got to say, I want to make peace. I don't want to fight a war in it.
How is this helping Trump's case against being seen as a Russian state actor? Dude, I'm not even getting ahead of the Russiagate people anymore. Okay. Yeah, you guys can say whatever you want about this Russiagate stuff. Okay. It's fine. You're right. He's Krasnov. Trump is Krasnov. He really is. Okay. He is the most Krasnov. He's a KGB asset. Fuck it, dude. I'm bluing on. You know, I'm on. I don't know what to say. Okay. Like, yeah, I took a Kras pill. Fuck it. Soviet Union sends their regards. Yeah. Like, what is happening, man? What is happening? It's just like, this is complete psychopathic nonsense.
His people are dying. He doesn't have the cards, just so you understand it, okay? I can tell you.
Like, everybody understands that, except for obviously liberals and people that only listen to liberal media. Like, Zelensky understands that. I can't believe it. I can't believe that this is how this is going. I genuinely can't.
What does
Zelensky doesn't have the 13 keys? Oh my God. I just realized the real conspiracy is not Krasnov. It's that Zelensky was an Alan Lichtman head. Oh my God. Zell Disney was an Alan Lichtman head. He thought the 13 keys, Biden could have turned them. He was like oh no. Zelensky thought Alan Lichtman was right, that Kamala was definitely on her way with the 13 keys that were turned to a resounding victory. That's what it is. That's what he thought was going on. It turns out that's not what was going on. Here's Trump taking questions.
It's going to be it's going to be a tremendous investment. I guess the biggest investment anybody's ever made in the country at one time. But they're going to be investing a lot of money, $500 billion. We have many other companies have just announced they're coming in. A lot of it's because of how we're doing. We've done a great turnaround in a little more than 30 days, but the country's really doing well. Really doing well. We're respected again all over the world. If you look, we had the Japanese Prime Minister. We had the Prime Minister yesterday of UK, as you know. We had the Prime Minister of India. We have another 20 Prime Ministers and Presidents wanting to come. And very good feeling. I think our country has really turned around. We had a meeting today, as you know, with President Zelensky, and I would say it didn't work out exactly great from his standpoint. I think he very much overplayed his hand. We're looking for peace.
Where they'll go next is entirely up to the likes of Steve Goatkoff. Where is Steve? Bring Steve in. Deploy him like an atom bomb.
I'm looking for peace. We're not looking to go into a 10-year war.
We need Steve.
And play games. We want peace. And it was just my impression that if we do that, if we sign up, he's looking for something that I'm not looking for. He's looking to go on and fight, fight, fight. We're looking to end the death.
Get Steve on the phone!
2,000 people died this week. Soldiers, more than that, but 2,000 approximately people died this week. Young Ukrainians and Russians. And somebody would say, why do you care about Ukraine and Russian soldiers? I care about them. I care about everybody. And we're not doing that. Now, if we don't do anything, he's going to have to make peace, but he's dealing with a very weak set of cards. If we sign, he's dealing with a very strong set of cards, and then he doesn't want to make peace. So that's where we are. It's very simple. I'm not looking to get into anything protracted. I want immediate peace. President Putin is going to want to make, and he wants to end it. And you saw what I saw today. This is a man that wants to get us signed up and keep fighting, and we're not doing that. Not for this country. So we're setting a lot of records. Economically, we're setting records, and I think every way we're setting records. One of the best is the right track, wrong track. You saw that. We're on the right track for the first time in over 27 years. People are impressed with that. The other thing is the feeling about our country. The feeling is great. It's up 48% on feeling on business. And that's the record we've never had. There's never been a record where we've ever gone up that much in such a short period of time.
Think about that.
So we're doing really well.
You know, a lot of you are talking about Zelensky, but think about Ryan Ruth and how he feels.
Like, what? He's got to say, I want to make peace. He doesn't have to stand there and say about Putin this, Putin that, and all negative things. He's got to say, I want to make peace. I don't want to fight a war any longer. His people are dying. He doesn't have the cards, just so you understand it, okay?
Could you tell Zelensky to leave the White House?
I don't have to tell you that. Go ahead. I think you know the answer to it.
I don't know why he keeps repeating like he doesn't have the cards. Yeah, no shit, dog. Everybody knows that. Well, except for, you know, CNN watchers and MSNBC watchers and whatnot. But like, that is precisely the reason why you're not supposed to undermine him in the midst of a ceasefire negotiation. Like, it is the fact that he does not have the cards that should definitely, you know, that should definitely cause you to be a little bit more careful.
I want anybody that's going to make peace. If he's capable of making peace, which he may or may not be, but I want somebody that's going to make peace. Again, he doesn't have the cards. When we sign up, he's got all of the cards. That doesn't mean he can fight. He's got to stop the fighting, stop the death. He's losing hundreds of thousands of soldiers. It's time to stop the death. Say it? Well, he says he wants it now. He wants to come back right now, but I can't do that. They should have an immediate ceasefire. That was the other thing. He didn't want to do about ceasefire. A ceasefire could take place immediately. A contract, if you want to end the war, you sign up an agreement. That's going to take a period of time. It takes time. I want it to end immediately. And I think if you had a ceasefire, it would be a ceasefire, a real one, that would end it. But he doesn't want to do that. That's fine. Do a better deal. I want it to end immediately. I want a ceasefire now. He says, oh, I don't want a ceasefire. Well, all of a sudden, he's a big shot because he has the U.S.
doesn't
on
have
the
the
side.
cards. You already know. Why the
Either
fuck
we're
is
going to end
he
it or
hitting
let him
this?
fight it out. And if he fights it out, it's not going to be pretty. Because without us, he doesn't win. Let me tell you. It doesn't matter what I'm considering. I'm just telling you. You saw what I saw today. That was not a man that wanted to make.
Is it bad that I don't disagree too much? No, on principle, bringing Putin and Zelensky, which is important to recognize here, Zelensky, to the table is what is supposed to happen. Okay, but he's not supposed to be chirping like this in front of the fucking cameras. Okay, even if Zelensky's like, Mr. President, we need security assurances. Like, here are the valid reasons as to why we need some security from the American side. Like, we won't actually tilt the scales at all, but we understandably want, you know, land back and also a formative security assurance here from you guys in exchange for these fucking minerals. Okay, if that's the case, then that conversation is supposed to take place behind closed doors. When you do that conversation out and about in broad daylight, and then also fucking lose your shit like this, like, I don't know where we go from here, you know? He's not wrong when he says Ukraine doesn't have the cards. Yeah, he's right. That's why Zelensky is, you know, thanking every European ally on the timeline, okay, on Twitter, but that's not going to move the needle. I don't think that Europe, especially right now, has the capability of mounting a defense for Ukraine without the United States of America, okay? Especially because Ukraine does not have the manpower to continue defending itself from Russian forces. But everyone already understands this, except for Trump, I guess. I don't know. Or he understands it, but he still wants to be fucking a bully. I never thought I would see HasanAbi plus Putin apologist. Fuck you, Putin puppets. Wait, what? Putin apologist? Dude, this is the kind of attitude I think that liberals need to shake away very quickly. Like, they need to stop doing this. I need you to understand, like, this invasion will always end by terms dictated on the battlefield. And currently, the terms dictated on the battlefield do not look great for Ukraine. It doesn't look great for Russia either, which is why they are willing to come to the table. What is the liberal approach to end the war? I feel like there is none. Yeah, that's the other side of the problem. That's why this is happening, because the reasonable liberals, the liberals of sound mind, I guess, thought that this would just continue the way it is with Donald Trump. Ukraine cannot get back the land taken by Russia. They cannot continue this war for another year. It's either say Putin's a thug, but that's not going to result in anything. I know. But having said that, the way that Trump is going through this process is also fucking insane, because Trump is also undermining the ceasefire himself. It is in his best interest not to fuck over Zelensky, at least actively and openly in broad daylight in the way that he is, especially without a replacement in mind. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, there is no replacement in mind for Zelensky that is pro-Russia, for example, if that's the goal here. Like, he's just literally going on a whim. He's just operating on, he is running American policy on pure narcissism right now. What Trump says in this moment is also inconsequential. Just like what he said about ethnically cleansing Gaza was utterly inconsequential. What matters is what the other people who will actually cut these deals will say. That's why I'm not even that interested in what Zelensky's appearance is going to look like at 6 p.m. Okay, in 15 minutes when he goes on Bret Baier. I'm interested to hear what Marco Rubio is going to say at 9 p.m. on CNN. Later tonight at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, Marco Rubio is going to go on Caitlin Collins' show and describe the events that unfolded. He is going to, of course, predictably defend Trump and glaze Trump, but he will most likely communicate a more reasonable approach that will help me make a better assessment of, like, what the meta is here, what the goal is here, because this is how it usually goes. This happened last time around as well. Last Trump administration, the last time around, the Trump administration would deliver an important address to the nation, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Last time around, Donald Trump would just come off and say insane stuff over and over again, right? A source close to Trump told me Zelensky should use his interview with Bret Baier to apologize to Trump. I'm going to repeat this one more time. America has always burned assets, okay? That's normal. They've just never burned an asset that is a whole ass sovereign nation with like 40 million people after using and abusing them and you know, stealing their natural resources purely on the whims of one madman. I don't know what the goal is. I don't know where they go here, but I do think that Zelensky will probably apologize. No matter how much Zelensky apologizes, there's no shot Trump will cave in. We can only rug pull the Kurds every time. This is a new level. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is, they're treating Ukraine like Kurdish militias in the region, in the Middle East. It is not one madman. It is simple deployment of troops globally, and also 60% of said stores, logistics. What? Trump lies. It is not one madman. No, it's definitely one madman. What you think? You think Marco Rubio wanted Trump to behave like this? You can look at his face. I don't think he wanted Trump to behave like this. And if you're trying to say like it's Trump and Putin, sure, fair. But I don't think even Putin thought Trump would behave like this. Yeah, Ukraine getting dropped harder than the SDF when the Turks appear on the hills. Exactly. Dude, for the record, Elent News can also attest to this. He's been here throughout this entire process, I believe. But like, I said this probably a million times in the past 3 years. The inevitability of America just being like, all right, we're done with you. Okay? This is what we do. This is not foresight. It's not hindsight. It's just sight. This is what we do. I've had this conversation a lot. I've had this exact same conversation on multiple occasions as the NATO heads would yell at me non-fucking stop about how I was in support of Adolf Hitler. Things were arguably looking up for Zelensky this morning. Now Trump is going to make him apologize on Fox News, probably in English, Ukrainian, and Russian. Yeah, probably in English, Ukrainian, and Russian. Yeah. When was the last time U.S. did that? Just drop them? Wait, what? Every single instance. Virtually every single one of our supposed military allies we've done this to. It's always. Yeah, it was sadly coming. Saw it with the SDF, Afghan government, now Ukraine, etc. Everyone gets dropped by Uncle Sam eventually. Yes. Everyone. Always. And forever. This is American foreign policy. This is how it works. Welcome to those who accept Israel. Dog, Israel is America.
And in the last few minutes, we're also hearing from Fox News in the United States that a White House official has told them, and I quote, Trump kicked out Zelensky. He did not walk off on his own. The rare minerals deal was not signed. The White House says the Ukrainians were, and again I quote, begging to reset. But Rubio and Waltz, that's Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, informed them Zelensky needs to leave the White House grounds and return when he's ready for peace. The president and US officials felt disrespected by Zelensky's rhetoric and demeanour, and they cited that he was shrugging and rolling his eyes throughout the conversation. At the end of that extraordinary back and forth in the Oval Office, President Trump told reporters that this would make great television. Well, it did that, but it certainly has not made great diplomacy. It has set back efforts to bring about peace in Ukraine by some distance. What was played out for the world to see was just remarkable. It really began when President Trump suggested that he was not aligned with Russia or Ukraine, but was somewhere in the middle. If that statement from a president of the United States doesn't tell you that the geopolitical plates have shifted, nothing ever will. And then, of course,
Remember how you get called a fucking tanky for this take on U.S. foreign policy like 3 months ago? I got called a fucking tanky for this take on U.S. foreign policy, 2 years ago as well. It's not just 3 months ago. The needle drop. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. We are watching the American foreign policy collapse in and of itself and move in the trajectory of being a more violent force than even previously, while dropping all pretense of doing any sort of soft power initiatives. Welcome to the new meta of the dying empire.
President Zelensky wanted to know what diplomacy meant because he says Vladimir Putin doesn't honour ceasefires. That's what prompted the Vice President J.D. Vance to intervene and accuse him of being disrespectful. And it ultimately came to the point where President Trump then said that he was gambling with World War III. Don't tell us what we're going to feel in future. You're in no position to do that. Make a deal or get out. Well, they didn't make the deal, and he has got out. And right now, I think it is a defining moment for Ukraine, for Europe, for America, and arguably for the world.
Now I want to bring back Chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett for more context here. Major, we're just learning the White House has said that after the meeting, the Ukrainian officials left the Oval Office in a separated...
That's the other part of this. Blowback, most likely to Europe first and foremost, and then definitely to America as well. But that's not in the immediate future. Okay? Yeah, I know the Zelensky interview is apparently going to be on Fox News in 6 minutes, I know, with Brett Baer, where he most likely will apologize to Donald Trump. That's what I think. But yeah, what is blowback? It's perhaps one of my most famous quotes about America and what it deserves and what it did to itself.
I personally feel that this entire dismantling was the only way to do it because I tried for so hard to empty out the ocean with a bucket, but I saw that it did nothing. So there was nothing in the past that came close to the efficacy that we're seeing now.
Right. You don't need a bucket. You just need a chainsaw. One more thing is up next.
Room, and it sounds like they were waiting to see if they could re-engage in some conversations that didn't happen, and essentially they were escorted out. Based on your reporting, is that pretty extraordinary?
Very. It's for the moment, and President Trump can and does sometimes change his
clips,
mind
not
and
quotes.
perspective.
No, I got quotes and clips too, but also quotes.
This could be put back together, but for the moment, it is a significant, hard to repair breach in relations between President Zelensky and President Trump. And why was Zelensky here? He was here because through this week, there had been a negotiating process that we were told had led to an agreement about U.S. access on a long-term basis to rare earth minerals in Ukraine. That would be an important linkage of the two countries. And the Trump administration saw within that agreement not only a way to recoup some of the money sent to Ukraine. It's not anywhere near as much as President Trump says. He always says $350 billion. It's much closer to $120 billion. But this would be a way to recoup some of that, a priority for President Trump. And the administration and the Ukrainians agreed that that linkage, economically and otherwise, would be a de facto way of the United States saying, we're here with Ukraine, and this is an implied security guarantee. This was very important for the Ukrainians to establish. The terms were negotiated all this week. They were more favorable to Ukraine than the original proposition that came from the Trump administration, but they were going to put this deal together. Now that appears to be off for the time being. And President Trump is quite clearly using that as leverage over the Ukrainians, not only in the context of whatever may be negotiated to end this war, but continued U.S. involvement in Ukraine. So the president's terms are now clear. If President Zelensky leaves Washington and goes back to Ukraine, he will not be welcomed back to the White House until the terms have become even more favorable to the administration, less favorable to Ukraine. So these next few hours will be crucial in determining whether any of this can be repaired, or at least a semblance of patching them back together can be begun.
Okay, Major Garrett, thank you so much. Again,
well, if you can just take a snapshot of what's on social media on the Ukrainian side to give a flavour of how many young Ukrainians are responding to those extraordinary scenes that we've just...
Oh, proof of what you're saying Israel's building up? No, I know that this is an emergency arms release that does not require congressional review. I know. I already mentioned that. And they're also mobilizing mobilizing troops as well. And also the American government, we found out, the Trump administration told Israel that if they wanted to, they could have attacked Lebanon during the funeral proceedings of Hassan Nasrallah. As a matter of fact, they said, we would like for you to do so. I don't know why, but apparently MSNBC is insisting this was planned by Trump, going by mom watching it, stating you'd never have a vice president speak or be there or something. Oh. Do you think Zelensky should apologize? Personally, I don't think he should. But because of how much power it would give Trump over him, he does have that power over him. And what do you mean? I think he will apologize. But this is why I said what Trump is saying here doesn't really matter all that much either. What Marco Rubio says is more important. What Marco Rubio says is more important than what Trump
Tune into
says.
Special Report. President Zelensky is set to be interviewed by Brett Baer after that huge blow-up with President Trump. All right, stay tuned for that. First up, Jesse.
I wonder what Brett's going to ask Zelensky.
About his outfit.
All right. Pickleball season is upon us. Spring has sprung. Go to the Fox shop, foxnews.com, shop to purchase your brand new Fox News pickleball set. 2 paddles, 1 ball. It's only $70. You can afford it. It is the...
What the fuck? Oh, God. This part was so funny. The Zelensky can't come back right now. Anyway, let's continue.
Just witnessed in the Oval
I'm waiting
Office.
for the Brett Baer, okay?
Actually, for Vladimir Zelensky for standing up to Donald Trump's language, berating him on the in front of television cameras.
I do think it's kind of wild that like fucking Brett Baer and the conversation that he's having with the Ukrainian president is like is potentially going to impact American foreign policy to a certain degree. Like that is kind of crazy.
Cameras, as you said, accusing him of gambling with World War III. J.D. Vance then telling him he needs to be more thankful. And that really uncomfortable scene of this wartime president, his arms folded,
That's in 3 hours, brother? No, it's not. It's right now. Once this is over, it's going to start. It's at 6 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern.
And then being really sort of shouted down, trying to sort of stand his ground and give the reality from the ground here in Ukraine, but only to be told that he shouldn't.
Good evening. Welcome to Washington. I'm Brett Baer. Breaking tonight, what was supposed to be a major step forward toward peace in Ukraine turned into a verbal warfare today at the White House. President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky engaging in a tense argument in the Oval Office.
What about good position? You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people.
The American leader canceled the scheduled signing of a rare earth mineral deal and essentially kicked his guest out of the building, saying he can, quote, come back when he is ready for peace. We will speak with President Zelensky in just a moment right here on set. But first, to set the table and give context to today's Oval Office meeting, senior White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich joins us live from the North Lawn. Good evening, Jackie.
Good evening, Brett. No deal, no joint news conference, even though that meeting began warmly. The president wanted the minerals deal signed as back pay for previous U.S. support, while the peace talks continue with discussions for post-war security guarantees to come later, emphasizing the need for diplomacy with Russia. Zelensky warned not to trust Putin, again demanding security, and the world watched as it unraveled.
Not even a handshake. Ukrainian President Zelensky's delegation piling into an SUV outside the West Wing after President Trump told him to leave the White House grounds. White House officials say the Ukrainians begged to reset as Secretary of State Marco Rubio and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz delivered the news. The president posting online, Zelensky disrespected the United States of America in its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for peace.
Your people are very brave, but you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty.
The talks went off the rails. The Ukrainian ambassador visibly distressed, head in hand, as Zelensky again voiced the need for security guarantees, which were not part of the minerals deal. The U.S. viewing its stake in Ukraine's development as a guarantee of its own.
I met with Zelensky this morning. I urged him to stay on.
Libs are so funny, dude. He's like, polling USA, calling Ukraine a proxy is insane, dude. Brother, I said, brother, this war absolutely started by Russia and they're entirely responsible for the bloodshed. But if you think Ukraine has any say in this equation, I don't think you've been watching what's going on for the past month. Why would Zelensky show up to even sign Trump's deal? Like, that is, it's so crazy to me that liberals are still operating on this like, no, this is actually Ukrainian sovereignty. Ukraine is making sovereign decisions here. Like, how, what is this? Why would Zelensky show up if there was any autonomy in this process? Zelensky's ask for security assurances is absolutely reasonable. Yes, this is about democracy. What are people saying? I just don't understand what they're watching and what's unfolding in front of their eyes doesn't make sense to the way that they have they've designed this world.
Answer to Vice President Vance's demand was not enough to reset today. The president, now headed to Mar-a-Lago, said Zelensky won't accept an immediate ceasefire. Meantime, Ukrainian lawmakers are alarmed that Putin is laughing, and Russia did try to watch this closely today. A Russian state media reporter snuck into the Oval Office before getting kicked out. Brett.
Jackie Heinrich, live in the North Lawn. Jackie, thank you. We are pleased to welcome back to Special Report Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Mr. President, thank you for the time today, especially on this day, to continue to do this interview. President Trump said after your meeting that you disrespected him and the Vice President and all of America in the Oval Office. Do you think you did, and do you think you owe an apology to President Trump?
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the invitation for this dialogue, and good evening to all your country, to all Americans. I'm very thankful to Americans for all your support. You did a lot. I'm thankful to President Trump and to Congress bipartisan support. And I was always very thankful from all our people. You helped us a lot from the very beginning during 3 years of full-scale invasion. You helped us to survive. Anyway, we are strategic partners, and even in such tough dialogue, and I think we have to be very honest, and we have to be very direct to understand each other, because it's very, for us, very necessary to President Trump, and I'm with all respect that he wants to finish this war, but nobody wants to finish more than we.
He's not
because
apologizing.
We in Ukraine, we are in this war. We are in this battle, and battle for freedom for our lives. So I'm just telling that I think that we have to be on the same side, and I hope that the president on our side together with us, and that is very important to stop Putin. And I heard from President Trump a lot of time that
why shouldn't he?
He will stop the war, and I hope he will, and we need to pressure him with Europe, with all the partners.
Unless he
and
calls
I think
Xi
this
Jinping
dialogue
after
had to
the
be
fucking
a little bit earlier to understand
Trump shit?
where we are. Like, you know, I don't remember exactly, but like President Reagan said, that peace is not just an absent the war. Yes, we're speaking about just and lasting peace, about freedom, about justice, about human rights. And that's why I said that I think so, that ceasefire, and you know Putin, he broken 25 times ceasefire during all these years, 10 years.
So I'm not hearing from you, Mr. President,
Oh my God, Brett Bayer's dressing him down.
No, I respect President, and I respect American people, and if, I don't know, if I think that we have to be very open and very honest, and I'm not sure that we did something bad. I think maybe sometimes some things we have to discuss out of media, with all respect to democracy and to a free media. But there are things that where we have to understand the position of Ukraine and Ukrainians, and I think that is the most important thing. Yes, we are partners. You know, we are very close partners. We have to be fair. We have to be very free.
I'm told that you were told multiple times from lawmakers on Capitol Hill and the White House to make today about the minerals deal and the economic deal, and then get it signed and let negotiations play out over security guarantees step by step. Is that true?
I said that we have to sign this document, and we are ready for this, and this will be the first step to security guarantees, but it's not enough. I think so. Maybe I don't know something. I don't know some details. That's why I wanted to share it with the president.
He's not apologizing.
My thoughts, and to hear him.
Oh my
again,
God!
Because he has a plan how to stop Putin, and maybe,
I apologize
as I said,
to
maybe it's
I apologize
out
to
of
Zell
big
Disney.
conversations, but we have to share it. You know. This is so sensitive, you know, just a ceasefire without security.
What does he know that I don't know? This is what I don't understand. He, by the way, under no circumstances does he owe Trump an apology. Make no mistake.
America on our side, and that America will.
Of course, he doesn't owe him an apology. But Trump is a fucking narcissistic psychopath. Does he not? Does he think he can reason with the Republicans? Like, I don't understand.
Europeans, we don't need to lose.
Does he think he can reason with the Republicans by communicating directly to the American population? Does he think that he can break through the fucking MAGA hallucinations? Like, that is insane.
Don't need to lose Europe, and they also want to know next steps. We have to be very open to understand how to stop the war.
Right. But do you think the public spat in the Oval Office in front of the media served Ukrainians well today?
I think this kind of spat is I mean, this this is not good for both sides anyway, and I'm very open, but I can't, change our Ukrainian attitude to Russia, and I don't want they kill us for us. This is very, very clear that Americans are the best of our friends, Europeans are the best of our friends, and Putin with Russian, their enemies. And it doesn't mean that we don't want peace. We just want to recognize the reality, the real situation.
President Trump is convinced.
Damn, maybe Eastern Europe is not your forte.
Never sign a deal.
Okay, just wait.
What I think, Ukraine wants peace, and we will have anyway diplomacy. We will have negotiations. I only said that I think so. It's about just and lasting peace. It means that we have to be very strong at the table of negotiations, and at these negotiations, Ukraine and Russia, like sides of this war, have to be, and the United States and Europe. That's what I said. So we are ready for peace, but we have to be in strong position. What does it mean? Just to know that our army is strong, that our partners with us, and that we have security guarantees. Am I not right?
Leaving the White House today, President Trump said this.
He's looking to go on and fight. He wants to come back right now, but I can't do that.
Bro, Ukraine is your kryptonite. You somehow
do you want
always
to continue fighting? Do you want peace?
Okay, y'all are some of the dumbest people I've ever fucking encountered. Dude, this doesn't change the fucking insanity of Donald Trump. What is wrong with you? Even him apologizing most likely would not have changed the insanity of Donald Trump. You're misunderstanding my point.
Again, the deal on minerals is the first step to security guarantees. It's meant for the peace, closer to peace. That's why I'm here. And we have tough situation. To understand it is to be in Ukraine. You saw it, Brad. You was once. Thank you again. So I think that's very important to understand what's going on. But I respect my soldiers and our people, our civilians who work and support our warriors. I can't say just stop. Nobody will stop, because everybody afraid that Putin will come back tomorrow. We want just and lasting peace. It's true. We want security guarantees. We raise this topic about NATO the quickest way, but not all the countries are on this side. I said, okay, if not NATO, nobody is pushing. If not NATO, let's build NATO in Ukraine. That's my position. Europeans are ready to have contingents on our territory, boots on the ground. United States thinks maybe to help, maybe USA backstop, have to be just to guarantee that they are with Europeans. Look at Europe, it's strong, it became stronger, but they also want to have allies like the United States. That's what I said. I just want to understand what the peace. It's not my question, Brad. This is the question from all our people.
You mentioned when I traveled to the front lines with you last year to see the situation, to mark the anniversary of the war, and this is what you told me back then.
Will Ukrainians survive without Congress support? Of course, but not all of us. It will be tragedy for all of us, not only for Ukraine, not only for Ukrainians, for all Europe. Yeah.
So the question today is, can Ukraine win this war or hold off Russia without continued U.S. support?
It will be difficult for us. That's why I'm here. That's why we speak about the future negotiations. It will be difficult without your support, but we can't lose our values, our people. We can't lose our freedom. So a lot of people, Russians came to our territory, you know it. Russians came to our houses, and everybody saw it, video, images, a lot of things. They killed so many people. Just to forget it, just to say that Putin is a great guy? No, without us. We don't want it. That's why we speak about, everybody remembered how it was the first days of the war, how they came nobody wants in Ukraine. Yes, of course, nobody will forget it, but nobody wants to have, again, new wave of occupation. That's why when we say, no NATO, what security guarantees can we have? I'm not pushing, we are not pressuring, we're just asking, we're just sharing very clear messages to our friends, to Americans.
Right.
If you stay with us, thank you so much, but let's do the infrastructure of security guarantees. Let's just share with our people, that America stay with us. That's great. We count on it. But just to share it and to say it, that's all.
How does the war end? How do you get to a deal? You're at a place right now where there is no deal. How do you get it back on track?
I think that Europe is ready for contingents and to help us with financing of big army, such big as we have now. This is our army, is the part of security guarantees. Now we want to just to find the place for our biggest strategic partner, for the United States, or United States will propose where and how a United States will give us security guarantees, what kind of and what part of volume of security guarantees. And when we will be ready with this, we will come to diplomacy.
In Trump world,
to diplomacy. Yes, with Russians, Europeans, United States, and we. Four of us, I think this is real way, because with weapon, it's too long, it's not enough. We don't have enough weapon to push them out, and we don't see now, for now, we don't see really big volume of new support from the United States, but with all respect again. So for today, we'll be ready with security guarantee. Really, when I say NATO, it's not about that we are focusing on this war. It's about very understandable infrastructure of security guarantees. And you see that no NATO countries for today.
You think Zelensky actually disrespected Donald Trump? What are you, fucking insane?
Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican from South Carolina, he has
came
been
to
a
fucking
big
grovel and
proponent
beg.
of you and of Ukraine, said this today after the meeting.
This, on the other hand, will be seen as further evidence of the disrespect by the fucking MAGA crowd. I think Zelensky thinks Americans broadly will listen to reason. Not on mute. We already heard this before. Shut the fuck up.
Do business with Zelensky again. He either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change.
I feel like this is going to cause Trump to dig his heels in.
Resigning. Is that on the table?
I don't know if he will be happy after my words. This decision can do only people of Ukraine.
Oh, Brace. Oh, shit.
You're not going to
Brace
step down to do a peace deal.
No, I was always ready. I'm not sure that is a good idea for this such proposals. But anyway, I always said if United States will support NATO, so I think that it's enough for Ukraine. So I think I did all I had to do. And if somebody is not happy with me, okay. But between us. Yes, Americans vote for American president. Each European country vote for their president, and only Ukraine. With all respect to Lindsey, if I can say Lindsey, we know each other. Yes, and only Ukrainians.
Democrats have had
their president.
Democrats have had the opposite reaction to the Oval Office meeting. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut posted this: "What just happened in the Oval Office was a planned ambush designed to help a brutal Russian dictator and hurt America's security. Trump has become Putin's lapdog, and America's global power is hemorrhaging as America sides with dictators over democracy. What an embarrassment." Do you think the confrontation in the Oval Office today was pre-planned, like Senator Murphy suggests?
I don't know.
You don't know? You think maybe?
I don't know. No. I don't. I don't know about it. I think no. I think it was just a really tough situation because we've been very open, very direct.
What set you off? What made you mad? Because they said your tenor and tone.
It's not about mad. It's not, Brad. You see, how to say, when you are in the United States, and for example, president or vice president or somebody or senators, it doesn't matter, big politicians, yes, when they, for example, say that Ukraine is almost destroyed, that our soldiers run away, that they are not heroes, that Ukraine lost millions of civilians, that his president is dictator, you know? What is the reaction? It's not about me. The reaction is that where is our friendship between Ukraine and the United States? That's it. This is filling. And that's why I do not want to lose our great partners at the United States. And I just said that it's not the first
Bro,
time.
I swear to God, Trump is such a fucking insane sociopath. He's going to sell Ukraine to Russia.
And I said, please, be
This is going to cause Trump to disband NATO in its entirety, I feel
like. Be correct with this number. When you say about the number,
Zelensky is far too good faith. He does not understand how selfish Americans are.
When you speak about
this is the craziest thing I've ever watched.
It's not just territory, it's houses. It's people's lives. You know, their fathers, mother, their relatives, grandfather, they died or during this war. Nobody wants to forgive Putin. It's not funny, you know, or fairy tale. This is real life. That's what I said. And when you said it, a lot of times to my big friends who've been here today in our dialogue, and then they again begin to repeat the same things, I think it's not. That's why I said it's not good way between partners, good partners and friends. That's it. And I think that if journalists asking questions to president, with all respect to vice president, he has his interview.
Mr.
This
President,
is our dialogue.
Shouldn't this dynamic, if you're going to be like this, be behind closed doors, not?
Of course. And
so do you regret that? Are you regretting that happened today?
Regretting? Yes, I think it was not good. I think it was not good because we had a lot of different dialogues. I'm always open to
Isn't it funny
media,
how they're basically saying exactly what I was saying?
Things. I just
Chatters,
want to be
dickhead
honest,
chatters who
and
say
I
you don't
just
understand
want our
Eastern European
partners to
politics.
understand the situation correctly. And
what did I say?
want
Half a
to
fucking
understand
hour ago or
everything
2 hours
correctly.
ago.
That's about us. Not to lose our friendship.
A couple more things. What
this kind of back and forth is supposed to happen behind closed doors, not in fucking broad daylight. These conversations are supposed to happen.
I think so. United States wanted this deal very much. And we've been not against this deal. But we wanted to understand what parts
Trump is going to go crazy after this interview, by the way.
And what next steps. Just again to understand for our people. During the war, what you don't like, even sometimes hate, surprises. It's understandable. Many terrible things this war brought to us. So we don't want any surprises. Yes, that's why we want to be very fair with our partners. And I think this deal, it was prepared by teams. It was not simple during weeks. And now it's ready. I think that they have to sign. The countries have to sign. The ministers have to sign. That's it. I don't know when they will do it. It depends on the American side.
So
exactly.
the minerals deal did not have security guarantees listed in it.
It's a part.
The security guarantees?
This is the part in the infrastructure of security guarantees. Because, for example, President Trump shared that I think so that if we will be there in some productions and etc. in minerals, that Putin will never come on this territory where we are. And I said to him, don't trust Putin. Why? I said, because it's not, we respect and we believe in strongness of the United States. But I said to him that we had more than 20 companies, American companies, big companies on the territory of Ukraine. And we had offices, even on temporary occupied territories. For Putin, it doesn't matter. It's American, European company or Ukrainian, it doesn't matter. He just came and occupied it. That's what I said. I think this is a great idea, how to strengthen Ukraine and how to make business between two countries, how to make additional jobs for two countries. But it's not just this will not save us.
I read what the Democratic senator said, that Trump has become Putin's lapdog. Do you agree with that President Trump is too close to Vladimir Putin in your mind?
Brett, shut up!
We spoke about it, and I think today
Brett,
very openly,
stop baiting him!
He said that I want to be in the middle, otherwise I will not put these guys at the table.
And is he right?
I want really, I want to be very honest, I want really him to be
they're gonna nuke you,
more at our side. I will explain why. Because it's
Trump
not
is gonna
just
let
that the
Putin
war
nuke
began
you,
somewhere between our countries. The war began when Russia brought this war to our country, and they are not right. And they are not right. They didn't respect our territorial integrity. They brought the war on our territory to our families. Sorry for repeating, to our houses. And they're not right. And of course, all the Ukrainians want to hear strong position of the United States on our side. From one side, it's understandable. From another side, he wants to find some way of dialogue with Putin. But he always said, as I remember, he always said that peace through strength. And that's why I think that he's strong, United States strong, two parties together in this question, two parties always together against Russia. You're very strong to do strong steps against Putin.
Americans are worried about where the money has gone.
Yeah.
Will there be a very rigorous accounting of where the money has gone? It seems like there is some question about whether there's corruption or sold military equipment.
No, it can't be so. 100 billions we've got during 3 years.
183 from the U.S.
Yeah. Now, on the paper, in the documents, yes, but we have, in fact, because 67 came like a weapon. It came through the border. It's checked and it's fixed by everybody, and we shared it not once with the American side. And 31.5, it was direct financial support to the budget. Again, it's very open. It's digitalized. It's open, free, and please, if somebody wants to check it again, we are very, very open with this.
Last thing, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Do you think your relationship with Donald Trump, President Trump, after today, can be salvaged?
Can be. Yes, of course, because it's relations more than two presidents. It's the historical relations, strong relations between our people. And that's why I always began with to thank your people, from our people. And this is the most important. And of course, thankful to the President
it's
and
not
of course
a democracy.
to Congress, but first of all to your people.
Please,
your people
stop.
help to save our people. People, the first.
The people's
Human
wishes
rights,
don't matter.
The first.
They're
This
not
is
on your
very,
side,
very
Zelensky.
important. And we are
MAGA
thankful.
is a cult.
And
Don't
sorry
say
for
it.
this. I mean, this we wanted very much to have only
He
strong
literally
relations,
thinks he can
and I'm
reason with
very
the American
confident we will
public.
have it.
It's insane.
Mr. President, we're honored that you kept this interview. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
When we come back, we'll bring in our panel for analysis.
This was one of the most insane things I've ever seen. Okay? I think he legitimately thinks if he talks directly to the MAGA audience, okay, that they will listen to reason. They will not. Also, the opinions of the MAGA crowd in general are utterly irrelevant in this process. They're not relevant at all. Trump's own personal mania is the most relevant factor. I think ultimately it's defense contractors and where they go and what their interest is, but any sort of posturing against Donald Trump will do everything in his fucking power to undermine that deal, especially after Zelensky actively said, no, I'm not apologizing. You are all brain dead. I think people don't understand my position here. Okay? People don't understand where I'm coming from. I'm not saying Zelensky is in the wrong. Okay? I don't even think he disrespected or undermined Donald Trump this morning. What I'm simply stating is Trump is not normal. He is insane. He very clearly did an insane thing today. What the fuck? That's it. Do you have a Ryan Ruth apology form? First of all, I've been a #1 Ryan Ruth loyalist since day one, so I don't need to apologize for anything. If he says sorry, he would be toast among Ukrainians. They are embattled. Bro, I'm serious. I just fuck. All right, I'm gonna talk to Brace Belden right now. Okay, Trump is gonna tweet out that I didn't hear sorry or some shit like that, and then oh my god, look at what they're fucking posting. This is the dumbest. We are in officially the dumbest stage of history. It is completely psychotic. All right, I'm calling Brace Belden. to make sense of the senseless, okay? That's right. The gay pussy eater, racial Jake. You know him by many different names. I know him as journalist and also sometimes as friend. He didn't like that last part. Brace Belden, ladies and gentlemen.
Merhaba, Hasan.
Wow. Mehmet came out. Mehmet came out real quick.
Just for the journalists out there, as of course some people here call them journalists out there, I'm visibly Semitic, and so any kind of criticism that you might be thinking during this, you got to squash it now. I've been circumcised more times than I can fucking count.
More times than Tony DeCoppel.
You don't think it's? Let me ask you, if I'm wondering, he's the richest man in the world. He's the second most powerful person in the United States, arguably the most powerful. He's got a ton of male sons. I think it's a fair question to ask if those sons are circumcised.
Ooh, interesting.
It's fair. I think it's fair because
the answer is yes.
Oh yeah.
Most likely. But Brace, thank you so much for coming on. Now, initially, I wanted to have you on because you are the resident liberal expert on a million different things, but most importantly, of course, Jeffrey Epstein. Who is someone who tragically took his own life, as you know, on that fateful evening where the Manhattan Correctional Institute seemingly had its cameras go out for the 7.5 minute process where that deed took place, and the prison guards were also asleep, seemingly. In that 7.5 minutes, it's just a freak accident after freak accident after freak accident, as you know. New York financier Jeffrey Epstein. Now, initially we were going to talk about that, but something else happened today, and it's something that you're also very knowledgeable on as a liberal journalist. It's the Zelensky stuff.
Volodymyr, he got schlonged, Hasan. I mean, can you believe it? It was crazy.
I can.
Me too, but that was I don't know. I just got home, so I've not, maybe you've talked about this at length. The JD Vance thing, it's a bit much. No, it's a bit much. Like Trump can do art of the deal.
Yeah.
But you get JD in there and he's high on getting praise for going to Munich and like talking his shit.
Yeah.
And so he's trying to do a Munich too by being like, and another thing, you got to fucking say thank you to Donald Trump.
Yeah. That was crazy.
I
mean, this is it. I'm showing it to you as well, what I'm looking at on screen. Have you said thank you once? He's so sick.
I mean, he's so sick.
He's so cool.
You hear that? Usha, have you said thank you?
Yeah. Usha is quaking when she thinks about how much of an alpha dog, but also millennial coded JD Vance is.
I've been wondering, and I've for a long time I thought Huma Abedin was the most beautiful South Asian powerful woman in the world. And
I've heard you say this before. I don't disagree with you.
She is fucking watch that Wiener documentary. Pause. That she is looking gorgeous in that. Even Grace Under Fire, I would say that Grace Under Fire. Now she's with this dweeb Alex Soros, he looks like shit. George Soros is better looking.
Whoa. Do not disrespect Alex Soros, who I follow on Instagram for many, many years, and he's also a funder of this broadcast. Thank you, Alex Soros. I'm like, I got to do an NPR hit, when they do a Facebook. When they do like a Facebook story, and then they're like, we must tell you that Facebook is a contributor to the broadcast. Alex Soros is a contributor to the broadcast. Very important. Tier 3 subscriber, constantly gifts, a lot of subscriptions. Thank you, Alex.
Alex, if you are watching, you need to open up the relationship and get me in there. You need to open that thing up. I gotta get in there.
Yeah.
I love Huma.
He's just jealous. He wants to be poly with you, Alex.
But I will say, I thought Huma was my number one. I was like, okay, wow. And then Usha comes along, and I'm like, JD, where have you been hiding her? Because she is gorgeous, and ugly. Let's be honest. I'm not good looking myself, so I'm not trying to be like, but he's kind of, there's something wrong with him,
Yeah.
Like it's not right. You know what I'm saying? It's not right. And I think that Usha, whatever the situation is, if you need to be freed or whatever, if you want to come with Huma, I can get you. But he should send this to her every time that she's mad at him for like working late, sucking Donald Trump's dick.
I think JD wanted to be closer to being a South Asian man, and that's why he wears more eyeliner than a Pashtun Taliban member.
Yeah, he does look like he is Trump's Bakabazi. He's his dancing boy, and it's horrible.
Well, he was Peter
to see.
Thiel. That's what he did for Peter Thiel. So
I know it's great. He does. He's got like the second in command, like the lieutenant thing going on. But I think that what he did, Zelensky and I have had our differences. But what I think he did was unconscionable.
Such a funny thing to say. Sorry.
Just we have differences. I would have done things. But I felt a twinge of pity for Zelensky, and I'm fascinated because I felt pity for Zelensky when he first got in, because he was, he looked like he was going to be the peacemaker. I do think he tried. I think that nothing really could have. He was kind of getting it from both sides on that.
Oh yeah.
There was no way that was going to happen. And he kind of came into his own, but. The reality is, I don't really know what the argument is against what Trump's saying, because like they don't have any cards. Ukraine is losing the war. They've been losing the war for a while. And it's sort of hard to like, there hasn't been, especially from like all the Europeans who like really have stuck their necks out on this, or I don't know, stuck their necks out is the word, but like the Europeans have stuck with Zelensky for the most part. And,
my favorite, not to cut you off, but my favorite was when Keir Starmer, also known as Keir Stalin, came out and was like, "Oh, we're gonna send our shorts-wearing, 14,000 strong special forces into Ukraine," and then very quickly, almost immediately after he said that, but without American security cooperation assurances, this will be meaningless. That was the extent. Like even Macron, the Jupiterian figure, the real lord of Europe, even he has had like he's been positively Polish in the way that he has talked about Ukraine. He behaves like he's a part of the Polish parliament or something, where he's always like, we're gonna send the most military troops to Ukraine, and he's been saying it for months, like way before Keir Starmer ever came out and said things like that. So I don't know. I just don't see that being a real alternative if there is no more American security assurances coming down the line.
Yeah, I mean, what I thought was going to happen was that there was going to be some kind of like weird fucked up deal with the DMZ that's like manned by, whatever Russian and allied troops on one side, and or a weird security agreement with like French troops or British troops there. Now, I'm not really so sure, because the thing is, like, the U.S. kind of, with Nord Stream and with a lot of pressure on the Germans, like, have really altered Europe's economy in a major way in the past 4 years. And this is just like a complete reversal. I mean, I honestly, today has been a crazy one, because I assumed there would be some hard bargaining, some tough words, and maybe some tough love, but they just like they schlonged him, and then he had to like basically run out of the White House. And I know he's been giving interviews. What has he been saying in them?
Wait, are you talking about Trump, or are you asking what Zelensky's been saying? So Zelensky this morning came after weeks in Democrat, right? Which is a liberal. It's like the worst thing you can be. So he kept saying all that, but then Zelensky, of course, after Donald Trump met with all the European leaders and Modi, turned around and came to sign this mineral deal that he initially said he wasn't going to sign. The same mineral deal, from what I understand, the Biden administration was trying to get him to sign to begin with, but more quietly, and because, they're just that good at doing foreign policy.
A real player moves in silence.
Exactly. And he was ready to sign this deal, but I think in the process, like, JD Vance goaded him. Like, I mean, he just sat there and had to take like Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend, the really drunk looking guy who just looks like he has insanely high blood pressure. You know what I'm talking about? From OAN. I think he's on Newsmax or OAN, whatever his name is. But he was like, why don't you wear a suit ever? Which is a question that's on everyone's mind, certainly, but like time and place, right? And he had to basically sit there and eat it from not just like the peanut gallery, but from a guy who was a commentator on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's like having an Epoch Times guy shit on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I love that. I've encountered them many times. That they're like I don't even know if they're a news network. Aren't they just like a live stream thing? That's
yeah.
That's
It's
tough.
like me
I
being
will
in the
say
room for Joe Biden.
Yeah, I will say that the Republicans always fixate on Zelensky wearing a suit, and the reality is Zelensky is diminutive, right? Like he's short. He's like 5'2". Lilliputian, well, the guys from Gulliver's, the little men. And if you wear a suit and you're short, you really run the risk of looking like a child. And so I actually understand the choice not to do that. I think it's a tough one, and I think he made the right one in wearing his little uniformy kind of thing.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen. You know, I mean, that's the thing is a lot's gone down in the past couple months that has given me a bit of a raised eyebrow, and I was expecting this to like end in some crazy fucked up mineral deal that Ukraine signs, and we get like all their rare earth minerals, which I wasn't even aware that they really had that many.
Yeah.
And I mean, who knows?
I don't. The only thing I've seen is like some USSR mineral maps that they've had that they've retained seemingly.
Amazing. But now it looks like Zelensky left the White House in a huff, or was unceremoniously kicked out.
No, he was kicked out.
And so, dude, you don't want to get kicked out of the White House.
No,
that's tough.
No, you don't. So the question remains for me is, and there's a lot of people who are very mad at me because I said, what did I? Hold on, let me see if I can find this and pull up this tweet. But a lot of liberals are always mad at me about Ukraine.
Russia wins the war. Sorry,
yeah,
what did you say?
That's okay. That was in private that I told you. Okay, and you agreed, and you were like, yes, Russia
I didn't know
is
which
based.
one you were talking about.
Yeah, you were like, Russia is based. We are saddened by the tactical retreat that the brave Russian soldiers had to make. They needed that warm water port in Syria, you know. Anyway, but yeah, I said there's literally nothing Zelensky can do that will stop Trump and his admin from humiliating him. Obviously, our proxies are always powerless in these circumstances, but the decorum is totally broken. No care for diplomacy, the end of American soft power. And I think that's what's going on in general with like, you know, gutting the U.S. aid and basically, or trying to centralize it under the State Department as though they were like acting as a cutout for like Democratic Party NGOs or something. I think they like greatly misunderstand what U.S. aid was doing.
Yes, I agree with that.
And also simultaneously, I think like they're just moving in the direction of no more carrot, just stick, except for Israel, obviously. But Israel is more so an extension of the United States, so we don't talk about that as different. But this person calling Ukraine a proxy is insane, dude. So what do you think about all of this with your understanding of the situation?
I think from what I can gather, I mean, I don't really know how many cards Ukraine has without the U.S. to sort of paraphrase Trump there. I mean, there is a real question of like what the fuck they're going to do if America cuts off arms, because the European arms industry is not caught up yet. That's like a decades long fucking thing they got to do. And yeah, the reality is like they function in this sense as a proxy. I don't think that's really that controversial of a thing to say. I mean, it's not even like a moral judgment or anything like that. Like they're fighting this war with like American support, targeting troops on the ground, some reported, some not. Huge amounts, hundreds of billions of dollars. And yes, a lot of that money is spent on U.S. weapons, which is a fucking racket. But I don't really know how else to read that. I mean, they could not win this war, or this war would almost certainly be over in some way or another if the U.S. had not gotten involved to the extent that it did. I mean, it seems I wasn't even aware that was really a controversial thing to say outside of like, you know, Ukrainian nationalist circles or anything like that.
No, liberals outflank Ukrainian nationals in many respects on this issue. So especially because like they don't really lose anything in terms of just, you know, throwing up the flag. But I don't know. Maybe this is just a misunderstanding. But the reason why I brought this up is not to like go over petty grievances with like the account called Polling USA. The reason why I brought it up is because I want you to speculate on like what you think Zelensky has in his pocket. Like what, because I did genuinely think that he would play ball and maybe even grovel further on Brett Baer. And earlier, and I know you were watching this as well, he did not do that. Brett Baer actually baited him multiple times to be like, well, you're not actually, doing that. You're not actually apologizing to Donald Trump. And he instead delivered what I consider to be a relatively heartfelt and somewhat sincere plea to the American population, and specifically Donald Trump's base of support. And I don't know why he thought that. Is it foolishness? Does he think that like Americans give a shit? Does he think that like MAGA can listen to reason? Does he know something that we don't know? Or is Macron actually going to use nuclear first strike capabilities against Russia if Russia further undermines Ukrainian sovereignty? Like, what does he know?
I mean, it's funny. If he thinks that like he'll sway a majority of the MAGA movement or even like a significant minority, I think he is out of his fucking mind because they hate his ass.
They do. I mean, they're like, he's gay. He's doing trans stuff in Ukraine.
Like
That's
they don't even
think.
like. I think it's hard maybe for like a non-American to understand like how a lot of MAGA types kind of like they have like shibboleths or like images that they just like have these insane sort of like mythos or stories around, and like Zelensky is absolutely one of the main ones. I mean, it's like he's this he's sort of like the, I guess, like what when people think of like wasteful foreign aid or like Democrats stealing money or like Hunter Biden or anything like that, when MAGA people think of that stuff, it kind of all comes down and funnels down to Zelensky himself.
Yeah.
And he is not a sympathetic figure to a lot of Republicans, maybe some like GOP conservative types. And it's so funny because like
Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, exactly. But Lindsey Graham flipped.
Yeah, and he dropped him. He dropped him like a bad habit after basically goading him for years and years and being like, it's great that all Ukrainians are dying they're dying using our older weaponry that we shipped over there.
Yes. I mean, and boy, it's just whatever. Maybe Zelensky, if you have the tapes of Lindsey Graham and 16-year-old boys in Northern Virginia hotel rooms, to release them now. I do think that it's what you said earlier about like soft power sort of like going out the window. I think that's like I think it's like kind of true about like everything about the new Trump regime, is that in that like a lot of what they're doing, like the sort of looting or like the cutting away the regulations with doggy and all of the like foreign policy sort of like tough guy shit. It really is just like a way of doing what the U.S. has done for a long time without any of the niceties and without any of the bullshit, like Trump's kind of getting down to business here in a way that would like take other administrations maybe like 5-10 years to do, because they have to funnel this through this and this through this and get this guy elected and do this.
Yeah, but I think there's
like
a purpose for that, right? Like that's the reason why you have to manufacture consent. Like you have to, you have to do that to like try and maintain this idea around the world that America is like sometimes doing bad things, but like they're doing it for a greater good because America's the world police. And I think Israel accelerated the lie right after Ukraine, because like Israel and Ukraine happening so close to one another, like really showed the moral depravity to even people in Western Europe that were previously, in my opinion, oblivious to it or strategically ambiguous to it.
Yes.
And now it's obvious that like nobody gives a shit about the international rule-based order. That's not a real thing. But having said that, I still didn't think Trump would dismantle that soft power apparatus so quickly.
Yeah, it's funny because for a sec I was like, maybe they'll use it like how, for instance, like Germany, they give money to political parties and they have these overseas offices. And so like AFD, for instance, like has offices in other countries. I think they do, but like the Conservative Party, the Social Democrats do. And I was like, okay, well, maybe they'll use this in like a based way and they'll just like give their like support or like use soft power as like muscle behind whatever, Orban like candidate they can find anywhere. But I mean, again, it's been like a month and a half. So who knows, 2 months? No, like a month. actually. But that could still happen. It's just, it seems like, I don't know. Everything's still so in the fucking air right now with all like the cuts and like the fake cuts and the like moving shit around to state that like I actually have no idea. There's so much confusion that like I have no idea what they'll retain. And like it could be that they're doing the doggy thing of like strip it all away and then like put some back that you think you actually turns out that you need. And that could come in there. It's funny though, because like, again, to come back to this, like, you know, Ukraine would be like cause celeb or whatever among Republicans 30 years ago, 40 years ago, you know? I mean, we would have like, I mean, Azov guys would be like giving speeches at Congress. And although they have visited Congress, it's been under the aegis of the liberals. And so it's so funny to see all this shit. I mean, that's talk about a realignment, you know, it's sort of amazing. And it's funny because I think a lot of Democrats kind of lean into it because now it's almost seen as like an act of resistance against the nationalist GOP to just be, you know, doing as much foreign entanglement as possible. And, you know, part of this also could just be like pivot to China stuff, but and then that's all in confusion now too. So I have no idea.
Well, that's what I think, like the Vivek Ramaswamy foreign policy method that Tucker Carlson and like a select few Redditors were talking about before the Trump administration of decoupling Russia from China and then focusing all of our efforts on going to war with China is seemingly what this administration is moving in the direction of, it seems like. But I'm not saying that this will be successful. I just think that is kind of the direction that they're taking, it seems.
Yeah, that occurred to me as well because, like, you know, the Russia-China maximum friendship thing that they're doing. I could see that, but I just don't really see that really working. And also, like, these people are so fucking crazy and stupid that, like, sometimes I feel like I try to, like, ascribe them motivations or plans that, like, aren't actually there because I'm like, well, if I was doing this, this would be the reason I would be doing it because I'm, like, you know, a little canny or whatever. But, like, a lot of the times I think it's, like, purely, like, I don't know what Trump is talking about half the fucking time.
Yeah.
I think he tries to do, like a hard negotiating shit. Like, I think sending Vance to Europe was part of that. I think some of the shit he was saying to Zelensky was part of that. But then also, like, you know, he's a fickle individual. And so he could have gotten genuinely offended earlier. It's weird because, like, I mean, listen, again, me and Zelensky had a long, big falling out recently within the past few years.
Okay.
I don't think he was being that disrespectful.
He wasn't.
And so, like,
no, he wasn't.
I'm like, you know, he's ESL. What Zelensky should have done.
To be fair, we're both libs in this new administration.
And that's the thing is we are liberal. We
are liberals. We do like the Democratic Party, and I think that you know, Andrew Cuomo's great, and he's gonna hopefully get a leadership role.
Yeah. I know. You know, a lot of people have been calling me liberal Hitler lately, which I don't is not a title I accept. It's just what they call me. Cuomo is coming for my crown, and let me tell you, just one look at that. You know, you can look at a guy sometimes and be like, "There's more allegations out there." I know it. Happens, frankly, in your industry. You probably have to do that. You see that all the time.
Oh yeah.
But yeah.
One of my favorite liberals recently got taken out. I don't know if you know him. His name is Destiny. You know, I was very sad. As a liberal, I was very sad. I still defend him, of course, vociferously because
my God, he is, and it's a shame too because that body being out of circulation now. I mean, okay, well, there goes my experiments with bisexuality. Guess I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, Cuomo. What? Oh no, liberal. JD Vance, Ukraine. Duh, we love you. We
liberal
love
Hitler,
except for liberal Hitler. I'm gonna tell you right now. I think that JD Vance is a loose cannon, and they gotta lock his ass in the basement and give Usha to me. But I think that I don't know. I think that they're just going crazy. I mean, what they're doing is they're just really trying to I'm trying to how to figure out how to phrase this because I thought about this a lot earlier, but it's almost like they're just reorienting like their policy on this like lean tech line where it's like you can just do whatever you want and like you can break this rule and that rule and this rule and that rule, and it does sort of like seem like it jibes with a lot of kind of what's going on globally. Like, remember fucking Syria fell in like a week?
Yeah,
it feels like all institutions are basically the Assad government right now. Like the entire everything's the Ba'ath Party, and like can fall apart with like one blitzkrieg strike from a crazy guy.
Well, I mean,
and
to be fair, there was the GOAT who was really playing all sides behind closed doors on that one. He was.
And did you see that they trotted out Öcalan today?
Yeah.
Or yesterday?
Yeah.
But
that's your homie. Like, that's Big Dog. What's happening?
I mean, he was out. And the statement, frankly, is nonsense. And I talked to a lot of people, and everyone's like, I think everyone's just ignoring it. Like, he doesn't really have like. I mean, he's been out of the picture for like 35 years now.
Yeah.
In terms of like strategic orientation.
You're saying he's got no motion?
I don't know. I don't think he's got many. I don't think he's got a lot of motion. And I
think he's trying to. I think Erdogan. This is my wee woo speculation alert. Okay,
all good.
And I don't know, but I think that they're perhaps maybe a little worried about like a Israel style Kurdistan approach that might happen in this like very new territory that we're approaching with Middle Eastern politics. So instead, they want to get ahead of that by being like, see, this guy that we imprisoned for 35 years, he'll be the leader of the autonomous region that we design. And it'll be like a regional actor that is beholden to us, the Turkish government, rather than like an Israel-style ethno-state, which I don't even know if I would ever, I don't know if they could do that.
I mean, the Syrian Kurds came out yesterday and were like, actually, what he said doesn't apply to us, so we're not doing that. But I don't know. It got a rather muted response from people I talked to who know a lot more than me or a lot more connected than me. They were just like, yeah, I don't know. He's fucking like old as fuck now and he hasn't really been on the scene for a number of years. But Erdogan is I gotta tell you, was not expecting it, but he's had a hell of a year. Every year or two, I'm like, something's gonna happen to him. He's gonna get kicked out. He's gonna get killed. He's gonna get, he's gonna lose an election. But no, the guy keeps coming up on top.
Dude, he's always.
I don't like
look at how much he fucked over Putin with Syria. That was insane. He has like nuclear. Putin's on the one side selling him missile defense systems. Okay, big drama. All of a sudden, they're kicked out of the fucking F-35 program because we can't have the missile systems and the same fucking, and NATO planes on the same grid, I guess, except unless you're fucking Greece, then it's allowed. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. They're Christian, so I guess like it's okay if they have it. And then all of a sudden, he's working alongside. He's working with China too now. That part I do actually like. I think that's awesome. As you know, I mean, you're the leading advocate for the white Chinese movement. I have been a follower.
Chinese.
I have been a follower since day one.
Well, you're not really white, are you?
Well, I am quite literally white Chinese because my mother's maiden name is Uyghur.
No.
Yeah, my Cenk, my uncle. What's his last name?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Cenk Uyghur. That's not how I was pronouncing that.
Yeah, Uyghur is how you're supposed to say it, but it's fine. So technically, I am literally white Chinese. So.
Well, I mean, it's not really the Chinese part that I was. Are you BIPOC? I thought you were BIPOC.
Yeah.
Because are Turks white? This is a question I should just be asking on Twitter.
It depends. If you're in Germany, no, hell no. But I think in America, like they don't know enough, so they just go, oh, he's like spicy white. He's like, what is he, Italian? I think that's the way they treat it.
That is true. Nobody know. I mean, and also I know we talked about this before, but Greeks and Turks, I can't tell the difference.
Oh, I agree exactly. No, I say that all the time. Armenians too.
Oh yeah. But all the Aryans, the Caucasus types, I'm like, you guys, it's just one big eyebrow, and I love it, but it is what it is.
I agree.
I say this is somebody with very thin eyebrows, and so it comes from a place of racial jealousy, frankly. I think everything's. I'm like wondering who's going to try. You mentioned Macron earlier, and it really does seem like Macron was kind of meant to be, or like thinks he's meant to be, like this other sort of like the leader of a multipolar Europe in a multipolar world. But
he's a pan-European nationalist.
He really is.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's going to shake out for the guy.
Oh my God. I just imagine. Okay. Okay. Pan-European nationalist. He wears like a what's it called? A kufi, like the kente cloth, but with like NATO colors or EU colors.
Yes,
you know what I
dude.
mean?
Dude, we have to combine.
Oh
the
my God.
EU
Yeah,
with fucking-
pan-Euro nationalist Macron is hilarious.
Just steal everything from the Pan-African movement. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God. Oh, I mean,
Oh,
they've
wouldn't
certainly
be the
French
fucking first time the French stole from the Africans. You know?
not. Oh my God. And Macron, I think he's his. Have you been following the transvestigation into his wife?
Oh, Candace Owens, yeah, she's been doing formative work on this field when she's
It
not
is- it
when
is
she's
cr-
not
I had a
talking
guy-
about how Jews are controlling the media and
Her
and
anti-Semitism
defeating me.
is. I know, and it's tough because I feel like I'm talking to. I don't know enough about sports to make an analogy here. I feel like I'm talking to Mussolini and gassing up Hitler here because she is really her anti-Semitism. I'm sorry, you were never a fucking contender, brother.
Yeah, it's really
Her
fucked up.
anti-Semitism. She was Khazar theory. She's talking about the Frankists. Like these are shit that like you have to read a book to know about.
Yeah. No, it's like when you get nerdy with it, when you get nerdy with the theories, like that's my favorite thing about anti-Semites, and there's so much to like about them.
So
you
much
know,
about them.
but my
I mean,
favorite thing
they
about
really-
anti-Semites is when they like read the Talmud, or at least like they even lie to read about it or whatever. When it's like, I don't even think like outside of rabbinical school, Jews are out there fucking reading the Talmud.
Well, no, necessarily. I don't think so. No, we're mostly checking the Schwab accounts. But he, the thing is, Candace got to do this transvestigation of Brigitte Macron, who, by the way, let's be real, she is a phebophile. Because there's many rumors. I don't know if you've heard
Yeah.
this, that her husband is a little light in the loafers, that he might be a gay man.
Oh, Candace's husband. Yeah, I've listened to him talk, and I don't know if it's because he's just effete because he's British or because he's secretly gay.
It is tough. It is tough because they sort
Yeah.
of straddle that line. But he, it's. I'm like, I feel like you're trying to like put us. I think she's beautiful though, like in a real way. I do.
I agree. I think she is very. I hate to admit it, but I do think Candace Owens is attractive for sure.
Who's the best looking one of the guys that they have?
Oh, that's a tough one. There is not really.
I could never to answer that.
No, yeah, they're all so hot.
I know it's yeah.
No, it's
going
like
to CC's Pizza.
Like I think Ben Shapiro's the most manicured out of all of them. Like he like paints his eyebrows and stuff. You know what I mean?
That's crazy.
Yeah,
he is though. I could see having. How do I say this? I could see us hooking up in another life. You know what I'm
after
saying?
music school,
Like just fuck it.
You
Like,
see
I
him
could
playing
see
the
him-
violin, and you're like, wow, you're
Yeah.
making beautiful art. Let's make beautiful art together with our bodies.
Like I feel like. Actually, I've never seen the movie, but I feel like I could have a "Call Me by Your Name" thing with Ben Shapiro if in another life.
I've never seen the movie either, but I think
Me
it's,
either, but I get it's about.
so. There's okay. So inappropriate age gap relationship with Ben Shapiro.
Yeah. I feel like I'd have to be the older one because he's so little. But him and who? I mean, who else is it? Even is that Jack Posobiec? Horrible. Met him. He's horrible.
Oh, I know.
Horrible. Oh, and he
Mike
stunk. He
Cernovich
smelled.
too. Oh, he did.
Cernovich is he smelled. Posobiec smelled when I met him. I
Wait,
hugged
let me
him,
ask
too.
you this question about Jack Posobiec, who once famously, here's some lore for you, spent his entire wedding tweeting about me while he was getting married. He also was tweeting about me because I clowned on him while I was live, because I think it was at the time when like Papa John's was being falsely smeared as a racist for for saying
Papa-
the N-word a bunch of times. And so, if I recall correctly, Jack Posobiec, former Naval Intelligence Officer Jack Posobiec, purchased and exclusively had Papa John's pizza for catering for his wedding. And then when I joked about it, he spent the rest of his wedding tweeting at me.
Could you imagine like having to be? Thank God there's no like all the left wing products are like horrible like safety pin boxes or like asthma inhalers or something like that. Like I couldn't. There's no equivalent I could even do with that. But he it's to be on the right, you have to buy so many shitty fucking like white labeled products in order to support your friends. It must suck. Posobiec is not good looking. He's got the face of an alcoholic, which might be anti-Polish racism for me, but there's something there where it's like you can tell he wants to droop, and you know he gets like, you know, injections or whatever. He's out. Charlie Kirk looks too fucked up. If you think that he's good looking, I think Brace, the truth is right in front of us all along. It's JD fucking Vance.
I think JD Vance might be the hottest to do it.
Dude, he might be. Because he's young.
Oh, no. Chat gave me the answer. It's Tom Fitton. It's always Tom Fitton.
It's Tom Fitton.
Yeah.
It's Tom Fitton.
It's Tom Fitton.
Tom Fitton. And boy, with the land, I'd like to have him Tom Fitton me for a goddamn wedding ring, because
Tom never fitting in his clothes. Tom Fitton.
Tom never fitting in his clothes. And it's funny that they had to invent a new like kind of right wing guy, like the based, like whatever the new alt-right thing is, the dissident right, so that they could have like a new like grooming crop to like come and you know, spend a couple minutes on the Manhattan Institute casting couch. It's disgusting. These people and everything is so fucking low class and disgusting right now. It makes me sick. Marco Rubio also.
What, you think Marco Rubio's hot?
Yeah, because he kind of have you seen the movie The Pest?
No, but
kind of looks like John Leguizamo in The Pest.
I don't know why Marco Rubio is such a fucking beta. And he's got such ginormous ears that I will just never find him attractive. I can't see that. Tom Fitton, on the other hand, hot.
Yeah.
Like, look at those ears, man. He's got Daniel Hagari ears.
But wouldn't it feel good? I mean, not to like hook up, but like, wouldn't it feel good to cuddle with Rubio? Like, hold him?
I feel like he's too sweaty. Trump killed him for me. Trump destroyed him. I mean, like, Trump destroyed his sex appeal for me.
Could you imagine being Marco Rubio and going home to your wife? Is he married? Let's look this up. Obviously, there's many rumors about him, which we won't address here, but which your listeners, if they actually, you can probably look this up. It's safe for work. Marco Rubio foam party.
What?
You never heard about that? There's like a long-standing rumor that he was photographed at a foam party, which is also how I heard about foam parties from that. It is a party where you go and you are in a lot of foam with people.
Wait, what the hell? Are these photos of Marco Rubio at a gay Miami foam party? Queer Tea on X.
From Queer Tea too, so it's fucking, that's, I think, pro-gay.
But you can't even tell, like, which one is it?
It's like the back of one guy's head.
Yeah, how would you be able to tell? I mean, his ears are...
But you know, that's
you're
him.
Right there.
That's him, dude. That's
right
Marco
there.
Rubio.
First reply.
That's Marco Rubio. Am I there?
Yeah.
But I don't mean that. I'm saying stop. Let's look into this further. I think that there's something here.
Yeah, it
and
seems like you said
I'm
pause.
not saying... No, I said pause. Let's pause this baseless speculation and get to the bottom of this, is what I'm saying. You know, we gotta see what's going on here. Is there another angle, perhaps?
No, I respect that. That's the mark of a true journalist, wanting to investigate further.
Is there another? Well, people know, and I've talked about it before. I'm the #1 investigator of Elon Musk's penis in the world, and so why can't I see fucking Marco Rubio's front picture? Let me show me the front at the foam party.
Yeah, I feel that. What is this? In his memoir, Rubio recounts the relationship with his wife, Jeanette, and how she once threatened to break up with him if he went to a foam party. He went anyway, but had an epiphany in the foam. As I contemplated my predicament, I looked down at my shoes. They were perfectly white. They had been black when I arrived. Maybe because I took it as a sign the life I was leading was phony and unsustainable. Oh my God, he's talking about being gay. And I had suddenly found myself wearing white shoes, a South Beach fashion faux pas. I left the club and found the nearest payphone.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Your wife is like, don't go to the foam party. And you're like, I'm going to the foam party. Leave me alone. I'm going to the foam party. Crazy, dude.
He just loves he's a foamer.
Could you imagine if the woman you loved was like, don't go to the foam party? And you're like, fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah,
I'm going to the foam party.
Yeah,
Never
you know
happened.
what would happen in that situation? Okay. she would no longer be the woman that I love. Okay, she needs to understand that I'm gonna foam. I'm gonna foam with the fucking boys. Okay.
Do they have you ever encountered this in your life? I've never even heard of one of these.
I think like they used to throw. I feel like I went to like a rave or something maybe with foam, like way back in the day.
Yeah,
it could have been like 4th of July weekend at in Las Vegas or something though. I can't recall.
That seems like that kind of thing there. I'm just like, I feel like now with cell phones, it'd be tough.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, getting back on track, we sidestepped here about which conservative figures are the most fuckable. And I guess like the last thing I want to ask you about Zelensky, I was about to call him Zel Disney again. And after today, it's no longer Zel Disney. He took a strong stance on Brett Baer. And he basically said, no, I am not going to apologize. That's what he said.
I know. The voice is amazing.
Yeah.
We love the
it's sick.
voice.
Yeah, he was behaving in a very based, quote unquote, based manner. But I guess the question that I have is, what the fuck does he have that he knows that, like, does he truly think that European allegiances without American security assurances will defend Ukraine, will be enough to defend Ukraine, even when they're genuinely going through a manpower problem?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, no, I think that Ukraine kind of hit on like a sort of smart thing to do, which was just terror. And they've been sort of employing that for like the past year, but like, I don't mean like terror. Well, I do actually, but they've been employing that for like the past, more than a year, than like 2 or 3 years. I would have predicted that it would go like more in that direction once the land war gets a little more. I mean, it's been pretty static for a little while now, but like once lines are like really entrenched, but I have no idea. I mean, we're getting to spring. Who knows if the Russians are going to rock again in spring and take a bunch of territory. I have a feeling that he will probably take whatever deal and then get assassinated by somebody. But he is not long, I think, for the presidency of Ukraine. But me saying that, by the way, to anyone listening, I cannot make predictions, and Hasan is making me do this. And everything I would say right now, the opposite is going to be true.
Me too. Famously, I also said Russia will never invade Ukraine.
And thank God you said that, because that made me reassess a lot of my life. I'm like, how was I wrong? And then I realized I was wrong just because my heuristic of disbelieving the State Department 100% of the time, I need to just do it 99.99% of the time.
Yeah.
But
no, we went through everyone went through that exact same. Everyone went through that exact same situation, especially because like Ukrainians on the ground were like, they're not going to invade. What the fuck are you talking about? Zelensky was like, no, it's not going to happen.
and I believe Zelensky. I feel, and now I'm back to pity Zelensky, because I feel bad for the guy. But I think that I have no idea, brother. It's who fucking knows? Because like, and the reality is like, yeah, they have like equipment shortages, but like they do have equipment. The only problem is like, first of all, they don't have air in any appreciable way. And who knows what the fuck is going to happen to their air now if we're going to cut off aid, because like we've given them planes, but like, aren't we still training the pilots?
Yeah. In Poland too, which is.
Yeah. And there's just like, there's a very real thing of like running out of shells and shit like that. I mean, I haven't been following that part of it as closely, but like, Zelensky, I think we all remember, got kind of mad
literally,
when
yeah, he went to Scranton, Pennsylvania alongside Joe Biden, which is another reason why Trump fucking hates him, because he was like, oh, you were doing like election interference. Like,
yes. Yeah.
I truly believe, to a certain degree, I think that the Republican Party, or at least like the Trump contingency, thinks that like Ukraine is libtard shit.
Yes.
Like, I think they're just truly like, no, if you like Ukraine, you're a liberal. Like, you're a libtard.
Yeah, and it sucks because like the reality is like a bunch of people have died there. A bunch of people probably more are gonna die there. I do think it's funny. Trump always says this shit. He's like, way more people have died than we have been reported, which I do think is true. But he also always is like, when one of those buildings goes down, like he doesn't understand people get evacuated from buildings, and so he's like, whenever he sees a building goes down, he thinks it's full of like people at like Trump Tower or whatever. Yeah. It's tough. I mean, I I have no idea. I think a lot of it really depends on just like what the fuck the negotiations with the Russians turn out to be. And God knows what they're talking about in there. I mean, can you believe it? You know, like I have no fucking clue like what they're offering or what like. I mean, they're if the U.S. is doing anything, it's gonna stab its ally. I mean, there's the famous meme of like Osama bin Laden and fucking like Noriega and everybody like reaching out to Zelensky.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, my brother, I think this might be the time. I think America's about to stab your ass in the back.
Oh yeah.
Back.
I don't understand how people at this. I mean, I guess like I get why liberals don't get that. They're conditioned to not believe that. Especially with Ukraine, they were like, well, Ukraine is on the right side because they're invaded, you know, by a larger power. So they were like, oh, come on, let us have this one. Like, for once, we're on the right side of history. You know what I mean? Like it was a situation like that. But yeah, I mean, this was an inevitability, I think.
Yeah, it really was. And they try to do our boy Netanyahu like that too. You know what? They try to do that color revolution on Netanyahu, and he weaseled out of it. But yeah, I
that's why he's the GOAT.
But they really do have genuine manpower issues. And like I'm not a scholar or anything. I'm not even a pundit or anything. I just my view of whoever's gonna win a war is like if you're like relatively parity with technology or relative parity with technology, which they're not, by the way, because Russia has better air. It's the country with the more guys.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, that is the major problem. And I don't know how you can overcome that. And I do know how you can overcome that. You just make France and Germany and every other country, Poland, forcibly send back every Ukrainian able-bodied man. And immediately, as soon as they step foot, they get handed a rifle and go into training, or at least get, not handed a rifle, but go into training immediately, like forcibly conscripted. But even in that process, like you said, they have a significant shortage of artillery, so much so that America has had to restart manufacturing or increase manufacturing of artillery shells. And before then, and still, I think to this day, we're getting it from South Korea, which of course, Russia was getting it from the Democratic People's Republic, which we haven't really mentioned in this conversation, but they're at the table. I feel there's a saying amongst Turks, like we always say, oh, we are at the table, or sometimes we'll say we are the table. It's like a very common Turkish trope. We love being involved in like international incidents. And I feel like, you know who else is at the table? The DPRK.
The DPRK is, and God bless him for it. You know, I was a doubter because I'm like, show me the troops. But they seemingly exist, and must be. I don't know if that would really be my first choice of assignment to go from North Korea to Ukraine, because I'm like, God, so the world is just kind of soggy. But it's like send me to Morocco or something. But it's just God knows. I think what Ukraine should do is invade Poland, and then just you have way more people if you take it over.
Yeah, that's it. That's interesting. Yeah, that's
Trigger
never been tried before.
I think what they need to do is trigger Article 5 and get U.S. boots on the ground there. I mean, if this could end NATO, which is so fucking funny. Like,
that's the thing I don't understand.
Out of NATO.
Because that's why I was like, that's never going to happen. Because like Trump, obviously, regardless of how much he like talks about stuff, like what did he do for NATO? He said he was going to disband NATO, but he wasn't ever going to disband NATO. What did he do? He forced European allies to buy more American weapons. Like a higher percentage of their GDP must be spent on American weapons. That's what he did, which initially was an Obama era contract. Regardless, Trump just enforced it, right? And because it was so good that Biden seemingly never overturned it, right? So operating off of that, I didn't think that Donald Trump would single-handedly undermine this protection racket because it's still beneficial for his benefactors. But it does seem like he's so fucking petty that he might do that.
I mean, it's just it's strange to me. I mean, maybe it's just like really, I don't know. Ukraine, you need to go join Belt and Road. You need to rebuild with China. I'm telling you. You were cast out by the Americans go to Beijing.
That's what I've been saying
right now. Go to Beijing and be like, let's talk, because they're very, those people, they know how to do things.
Dude, that's literally what I've been saying. I've been saying that like Zelensky was talking on Fox News like he dialed up Xi beforehand, before he went on Brett Baer, and it was like, it's okay, do it.
Do it. Yes,
Yeah.
do it.
He's like, fire when ready. Fire when ready.
Yes. I mean, my God. They should just, you know what? I mean, my thing has always been they should just have a third party enter the conflict and just see what happens. Maybe Turkey. I think Turkey should just go.
That's the other thing I was thinking as well.
Across the Black Sea, Turkey should invade both Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah,
and get them in there. And because we need a line to Poland, or no, excuse me, to Finland, because we need a Turkish corridor to connect the peoples.
Yeah, they are Turkic. You are right. That's yeah. This is the one Turan theory, that it extends all the way there. From Xinjiang all the way to Finland. And of course, Crimea obviously does not belong to Russia, nor does it belong to Ukraine. It belongs to the Turks. It is supposed to be the protectorate of the, it is supposed to be the Tatars, who are also of Turkic descent. So I am fully in agreement with that.
It's strange that Turkey is supposed to be this like world spanning great power, but like I feel like the primary mode of transportation in your native home is the donkey.
At least you didn't say camel.
A camel, no, yeah, that would blow a Turk's mind. A camel? No, you guys can't afford the hump. It's a donkey.
Well, you're talking a big game because you're not allowed in the country. Well, I guess I'm not allowed in the country either, but you're extra not allowed in the country. At least I can go back if Erdogan's gone.
And it's interesting, that this country, which supposedly is so great, has put one of the world's most greatest entrepreneurs, myself, on the so-called terror list. First of all, I've never terrorized anybody except except those who are cruel or rude to women. But it's like terror list. Look at me. I wouldn't hurt a fly.
Okay.
But they called me a terrorist in Erdogan's newspaper.
Yeah. Well, he owns all the newspapers technically, so it's not.
Yeah, well, that's not who you told me owns all the newspapers.
Yeah, no, Erdogan is also Jewish.
That's the thing I love most about the Middle East is like the baseline conspiracy theory about every single leader is that actually he's Jewish. Like, yeah, we actually his like great grandmother's Jewish, and so it's been passed down. He's Jewish.
Yeah, all the anti-Kemalists, like the Islamists, and they all say like Atatürk is Jewish. He's a British agent, which is a substitute for Jew.
Yeah, substitute for Jew. Yeah. It is so funny that Atatürk being Jewish. It's like, all right, well, I don't think so. The Fez banning though, did greatly I think that Turkey's image would improve in the world if they brought back. Maybe Ukrainians should start a hat wear, like a lids,
dude,
or something.
Dude, I mean, you're not wrong. Look at countries that are on the up and up, or I guess like autonomous regions that are on the up and up. Dagestan. What is Dagestan known for? Fighters that wear the coolest hats.
I mean, they're also known for the little boy.
Wait, what do you mean? Like being
Hezbollah?
Oh, wait, is Hezbollah from Dagestan?
I thought he was. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I think he is. The little boy. Why would you? He's right behind me.
So hard for Hasan not to salute when he hears the word Hezbollah.
Stop.
The different one.
Stop. You got me excited when you said Hezbollah.
But
dude,
yeah,
you're joking, but I'm gonna have like, another Fox News article written about me, and then Ethan Klein crash out incoming, being like, he loves Hassan Nasrallah. They have the same name. Are they the same person?
Yeah, I love that. I will never forgive you for I'm 35. I never looked at YouTube that much or anything like that. Now I have to find out who this guy is. It has been a
Barian fan. Back when we were all together and friends, and we listened to him at the Improv, where he did his stand-up, and then after his stand-up, we just like kind of sat around him for a couple hours, talked to one another about like mushrooms and shit like that. It was amazing. I was a big Joe Rogan fan back then.
Wow.
I mean, I still am. Still am.
I can tell. I know he's got a new interview with Musk on. Boy, to be in the room with those two giants. This is it's so crazy to me. You know, I think what's so crazy is that, like, people talk about, you know, oh, Twitter isn't real, but Twitter is not only so real now, it runs the country. It's in a way that I'm like, this is undignified. Like, it is. Wow. Could you imagine just one of those
dude,
things?
Can I imagine? I think about it all the time.
Dude, I could
with my tongue. I want to
Oh
suck.
my God.
I want to suck his nipples and like suck a little bit of the HGH and TRT out of there.
What do you think would come out? Yeah, well, that's another thing, because I know that you recently got off gear. Yeah.
Yes. I'm
gear.
still on it. No,
You're
Anavar.
still on it?
I'm just cycling something else now. Anavar now.
Yeah, but this is what I wanted to ask: is Hegseth on gear?
Ooh, could be. Maybe a little tasteful TRT, maybe. Because like Bongino, who is, of course, fellow podcaster to both of us, you know, our coworker, who now has been elevated to a position of, I'm not gonna say higher prominence, because I feel like podcaster is the highest stage of being, you know, a notable figure. But you know, he's a deputy assistant director of the FBI. He once famously blocked me because I asked him what his cycle was many years ago, and now I'm really afraid that he's gonna get me arrested.
First of all, that's called player hating, and second of all, I just got my. I don't know how much of this I actually want to show on screen, because I don't want any personal information here. I think this is good. I got my a FOIA back. I self-FOIA'd. I actually did it a few years ago, and they never sent me anything. And then I did it again last year. They finally sent it. And it's completely, they're not releasing any of my FBI file to me. And so if you are watching this, Mr. Dan Bongino, please give it to me. And it's for reasons of national security and a bunch of other reasons, which I think are bullshit.
Yeah, I never got my FOIA back, and I don't know. Maybe they sent it, and I got lost in the mail, but I've never gotten it back.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I am like.
And to be fair, let's just say I have had conversations with the FBI since then.
You ratted.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, it's me and Vosh. We work for the same.
I loved him. What is he still around? I ended his career.
I have no idea.
I ended his career. It was horrible. He ended it by replying to me. This is the thing. Only you can get away with. Anybody who else works in the industry, which is, of course, what I call what we do.
Yeah.
You can't interact with me because I'll ruin you. It's horrible. It's because it's people. They think.
Okay, I gotta play the fucking video now. I have to. It's one of my favorite.
Play the video.
This is one of my favorite videos of all time, and I play it so much. But it's been a while since I've actually played it, and I love it, especially because I feel like it gets smaller and smaller every time I play it. Like, I don't know how the fuck you recorded this, but
this is before I knew how to record on my phone good.
Yeah, this is my favorite video of all time, and it's amazing because you played a prominent role in this.
Wait, is this guy seriously saying that I can't get laid? Incredible, I'll give you 5,000 if you can get Poontang before January 1st. Do you have any idea who the fuck you're talking to? When I got off Tinder because of the fucking quarantine, Tacoma wept. Even like ignoring the fact that I have a girlfriend, even if we're just talking like randos, I'm 2 hours away right now from being inside somebody else. This is one. I have two skills, and it's non-monogamy and speaking publicly. Okay, do some fucking research.
That's the best. Do some fucking research after he thoroughly dismantles your fucking pathetic argument. Okay,
do some fucking research.
Yeah,
get in the archives.
I love how poetic he is.
I mean, notice how he didn't say ethical non-monogamy.
Yeah.
It's I'm 2 hours away from being inside of somebody right now. Yeah, me too. I can hit someone with a car, go right through them. This is great. That was amazing. And that was kind of it for, no, the horse cock thing was, what am I talking about?
Yeah, no, the horse cock is what got him.
The horse cock thing.
It was because it was AI porn. That's what it wasn't because it was lolly. It was
stealing from DeviantArt.
Yeah.
It's straight on DeviantArt. What is this stuff is crazy. This stuff is just totally bonkers. But it's like, I guess the funny thing is, it's like the way this administration feels, it's like if the equivalent like of a liberal administration had like him in the press office or whatever, or like Destiny as the press secretary.
Oh, dude,
I mean,
yeah.
it is just perverts and freaks and sicko. And the thing I don't like about it is all these people want to do who are in office right now is rip you off, lie to you, rape, steal from everybody. It's just, it drives me I hate these Republicans. I do hate them. And because they're fucking,
Speak on it.
I just, watching Jack Posobiec jiggle around, walking around the White House. He went to Europe with Hegseth, probably, again, in sort of Bakabazi role. It's just, it's so undignified. And what people think is the alternative to this is Hakeem Jeffries. It's never going to happen. It's disgusting.
Well, Hakeem is Nancy Pelosi's Bachabazi, so
I know he is. And you know what? I love the lady. I love Pelosi because I used to live in this house. Her like son-in-law, like someone related to her closely, owned a crack house across the street from me, off of Utah Street in San Francisco, called the Snake Pit. And there would be ambulance outside of it every single night of people ODing, and it was like completely insane inside. And it was owned by the Pelosi family, which I was like, that's great. Like of their vast financial,
they're industrious. They're industrious.
Coming down to the, but you know, her husband is brain dead from getting hit apparently. And so
wait, really?
That's the scuttlebutt. He's like, yeah.
I thought
totally
that
brain dead.
That's kind of sad. I feel bad. Like I hate to see
Me too.
lovers' quarrels turning into such gross acts of violence.
I mean, he was drinking, and you know, it's as somebody who's a, you know, recovery myself, I feel bad for him. But these people, I mean, is there gonna be a normal I like Rashida Tlaib, I like her, and I like Ilhan Omar, but all the rest of these people seem to me to be freaks of nature, and I'm just, I think that I think I should run for Senate. That's occurred to me. I think I should run for Senate.
We should just all the podcasters should unite and run for office.
Exactly. I think it's worked for some people. There was one gun YouTuber who I hate. I hate all gun YouTubers.
The AK guy. The AK guy.
Yes, he ran for
something.
office.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, but he lost, I think.
Yeah, that was sad. I did a lot of straw donations to his campaign, like Dinesh
me
D'Souza.
Me too. Oh, 200. What was it? 2,000 donkeys?
Yeah, Brandon Herrera. Oh, 2,000 mules. Yeah,
2,000 mules. Yeah, sorry, the Turk thing.
Yeah, I voted illegally quite a bit in his district, and Brandon Herrera still unfortunately lost. But you know, better luck next time.
I love Herrera. There's such a. They need to get. I got Kash Patel's book last night. I'm gonna start reading it.
Wait, the children's one?
No, but the children's one. That's what it reminded me of. Is the children's book does have, he wrote 2 children's books. The sequel to his children's book says 2,000 mules on the cover.
Wait, he made like, 2? I didn't realize he had 2.
He made a sequel.
Yeah, it's incredible. The plot against the king. Here it is.
Patel is just.
Yeah, and he's a wizard in it. Like he put himself in there too.
He's in it too? I should read this too.
Yeah, you should probably. This is the one you should read. This is the real. The real book.
Oh, he's incredible.
This is what I do kind of hate this. Like, I think that the old days of just like doing Clinton Foundation style schemes on both sides of the aisle are so gone. Like, it's like a dying art. It's lost now. Now you just got like cryptocurrency rug pullers running the country. Everything is devolved.
Yeah, it is. That's the thing, is like there's nobody. I mean, it's like the serious people in the room are like venture, or like actually not venture. Well, they are venture capitalists as well. But they're just like complete like slash and burn fucking private equity guys. And it's like that's like the adults in the room right now. It is just so crazy. But like the thing is like, and this is what I keep thinking about, is there's a jealousy that I have. And I've talked about this on our show a bunch of times, but like, could you imagine if like Bernie Sanders won, and it would just be like, it would basically be the same thing as the Biden cabinet. I hate to say it. Like he would not bring in like young, insane people to be like, you're shut down, you're fired, we're cutting everything
put me
here.
Put me in charge of the press pool. Like I would love that.
And so I guess the good thing that like we can learn from this is it's not that we have much place to put anything into practice, but like you can just do whatever you want. Like you don't have to like kowtow to whatever norms that there are. And so like I am fucking jealous at the end of the day that like Elon Musk's stupid little friends get to go through every federal agency and like, cut everything, because I want to do that with my stupid little friends and completely restructure society. And these people get to do it. And I don't think that they deserve to, because I'm like, you already are rich. I think I would have fun doing it, you know?
Yeah.
Firing every Marine. Out of here.
Yeah. Dude, can you imagine? No, dismantling U.S. aid. Like,
yeah. And we couldn't actually fire the Marines because then they would rebel against us. So we'd have to just immediately start a war.
Yeah. Well,
but like get kind of some.
You just get, no, you got to run the officers program, but instead of like making them not woke, Mark Milley was already doing this for us. He was teaching them Mao Zedong thought.
Yeah.
The real spiritual nuclear atom bomb that was going to implode amongst American consciousness. He was already working. He was working in that direction. And then Trump came in and now he's making him fucking read Kash Patel's children's books or something, which is.
I know it's crazy. You see, they're going to bring the UFC into the FBI.
Yeah, I did. It's so awesome.
That's so great. That's so great. That's two groups of people with Sean Strickland. Who's the guy who's like, fuck, that's Sean Strickland, right? He doesn't like Jews.
A lot of them don't like Jews.
But why? Aren't they? Doesn't Ari Emanuel kind of own that thing?
Yeah.
They didn't like. What's that TV show? It's that.
Entourage.
They didn't like Entourage.
Entourage.
They didn't like Entourage.
Okay. Also, Ari Emanuel also is. I'm represented by WME. Just pointing that out there.
You are?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Then how can you say all those nasty things about him? And I'm just kidding. I
do. I have more smoke for his brother than him even. But Ari Emanuel used to be. He was more so a liberal Zionist. I don't know where he's at post October 7, but this doesn't absolve him of anything, obviously. But he's. I did love Entourage. So.
Have you been following this Batar organization?
Oh my God, a little bit. They're
amazing.
There isn't like the main guy like a sexual harasser, abuser.
Listen, no, he is alleged by the New York Post to have been arrested for revenge porn. He's alleged by the New York Post, not by me or by Hassan. He's alleged by the New York Post to have done it. But I met the guy in a park. I'm just saying from my own experience, I met him in a park and he was filming a woman. And I said, you must cease doing that. That's fucking weird. And he kept filming her and then he started filming me. And he kept asking about my dick and like all this kind of shit to me.
Wait, you were trying to see if you were circumcised?
Have you not seen the video?
No. Wait, there's a video of him like coming up to you and asking you about your dick?
Oh my God!
I link it in the Discord if you can.
Okay. Let me see if I think I can. It just might take me like a couple.
Oh
seconds
wait, someone already found it. Never mind.
Angry little imp.
My penis is none of your business. I have an inch-long penis.
So why are you here for? You pro Hamas, or you just in the park, just accidentally marching with these idiots?
I love these guys.
Wait. Oh, he immediately he was like, "Oh, you're Jewish. So why are you with these guys?"
I wasn't with these guys. I was just in the park. No, and he asked me. There's another one where he's like asking me if I'm a frat because he was so ugly. Oh my God, Hassan.
So good for you.
It's you've never seen a guy like this before. He was one of the craziest. I took a picture of him, and it was one of the most insane. I can find this. It's from May 1st of last year. So let me scroll up.
He looks like a Harkonnen.
He does. It is. But that doesn't even do it justice.
This photo literally makes him look like that photo that everybody always posts to say I look like from like the 90s or 80s or whatever with the tiny head. What's the fucking thing with the tiny head?
You look like
a Goomba. Well, they just post that to say like I have a small head, even though that's considered a delicacy in East Asian countries.
Look at this picture I took of him. It was one of the craziest.
Oh, the Super Mario Bros. Movie.
It's crazy. I mean, can you believe it?
Wait, let me see.
You know, it's
that's amazing.
He looks like
wait, he's that much shorter than you? Wait, what?
No, I did that from above because he was blocking his face.
Okay.
He was he you know what he looked like, and I don't mean any disrespect to anybody. But he kind of looks like Bruce Willis, like after
Oh Jesus,
the diagnosis. You know, like
that's crazy.
it's like
I disavow what.
I mean, I don't think that's a good thing to say, and I disavow that. But
you can't say that and then disavow it. Praise.
I mean, I don't stand by that, you might say, or whatever. Like that's just what I read. Someone else said that he looked like that, and I just thought that was an interesting thing. That was an interesting comment because I like to see all sides.
But you disagree with it. You're bringing
well,
up.
He kind of. Well, I just thought it was interesting to look like, because he kind of looks like if like one of those directors that was exploiting Bruce Willis left him out in the sun for like 24 hours
Jesus
straight.
Christ.
Got him somewhere.
Okay,
That's what he looked like to me.
Let's move on from this before.
And then he was rude, and he was filming this woman in a park. And first of all, that's not how you approach women in a park. You approach women in a park is you stand right in front of them and kind of look down like this, and then wait for them to say something. But he was filming these women in the park. I thought he was a nut, and he starts going crazy on me. And then it turns out he was executive director of Batar, and he's hanging out with fucking what's his name, Fetterman.
Oh, that's just like a bald allegiance. I think that's what it is.
Got a group chat.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, if I ever go bald, man, I'm fucked because of your fucking country.
Oh yeah, you can't go to Turkey.
No,
That's true.
I'll have to do it. I'll have to go to Brazil.
Do they do that in Brazil? Are they good at that in Brazil?
Yeah, but yeah, no, they're not good at it. That's the problem. They put your pubes on.
Oh no.
They haven't figured out how to do hair transplant from there yet. They just do your pubes. So I'd have like I guess it would give me kind of a zoomer look, but
that's good. You can get the broccoli cut.
I bet the broccoli cut.
Yeah.
I should do that, huh? 35 years young.
That's the wave. That's the meta.
What is up with the freckles?
Why are you a freckle racist? That's what he said to you? That's his big own?
You're crazy ugly.
Are you anti-freckle?
I don't know that, but
Are you a
got
racist? Are you a freckle racist?
I don't know what.
Dude, I love the like New York lib attitude that these like ultra Zionist terrorists have, where it's like, oh, are you a racist about freckles? Just say a slur, dude. What are you doing? Like, what the fuck?
I'm not a freckle racist. I'm a freckle realist.
Yeah.
And the reality is he looked, I just hadn't seen an individual look like that before, man. I am a bit of a freak connoisseur, and I walk around the streets, I look around, and this guy just was an extraordinary looking individual. It turns out he's head of a Zionist organization that allied with Mussolini, the Italian dictator.
That's crazy.
And I thought, that is just crazy. That is just out of. And then they had to kick him out. They under his aegis, they like hacked a bunch of like SJP websites and like put up whatever pro-Israel bullshit. And now
Epic
they're like now much like Hamas, Batar has been forced to disavow and say that he has nothing to do with them anymore, even though there's like 5 million pictures of him. And like, he was listed on their website as executive director, but I guess they didn't like the smoke. And now he's put up, oh my God, this is, you're never going to believe this. This is not the kind of thing. Is there a HasanAbi.com or whatever?
No, but there's a
website?
HamasAbi.com, or used to be. I remember the sex pest we were talking about earlier. As a liberal, of course, we're aligned with Destiny.
We fuck with them.
Yeah, I fuck with him heavy.
We love him.
Yeah, him and his second in command, who famously also created with money from P. Diddy, Tiny Chat, which was I think under investigation by the FBI for being a network for pedophiles to use. Basically, him and his second in command, who was like a 60-year-old guy that he has a podcast with, Dan Saltman. They did this like campaign, a Batar style campaign, as a matter of fact, on one individual, me, since October 10th, I think. They basically like set up a website and a hub, and I think there's like new versions of it now where they just every other week they'll say like, I'm not moderating my chat for anti-Semitism or something. I don't know. It is pretty funny to have the ADL come after me for this.
He moderates it. He turns it all the way up.
Yeah.
Through the roof. The gain is through the roof. No, it's. Are either of those guys Jewish?
Dan is, but they're both anti-Semitic.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise you. You should get man. I need like a second in command, like a guy. I'm like, fucking make me a website, dude.
Yeah.
These guys are like 40, no? Like they're like in advanced age, children.
Ask that question again. Sorry.
These guys are like of an advanced age with children and stuff, and like adults. They're adults, is what I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, Destiny does have a kid, and I think he's like also in his.
I'm already
Discord.
donated to the GoFundMe.
Yeah, I think I don't know how old he is, but I mean, he definitely has a kid. The other one probably also has kids, but I don't fucking know. I don't know enough about the other one.
Ooh,
I don't usually spend a lot of time thinking about whatever the fuck's going on in their personal lives until I see a Daily Mail article. Wait, I have to show you this. This is really funny.
You got to understand, for me, Hasan, this is like coming to the zoo and I'm looking at the animals.
Hold on. I got you. Hold on. This is a very funny title for for an article. YouTuber Destiny 36 is accused of revenge porn by 4 women, but claims he's the victim of the leak.
That's how you do it. Flip them.
Yeah, and apparently what ended up happening is he sent and of course it's gross. Like they immediately post like photos of the victims in the situation because they're a gross website. Daily Mail is, but apparently he just sent them like a manifesto of how epically owned, how he was the actual victim or something. Let me see if I can find it. But there's a line in it where I think they, Bonaldon allegedly tried to backtrack and deny his guilt, telling his followers that the leak happened without my knowledge, consent, or authorization after openly admitting to it. But I think there's a point in the article where he basically sends this like manifesto to them, and then they didn't even read it.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Bono responded to dailymail.com's request for comment with a link to a 4,491 word public Google document posted last week.
That boy's tweaking.
Yeah.
I used to do a lot of math, and sometimes when I see some of these guys, I don't anymore. Been clean for a decade. But sometimes when I see some of these guys on their little thing, I'm like, you're tweaked. Like Elon, I think is tweaked.
But Elon is on I feel like, isn't it ketamine for Elon? I feel like, allegedly.
Yeah, but I think he's tweaked too, because like when he was on stage, I mean, I've done ketamine one time.
When he was like at the inauguration before the Sig Heil, he was like this.
Yeah, the Zeke Heil is so we can, because you and I do that, but like it's public. We can do that. That's the Zeke Heil thing is amazing because remember they did. I'm Jewish, and it's okay. I'm not only Jewish, but we've hooked up, and he did not complain. Well, he complained, but he was just like, "Well, I was inattentive."
But it wasn't because of your Jewish background.
No. Well, he did call me withholding. But you remember, because remember, Hasan, when they tried to do this was like
the OK sign. It was the Nazi
and all
sign.
the people doing that were Nazis. Like it was, but they're like, oh, but it's just the OK sign. They're running that back, but now it's now because their leader is so fucking stupid and like I'm the 56-year-old troll they're just doing that with the Zeke Heil now. Not that I almost tried to do it, but which we can legally do, my people. No. But we don't on the stream. Yeah,
no. Well, there is my former podcast co-host. Apparently, he throws it up quite a bit recently. He's been throwing it up in the midst of his endless battle. No, Ethan.
That guy's Jewish?
Ethan Klein? Yeah, he's Jewish.
I didn't know he still looked like that.
What?
But
what does that even mean?
I just didn't know he looked like that. I thought that was something we kind of got over a while
It's
ago.
so funny every time he's like clipped me because of the many troublemakers that I have on my stream. It's always like Felix or fucking Noah or Alex. It's just like I'm always getting in trouble. And it's getting clipped.
Well, Alex was in Alex. It's tricky with Alex because she was briefly in Hamas. The civilian.
The Politburo.
I'm just kidding. The Politburo. It was a political.
No,
I'm just playing around.
He won't recognize that the people next to me are. He won't recognize that the people next to me are Jewish, and he will just like go on this anti-Semitic crusade. And only when
How could you not recognize that? What's this look like? I could stick my tongue in it.
see now you're gonna okay now he's gonna say you're my human shield. Yeah.
Human shield. Oh my god! From what? Him? What's he gonna eat me to death?
Yeah, he said he says that they're tokens. Like you guys are tokens of mine.
They're tokens. No. What you don't understand, my brother, is we control this whole industry top to bottom.
Yeah.
And if anything, Hasan is our Turkish token. Maybe we're using Hasan.
Yeah. I'm the
Ever think about
golem. I'm the golem.
The golem. We need a golem. We need
you
a
have
golem.
one. It's
Fetterman's the
Fetterman.
closest we have. The Fetterman's the closest we have. Have you seen? I know I'm talking about women a lot. The woman, I remember her name. She's like the one that they put in charge of the declassification. She pretended to be Jewish. Turns out she's descended from a soldier in the Wehrmacht who were kind of on the opposite side of that whole thing. But she's like a congresswoman from Florida.
Wait,
Anna
are you talking about
Paulina
Pam Bondi,
Luna.
the Attorney General?
No. Paulina Luna. And she's also not Latinx. It's like
wait, she pretended to be Jewish?
Yes, and also pretended to be Latinx.
Anna Paulina Luna.
Anna Paulina Luna. She is, I mean, we're talking Congress people here. She is, wow. Can you believe it? Look at her. Well, that's the Wikipedia photo, but
yeah.
Candid, she's gorgeous.
I didn't even know anything about her until I saw her pop off and get mad about the lack of information that came out. This is actually a good way to get back to the main reason why I brought you on, which was the Epstein files and what a dud it's been so far. I mean, I thought that was it for us. Yeah, I thought. Yeah. Even though age-wise we would be victims technically.
yeah. But no, we did. But the boy, was that was crazy. They blew it, dude. Like
they did
for their own fans. Like they fucked up for their own fans.
So I mean, obviously, to get serious for a moment, I don't think that there was ever any chance that the Trump administration was actively dismantling the deep state and was going to burn whatever kind of really difficult to come by blackmail footage that, you know, Jeffrey put his life on the line for. Okay, that was very difficult to accrue terabytes of incredibly famous and powerful people doing unspeakable heinous things. I don't know that they would have actually burned all of that, or rather, I don't think that they would have revealed any of those details because, I mean, fucking Peter Thiel is like involved with Epstein.
Yeah,
half of Trump's like butt buddies are directly involved.
Trump is.
Yeah.
Donald Trump is.
Look, to be fair, he's on the flight logs until 1994, and from what I understand, he cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein long before the Clintons did.
Divergencies in rape strategies, perhaps, but I will say Trump is definitely, unfortunately, probably not going to come up in any of this. But I was skeptical about what the fuck they were going to do because they were hyping it up so much. Like you had Pam Bondi going, I think Jesse Waters, who, by the way, I feel like he looks too insolent to be on TV. If I was an old person who watches Fox, I feel like his sneer would fuck me up.
Yeah.
But she goes on Waters. She's like, this stuff the stuff that I have on my desk is crazy. Like the stuff that I've seen, this man is sick. There's all these victims, blah, blah, blah. But she's hyping it up. Like she's got, you don't want the difficult child part of your Wikipedia on there. But it turned out to just literally be nothing. It was a photocopied version of the Black Book with redactions for all the phone numbers and stuff.
Yeah. And it was, there's more information on the Gawker release from 2015.
Yeah,
which Jeffrey, notable Jeffrey Epstein associate, actually took out that entire website, not because of that, but because they outed him as being gay. But
yes, but there's about 8 pages, like total. I mean, maybe there's more. There's flight logs, which we've already seen. The Black Book, obviously, we've already seen, except this is redaction, so we actually see less of it. The only thing that we haven't seen is an evidence log, which doesn't really have much in it. Like we knew most of this, and like some of this we actually saw kind of during the Ghislaine trial. And then there is a completely redacted list of masseuses, which I guess are also victims. But he also had legit masseuses come, And so like I have no idea, well, because we can't see any of the names, which I'm not saying they should put the names of all the girls out there, but like we have no idea. I mean, there's nothing else on it. Like we have no idea what's on the list. It's just like 4 pages of complete redaction. And so apparently 250 names. And so it was like a complete disaster.
Yeah, and the MAGA guys who like truly believe Donald Trump to be like this dismantler of the deep state apparatus or whatever, because they're fucking stupid, are actually shocked and upset.
Yeah. It's funny because like Epstein has like in the conservative mind, there has like, it's kind of like cohered around the idea of an Epstein master list, which is like something that they just made up.
Yeah.
That like listen, I don't know if an Epstein list exists because there's never been any mention of it in any of the trials or the arrests or anything or any associates. There's never been someone who's been like, he has a list. Nobody has ever come out and said that.
Yeah,
but
and Julie K. Brown contests that there is a list that even exists to begin with, and she's, I would say, you know, one of the formative experts on this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would also be like, this is just something that they made up that they believe exists. This is a document that has a list of everybody that Jeffrey Epstein pimped out girls to on one list, and that he has it and the government has it and they're refusing to release it. I think a lot of this kind of like, I hate to say it, kind of like, you know, dovetails with some QAnon stuff where like everybody is going to go down all at once. Like all the pedos are going to get fucking, look, we've already made Guantanamo. We're putting people in there. Like we gotta, And so all of that hype was just like, it ended up in like a list of like 6 or 7, no, I think like 15 influencers being given these binders full of.
Yeah, the influencers like fucking Jack Posobiec and like Mike Cernovich, who has, as far as I understand, also harassed Virginia Giuffre at the behest of Alan Dershowitz before.
Oh, I mean, listen, as I've always said, to catch a pedophile, you must become a pedophile.
Yeah.
And Cernovich has gone gonzo in his reporting on Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
You know, obviously having been charged at one point with rape himself.
Yeah, no, I think that's what I was thinking too. It wasn't because like he was a hatchet man for Alan Dershowitz. I think he just has like a pro rape stance across the board. He's like a pro rape activist.
He's a centrist. He's
like
if there's rape, it doesn't matter that Jeffrey Epstein was Jewish. Oh, excuse me, was a Democrat. I'm with him.
Yeah, it's like the dudes in Israel that were trying to get out the concentration camp guards that were being prosecuted for raping.
Yeah, they're like, you know what? Yeah, exactly. That was
a pro rape riot. You know, they're just activists.
Astounding. But it was like Cernovich, it was Posobiec, it was Libs of TikTok, Chaya Raichik, who wow, what a looker, unmarried. I was interested to find out. But Orthodox Jewish, rare in that community.
Yeah.
And so there must be something deeply wrong with her. I'm just telling you. It's this. If she can't get married there, I don't know. She's bad luck. Spinster. And then there was a woman who I can't name who got really mad at me and tanked our iTunes reviews one time. And then
Liz Wheeler.
Oh, Liz Wheeler, who, by the way, wow. She is gorgeous.
Yeah. Did you see her long convoluted post about how like she doubled down on the conspiracies and basically decided that it was actually because, you know, there is this intra like agency fighting, like agency infighting. And like this was actually secretly released to the dumbest people in the MAGA influencer orbit, herself included, so that they could find the leakers, that the rats that didn't let them get the real evidence or some shit.
No, this is amazing. I mean, this is Glenn Beck is saying, Liz Wheeler tells me the Epstein Files binder photo shoot was intended to be a message to the legacy media that they no longer had the power to manipulate the truth.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, it's crazy. So what they're doing now is like, after it turned out to be a dud, they all were like, we have this incredible thing. We have this incredible thing. They all posted pictures, all of them smiling and go down, like holding it up. Like, oh,
they're so excited.
They're all smile. Oh, Scott Presler.
Scotty Prez.
He should get together with Chaya. I think he should get together with Chaya. I know he's
not Jewish.
He's and he maybe swing the other way. But I feel like they could reach common ground there. He's gay, but she could fix him. But
I think she might also. There's suspicion that she might be kind of into ladies herself. So
no, really.
That's what I've heard.
Let me picture that. Let me picture that really hard in my mind. Oh, yeah, I can see that. But yeah, he like they're all like they are like smiling. DC Drano, the guy who's holding it here, he actually is the ex-boyfriend of Ashley St. Clair, who, if you're watching this, you need to call me. You need to call me right now. Ashley St. Clair, who just had the baby with Elon Musk.
Yeah.
And so it's crazy to be him because, you know, he's this guy, Rogan O'Hanley, who's like, you know, a right-wing pugilist. I don't really know what his job is. I guess posting on Twitter.
I mean, most of these people's jobs are posting on Twitter.
Yeah, actually, I guess that's true. But meanwhile, like Elon Musk is stupping his ex-girlfriend and having a baby with her, and he's, you know, standing here looking silly in a vest, holding up a binder full of nothing. I mean, it's just ridiculous to me. I mean, it's pathetic, frankly. And they try to come out in this triumphalist way, like, oh, we have the documents. This is, and they all like, it's very clear that they were like given like keywords to tweet, and one of those was transparent administration. So
Yeah.
all of them tweeted something to the effect that this is the most transparent administration in history.
And they
Actually,
did not,
all
and the
of them tweeted-
conservatives, MAGA Twitter did not like that. Some of them didn't like it because they were like, why wasn't I chosen? But
Yes, I
then,
think
but
that's-
then
yeah.
others were like, well, what the fuck is this? Like there were some real loyalists out there, which ironically enough, like how I still to this day cannot understand how you can be an Epstein follower, not like in the way that we are, but I mean like in the way that
we follow in his footsteps.
yeah. Not in our way, but like, you know, following what he's doing and not recognize that like Trump's labor secretary, Alexander Acosta, before unceremoniously resigning, revealed that he gave a sweetheart plea bargain deal to Jeffrey Epstein that allowed him to continue doing rapes while he was in prison because they told him he belonged to intelligence. So how did they not, like, this is the thing I don't understand about MAGA world. I mean, they're not known for being thinkers, right?
No.
But it doesn't make sense that they just can't put two and two together. Like, why would Trump elevate this guy, Alexander Acosta, into his administration after he very clearly allowed Jeffrey Epstein to get away with crimes?
Yeah. I think you said with Grimes. I'd like to get away with Grimes. But
Friend of the show, Grimes.
Oh yeah, it's friend of the show, Grimes. Excuse me. You also need to call me. You need to call me. I can fix it. Grimes, if you're watching, I can fix it. I can fix it forever.
This is what happens when Liz is not on, chat. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize
I
for
say
the...
this shit when Liz is around. She says she knows about my. I mean, it's parasocial technically this time, but Grimes, I think, can fuel my brain. But she's probably got Neuralink. I'm thinking really hard, but yeah, it's so stupid that like I think really what it is, and I hate to sound like the liberals that we are. But it really is like almost like cult-like behavior. Like, Trump can only be failed. So like if Trump maybe elevated this guy who like you wouldn't have normally suspected as being picked for the post to be his labor secretary, who basically was only notable for like giving Jeffrey Epstein this sweetheart deal. And like funnily enough, like that was part of the reason like it became such a big story was because of like he had to resign. It was like grilled about it in Congress and shit. And fucking like a lot of the QAnon people, which is kind of like dissolved and like diffused into all the rest of the MAGA stuff, sort of took that as like he was setting Acosta up because he's a white hat, and Acosta is like a guy that he was like putting out there for a reason. So he did this actually to oppose Epstein.
Okay.
Because it got so much attention. You see what I'm saying? So like,
and then they, killed him when Trump was president, and Trump's own DOJ oversaw the execution, the assassination of Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know how they make up for that, but I guess it's because Bill Barr also turned on Trump afterwards, so he's a rhino.
Yeah,
he was always a rhino.
And Barr looks amazing too. I love looking at Bill Barr. It's like
he looks like Fred Flintstone. There's a bunch of yabba dabba do guys, and Bill Barr is one of them.
Yeah, and it feels
or like
go ahead.
Or like Peter Griffin.
Yes, it feels the little spectacles perched on the doughy face. I love it. Oh, yeah. What a look! John Goodman there. John Goodman, is that the guy? He's using. Yeah, looks. I like him a lot. I mean, not like politically or in any way, but I like looking at him. He looks like it's He looks like he needed
I
a
think
piece of
Rex
chocolate
also kind of used to
Fields.
look like that too. There's a bunch of dudes that just like had that look to them. Now they're all it's just Tom Homan now in the
It's
new
all Homan.
administration.
It's all Tom Homan.
Yeah, and Tom Homan is
but-
like unfortunately not exactly pleasant to look at in the same way that like Bill Barr was, because he's just like he's
No.
melting and he sounds unwell all the time.
I thought of something when this like the cabinet was kind of like cohering, was that like this must be the most dick picked like blackmailable executive branch in history. Can you imagine
Well,
from RFK to we know
Yeah.
RFKs is out there. From
Yeah.
Hegseth, you think Hegseth hasn't ever like drunkenly sent a crazy fucked up angle picture of like from bottom of his penis to a woman when he's had a couple?
Oh,
You know, fucking who else is in there? All these guys, obviously Musk. Actually, I could see Musk not doing it.
Because he's got a weird dick.
It is there's something wrong with that, which is another reason these ladies need to call me and fucking tell me.
Yeah. Okay. There's some other stuff that I wanted to discuss with you. You brought up RFK Jr., who is surprise, surprise, another person who is deeply and intimately involved with Jeffrey Epstein. He had a brilliant
there's
take
like
here.
Three people in the cabinet. Sorry, there's like three people in the cabinet who are just on the list of in the files that were released.
Yeah. I'm gonna let this play real quick and then go pee while this plays for the 12 seconds, and then you can give your commentary.
So, and you run
uninterrupted.
into everybody in New York. I mean, I knew Harvey Weinstein. I knew Roger Ailes. I knew O.J. Simpson came to my house. Bill Cosby came to my house. So, you run into everybody in New York. I mean, I knew Harvey Weinstein. I knew Roger Ailes. I knew.
Oh, it's just playing. No, you got to stop it.
I stopped it.
First of all, I live in New York City, and yeah, I see Weinstein. Okay, I ran into OJ a few times. Sometimes I fucking hang out with, I call him Will, but Bill Cosby. But the amount this guy is talking about how much he hangs out with these guys. What I like about RFK Jr. is he just says what he's thinking, and he's always thinking something crazy. It is generally not a good idea. I'm just saying this to anyone listening out there. It's really not a good
came
idea.
to my house. Bill Cosby came to my house. So, you run into everybody in New York. I mean, I knew Harvey Weinstein. I knew Roger Ailes. I knew O.J. Simpson came to my house. Bill Cosby came to my house. So,
Should I take my shirt
you
off?
run
Chat.
into everybody in
I actually
New York.
can't see the chat right now.
I mean,
but
I
I'll do
knew
it. Chat.
Harvey Weinstein.
Should I take my shirt
I knew
off?
Roger Ailes. I knew O.J.
You guys,
Simpson
I could
came to
probably
my
do
house.
this.
Bill Cosby came to my house. So,
He just sits here all
you
day
run
and
into
talks.
everybody in New
Hassan
York.
does?
I mean, I knew Harvey Weinstein. I knew Roger Ailes.
sits there.
I knew O.J. Simpson came to my house.
Does he do anything?
Bill Cosby came to my house. So, you run into everybody in New York.
Now I can read the chat.
I mean, I knew
he does
Harvey
something. I
Weinstein.
can't. No, I
knew
can't
Roger
fix this.
Ailes. I knew O.J. Simpson came to my house.
Does he
Bill
like do
Cosby
tricks for
came
you
to my
guys?
house.
Does he?
So, you run
Does he
into
have people
everybody in New York.
over?
I mean, I knew
He just talks.
Harvey
You watch
Weinstein. I knew Roger Ailes.
the
I
whole
knew
time.
O.J. Simpson came to my
Make him
house.
do things.
Bill Cosby came to my
It
house.
might have restarted.
No, that's Twitter, dude. It's so fucking annoying. Twitter is such a busted ass platform. Stupid ass Elon Musk. That's crazy that it just restarted on its own while it was pissing.
And it was like not playing for like 30 seconds, and then it just like started again.
I'm sorry.
I liked it. His voice. Yeah, so someone, can you hear me? You don't have to wear headphones. You have some kind of crazy setup, but you don't have to wear headphones.
Yeah, I don't have to wear headphones. I can hear you. Yeah.
That's technologically absurd. I don't.
Yeah.
How could that even be?
When you come to LA, I'll show you.
Yeah. Okay. I will. Yeah. Let me come to the house.
Yeah, you can come to the house, the palace.
I'm bringing the palace. I love listening to RFK because it always sounds like everything he says sounds really important because it sounds like the last thing someone says before they die. So you're always like,
He
oh
just
my
sounds so
God, what is he
healthy.
gonna tell me?
That's why I like
know.
about him. I'm like, that's when I hear him and I see him, I'm always thinking to myself, like, that's the guy who should be in charge of health.
Oh yeah. Well, the good thing is I like menthols. You know, actually, I guess I don't really like that much of anything. But he's gonna ban stuff, or he's gonna put new stuff in our vaccines.
He
He's gonna
likes
do all
Zyn,
kinds of
so
crazy
we're
shit.
good.
He fucks with Zins. So you like, how many of those a day do you do?
Dude, I don't fucking know. A lot. Too much.
I
could go band for band with RFK, with Robert.
How many do you think? Because I eat them whenever I get one in my mouth. I just pop them in.
You just
That's mostly what I eat is Zin. Yeah, that's how I get this glow about me. RFK, but that what I was saying before is like the brilliant thing about the Epstein release that they did do yesterday is among like the very few pages that were actually in that release is like half of Trump's cabinet. Like RFK Jr. is in there. Trump is in there, obviously. Jason Kalakanakis is in there.
Oh yeah.
All of these fucking fools are in there. It's just, you don't want that. It feels disrespectful to Trump, and I think Trump should fire Pam Bondi. People are calling for it, but now their thing is that like they're being stymied by the deep state, and she's like, "Get the documents on my desk at 8 a.m. this morning." Well, it's 8 p.m. Eastern time right now, and I don't see
where are
any
the
release.
documents? I'm shocked. I'm shocked that they haven't cracked this case.
So now they're pretending. Now they're pretending that like they're being. I mean, listen, there is a lot of stuff. There are these like hard drives and these CDs and these picture albums that like, well, we at least want to know what's on them. And there's like a very real concern that like we actually have no idea what Jeffrey Epstein's job was. Like I'm somebody who knows more than 99% of people about Jeffrey Epstein. I could not tell you what his job was. Tax evasion, kind of like making shell companies, but like it certainly doesn't account for how much money he actually had.
Did you see this, by the way, from brave truth teller Laura Loomer? Why can't we talk about how Pam Bondi was the Attorney General of Florida the entire time Jeffrey Epstein was raping young girls in Florida? How come she never shut him down? I want to remind everyone that Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw, who's good friends with Pam Bondi, was heavily criticized for allowing Jeffrey Epstein special favors, as well as an early work release under his watch. Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw just won his 6th term in Palm Beach in 2024. Who was being protected? Facts are facts.
So first of all, this is how I'm trying to tweet in this style now, like with the line breaks and like the questions and answering them and stuff, and like facts are facts. That's like a really good style of tweeting. But second of all, Laura Loomer did not get invited to this, and she's so fucking pissed off that she's like going like complete like apocalypse mode on them.
Do you think Laura Loomer? Well, I'm a committed believer that Trump is bisexual, aromantic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Do you think he hit? I think that he listlessly. I think that something happened.
Yeah, because remember when he said about Laura, when Laura was like doing Laura shit, and everyone was like, "Why is this person in your why is she in your private jet?" And he was like, "She's a free spirit."
She is a free spirit,
which is the gayest thing a man can say in general, but
that's what you say about your wife that's cheating on you.
Yeah,
you don't say that while you're cheating.
But that made me that convinced me that there might have been more going on there.
I will say this cabinet has some of the cheating's gods in it. I mean, on the cheater sort of leaderboard, I guess I'll say to appeal to your video game audience, RFK Jr. is probably the best cheater of all time, right? I mean, I don't agree with what he did, but he did it in such a way that it killed somebody. Hegseth is an incredible cheater of his own. He did what we call bridge cheating, where he cheated, had the kid, and then moved on to that, and then had another kid and cheated with the woman he had that with. I mean, it is a really incredible form of cheating. Trump, I feel like, the cheating went into court, and I got to tell you, Biden. I mean, could you imagine Blinken cheating? How does this benefit Israel? What's this pussy gonna do for Israel? Nothing. It's ridiculous. But
excuse me, that is Mr. Bass you're talking shit about, okay? He's a bass player.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
He probably fucks.
Bass.
Yeah, he probably fucks. Blinken probably fucks.
I play bass.
Oh my god. That's the other side of this equation as well, which is like, I wonder why one of the most pro-Israel administrations and one of the most pro-Israel cabinets in general would not unearth espionage documents about a potential Mossad CIA operative.
Well, I mean, here's the deal. How come a former prime minister of Israel visited Jeffrey Epstein like 100 times at his apartment alongside a prince? I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I think that what they'll do I think that we'll get another release. They have to. And I think there's going to be a lot of redactions.
Yeah.
And it's going to satisfy nobody. And it's going to have basically, maybe it'll have something in it. It might have new, like, interesting stuff. But, like, I don't think this is going to come to anything.
Yeah, I mean, I of course not. And I don't even think, like, I've maintained the position that, like, Trump's hatred for the Clintons is also fake, too, because his bitch ass didn't lock her up last time. He didn't even lock Brandon up. He's not even doing lawfare to Brandon. I think it's annoying that, honestly, fool me once, shame on me, or shame on you. Fool me twice, you know, you can't fool me again, okay?
Yeah.
And it is kind of fucked up that Trump ran on the lock her up ticket, which is why I voted for him illegally multiple times. Okay. And then thankfully he won. Okay.
Yeah.
But then he didn't do that. And I was a little annoyed by that. But then he also constantly talked about lawfare this, lawfare that. And he's not doing lawfare to fucking Joe Biden.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's like, it's just put Joe Biden, put him in a box or something. You don't have to put him in jail. Just put a big old box over him.
Yeah,
you know,
he
won't
would
know where he
like
is.
he's gonna die anyway. He's gonna die in the process. Like, make his last couple of months be horrible if he has the mental faculties to realize what's happening to him. But like, that's what I think is like really fucked up about Trump. He just never keeps his fucking promises. He's such a bitch
He's
ass.
a capper. He's a capper. And we have Mr. Musk in there, and he's doing it all for. That's the thing I love about Elon, is that he is stupid in like a very peculiar way.
Another
So
Jeffrey Epstein associate, his brother, literally, you know, Kimball Musk.
His brother was dating an Epstein girl. That's what's so crazy. He's never addressed it. He would never dream of addressing that.
Yeah.
And it's just for years, I think. I mean, these people are sick. You know, these people are sick. They are fucking perverts. They are freaks and scam artists and perverts.
Yeah, it's messed up. It's messed up that they're not going to leak anything. They're not even going to leak like in a partisan way. You know what I mean? Like they're not even going to do the Clinton thing and be like, see how much Clinton was involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Like,
yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm annoyed about, because like at the end of the day, they still want to protect power, you know?
I mean, it sucks because like there's so many funny people who could kind of get in trouble from this. Barack, the Clintons.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, and you know, listen, when Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell brought Virginia Giuffre to Africa on a trip with Bill Clinton, one of the other guys there was Kevin Spacey, who's like the only people who rehabilitated Kevin Spacey are right wingers.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson. When he went, that was that was insane, dude. Like, I'm not even trying to be like but like, what the fuck was that? And if you look at like the comments underneath, like Tucker posting that weird video with Kevin Spacey, it's all Tucker fans being like, what? Like,
yeah.
Why do you have Kevin Spacey on? No one wanted Kevin Spacey to come back.
Yeah, I don't understand that. But I mean, I do understand it. I mean, Tucker Carlson's dad, probably the biggest victim of the US aid defunding, Mr. Voice of America himself, which ironically enough, even Vladimir Putin mentioned in that weird interview that they did. If you recall, where he was like, you wanted to join the CIA, remember?
Yeah. That was amazing. I forgot about the Putin Tucker interview.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
I gotta go in a second.
All right. Well, I mean, thank you so much for coming on for as long as you did. This took many different, this conversation took many different directions that I did not foresee us taking.
And it sucks because I'd like to come on more and, you know, chat. You guys should really, you know, bother Hasan about this, but he says that there's a quota that he reaches and that it's just, and it stinks, you know. He's like it's a quota, and I reach it, and I can't have you on. I gotta do it. So that, too
many of your people I have on.
Too many of my people, and I say, what do you mean by that? And he sort of leaves me on. He sends me these nasty pictures, but I love the new Yay merch that you got.
The what gay merch?
That on stream, the Yay merch, Kanye West.
Oh, the Kanye merch. Yeah.
The shirt you got is.
Well, I had to get it. I had to get it. You know, in limited edition.
Did you see? There's a picture of him today out wearing it.
Wait, there is?
I think there is. I saw it earlier, but maybe
it might have been an AI. It might have been an AI image. Kanye West wears swastika T-shirt around Los Angeles. Report says. Okay, there's no photo though. Come on now.
We got the photo.
Oh, you
We
did?
got the photo. Oh yeah. I'm gonna. Well, you can't show this on stream, can you?
Yeah, I can. It's fine. Wait, no, that's just the link to real Anna Paulina or whatever.
No. Oh, you didn't click it. Interesting, because I think she is.
No, I was looking at her
Gorge.
Wikipedia instead. Kanye West spotted wearing a swastika t-shirt in LA today. That's insane, dude. What the fuck is going on?
It's just what is going on? This is a prediction that I made like a couple of years ago. Is they're trying to build a black Hitler? They're trying to build a black
Oh,
Hitler.
they did it.
And I
Also,
think
you
that
know,
they could
you
do
know
it.
who, you know who was like most responsible for this. Like I have insider information on this a little
Stan
bit.
motherfucking Pica. Oh, who?
No, the person who beat me.
Oh, I do know.
The person who fucking defeated my ass for anti-Semite of the year, Candace Owens. Candace Owens got him on some like black Israelite shit initially, and then you know went into this like Adolf Hitler direction. Oh wait, he's Sig Heil. Oh, he's saying "Bless your heart" or whatever.
Oh yeah, he's doing the Elon.
Yeah, he's doing the Elon. That's
This is
crazy.
You
hate to see it. You hate to see people wear their own merch like this.
I know it's gauche. I think it's
Yeah.
gauche. You disavow.
Yeah.
I disavow wearing your own merch, but no, I can't say this on the stream, but there's also somebody else that we know who by accident is also one of the reasons that this is happening.
Wait, what?
There is a Jew that both you and I are know that is maybe also partially responsible for this. Not seeking it out, but may have spurred some of Kanye's anti-Semitism.
Wait, what? I don't know.
I'll text it to you.
Okay,
I'll
you
text it
you
to
need
you
to text
after.
me who it is. Oh my god. Oh, Kanye West's personal trainer who we both know who said I'm gonna get you institutionalized. That was so crazy.
That was crazy.
That was so insane.
Could you imagine how good of a personal trainer that you must be to be texting Kanye West? I'm going to get you sent to the nut house.
Yeah. Yeah, I
There's
think
people in your
I've
chat
heard
saying
he's like
Aiden Ross. Do I
I've-
look like I know Aiden Ross? Because I do.
Yeah. They all know each other, chat.
We all know each other. Me and Aiden went to the same shul.
No, that was a
I
very
love
funny.
that guy. Is
It
he
was a
still
very funny
around?
revelation when Felix found out that Aiden Ross was Jewish.
It does change everything. As
Yeah.
a Jew, it does change everything.
Yeah.
It really does. You're like, wow, interesting. I didn't know we could do that.
Yeah.
Actually, I did know we could do that. I just didn't know we did that to that extent. Anyways, I got to go. I'm about to starve to death.
Okay. All right. Brace Belden, everybody. Thank you so much for coming on.
Patreon.com/TrueAnonPod.
Yeah, that's right. Peace.
Later.
All right. That was Racial Jake, a.k.a. Gay Pussy Eater, a.k.a. Piss Pig Granddad, a.k.a. Coindexter, a.k.a. Gourmand, host of the True Anon podcast, where his commentary, of course, is much more restrained as a direct consequence of the wonderful Liz Franzek, who keeps him in check. What a complete stud. Yeah. Also, aka liberal Hitler, apparently. Yeah, Brace's aka Mehmet. He is the number one top tier liberal Maoist. And yeah, I love Brace, the OG white Chinese. Why don't you have him on more often? First of all, he's always busy. He's doing shit all the time. He's always doing shit. And secondly, I feel like I've alienated all of the normies that came in here to watch me talk about like Zelensky and stuff. Like, because of course, when I have Felix on, we have very similar conversations as well, which is like, you need to have a very specific type of brain rot. You did a Brace exposure event. This isn't good for the Normans. Yeah, but it was great. It was hilarious. Minus 20,000 viewers. Yeah, they were like, "What the fuck is happening here?" Yeah, I saw this while I was taking a piss. For some more fun stuff, new Casually Explained video. Felix and Brace are top tier guests. Yeah, always. I'm gonna have Noah on soon as well. I think he's gonna be in LA for a little bit, so the quota is gonna be filled real quick. You need to see Libs reacting to Zelensky.
Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you own a suit.
Is he crying?
I don't have such. I will wear a costume after this war will finish. Yes, maybe one. Maybe something like yours, yes. Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper.
What is Batista doing? What the fuck? It's got to be a vaccine injury, dude. He's Dave Batista got vaccinated and then did the campaign for Kamala Harris, and look at him now.
This man is fighting for his country.
My liberal
Sovereign
mom
nation
cried
got
today.
invaded. His people were dying. And this motherfucker talks about him wearing a suit. I hate this fucking country. I've never in my life felt like I do right now. I don't give a fuck what he wears. This man has been respectful to every leader in the world. Everybody. And you clowns want to fucking do that shit to him when he comes over here. And then talk to him like shit and kick him out of the White House.
Is this it? Like, is this what like liberals will unironically do some shit over? Cause that's fucking awesome. Like I welcome it if that's the case. If this is what it takes, like it's great. You know, pop off. I'll be like this sometimes when I drink too. Like this man is firing federal employees by the tens of thousands. Okay. I mean, today was pretty fucking bad. Yeah, but I feel it's shocking that this would be the breaking point.
You fucking disgraceful son of a bitches. Man, I just want to be next to Zelensky right now. I wish I could talk to him. Forgive us. God damn, man. I can't. I'm sorry, y'all.
This has 279,000 likes. Oh my God. My debate bro, lib brother texted after he saw it and he said he's rooting for the downfall of this country. Bro, what the fuck? This is like, I am a little bit confused about like what at least some liberals' like main priorities are. You're just angry the libs don't have the same smoke for Palestine, just admit it. I mean, I expect that, which is why that doesn't even factor into this equation at all. What? Are you kidding me? Of course not. No, I'm more so just shocked because like to me, what Donald Trump is doing is unique only in form. You know what I mean? Like what Donald Trump is doing is unique only from the optics front and only unique because of the format. His actions are not dissimilar to what American foreign policy has always operated as. So that's the reason why it's like is not as, I mean, it's still very shocking. Make no mistake. It is certainly shocking. Because the violation of norms is not something I care about particularly, but the violations of norms in this way, in a way where like it actually could change American foreign policy or the trajectory of American foreign policy, is definitely insane. But this person, I don't think cares about that. I think he like legitimately, like you can only arrive at this and be this shocked about it if you truly thought that like America was on the side of Ukraine, like earnestly on the side of Ukraine, and was doing its very best to defend Ukraine, and that now Trump came in, orange man, and he like changed the course of history. You know what I mean? So the people who pay attention to this stuff, the people who are more apathetic to politics, is jarring for them to turn on the news and see this. Is jarring to me. No, I mean it's definitely jarring. Call Austin is crying. No, Austin is completely tuned out. I think today was a radicalizing moment for a lot of liberals. I don't think they radicalized in the right direction. It might change the way Europe orients itself to American power, which is actually a significant threat to the U.S. Europeans are going to freak the fuck out. I mean, they are freaking the fuck out. It's because the greatest fear for an American liberal is the recognition that Americans aren't different from the despots of the countries we're taught to hate. Is the Gucci belt slipping off? Yeah, I don't think it's going to radicalize libs. I think they're not going to turn around and be like, no, this is where I realize that America is an empire or anything like that. I don't think it's like that. Hasan, there were so many Ukrainian flags and so many yards. A rare moment where you might be unaware of normie liberal sheer feral disgust for Trump as a person. No, I know. Dude, of course. You think I don't know? Are you kidding me? That was October 7 was one thing, but the initial fallout that probably made me public enemy number one was my approach to Ukraine in general. Trust me, I know. It hasn't stopped for the past fucking 3 years. It still hasn't stopped. People still come in here and tell me I'm like pro Adolf Hitler. They think I love pooty poo. Like, what do you mean? I know how much liberals like. We're like, finally, we found one where, you know, the victims are white, and also on top of that, we're on the right side. We're the good guys. Can we please feel good about, you know, all of the bounties of empire for a brief moment? Like, it's no longer, NATO is actually a good thing. Like, that was a big deal for a lot of people, and the media really hammed it up. I just didn't think that at this stage, liberals were still this upset about it. Anyway, one more recommendation for tonight or this weekend's Fun Day. Have you seen the full list of the 19 people attending the Ukraine summit on Sunday? Ukraine, UK, EU, NATO, European Council, France, Italy, Spain, Poland, Czech Republic, Finland, Norway. Yeah, all the center parties are fully on board with supporting Ukraine here, even without the US. I just don't know if they have what it takes, but maybe. I've been meaning to watch the Casually Explained video, The Political Compass. Apparently, there's some people who are saying that there's some like liberal takes in it. Your analysis, don't downplay it, dude. You won't benefit at all. Don't downplay it, Hassan. You're doing it again. Your analysis is so fucking off on all this. It isn't just libs either. What am I downplaying, man? The fuck what are you saying? What I'm explaining to you is exactly what happened today, okay? And what happened today was slated to happen. If you know anything about fucking American foreign policy, that's it. How can you come in here and be like, you're downplaying? I'm explaining to you Trump's insanity in terms of both form, but also the inevitability of America discarding Ukraine like a fucking shitty old toy that it no longer cares about. Jesus Christ. If you're not downplaying, why don't you publicly come out as against Ukraine? Wait, what? Why would I come out against Ukraine? I'm not against Ukraine. Jesus Christ. You know what? The reality of the matter is, I don't think liberals are going to change trajectory or recognize what America is or what American foreign policy is in general. Okay? That's it. No matter how hard, in the aftermath of all of this, the American media basically try to like massage it like they did last week, where they turned around and at first they were like, what do you mean mineral maps? What the fuck are you talking about? And then they were talking about how Ukraine has minerals actually, and it would be cool if Trump got them. Like, it took a week for media to just snap back into reality and play the role of like normalizing Trump's positions. I think liberalism is so caught up in the optics of everything. They just don't understand. Isn't Marco in 15 minutes? Yes. They're upset that you're criticizing liberals for being upset at this and not other issues such as Palestine. I think this is the problem for them. No, it's not even, I'm not even saying that. That was my expectation anyway. Not shocking to me at all. Chatters really can't accept that the unified action of the intelligence state only gave a shit about Ukraine insofar as they could trap Russia in a perpetual war to hopefully weaken it. Yeah, that's
by Saley. Although there are almost 350 million Americans, there are really only two political parties, and despite what the name would imply, neither one's very fun at all.
Yeah, the moment October 7 happened, the Biden administration was also moving to de-escalate and moving away from the permanent support position that they were pushing for with Ukraine. It was never going to be as like loud and as brash and as ridiculous as Donald Trump it has you know done, because he's like actively undermining pre-existing American allegiances. But overall, the notion that like, I mean, even the notion that there would be like permanent war of attrition for Ukraine would be positive for Ukraine in general is also incorrect. There were many off-ramps that the Biden administration should have taken, both with Gaza and with Ukraine, and they didn't do it because they're fucking assholes. Anyway, let's watch the Casually Explain the Political Compass now.
Only two political parties, and despite what the name would imply, neither one's very fun at all. This political division means you don't get any nuance in policy, and instead you either vote on which person you hate the least, or just pick one or two things you absolutely don't want someone to mess up, and then you compromise anyway. While most people are not too familiar with the political compass, they have heard the term left and right. You might have seen a spectrum like this in civics class, and they taught you some vague theory about reactionaries versus radicals, or social reform versus conservatism. But this is pretty meaningless to most people. In reality, when someone asks if you're on the left or right in America, what they want to know is how many digits of the pride flag you've memorized. Even the most far left and far right extremes have more in common than you might think. For example, they both share the same common weakness: follow-up questions. Take people on the far left, they all make the same mistake, which is waking up one day, doing absolutely no research, and then thinking there's no way that Ben Shapiro will have heard this one before. Similarly, if you take someone on the far right who says, I believe that white people are superior to the other races, the obvious follow-up is asking if this is their sample group. The reality is that just left or right doesn't capture the full nuance of someone's political beliefs. If you're a fiscal conservative who believes that government debt represents an inability to provide future public programs, the left lumps you in with the people who stormed the Capitol. If you're a liberal who believes that investment into nuclear is the future of clean...
Wait, what?
That just left or right doesn't capture the full nuance of someone's political beliefs. If you're a fiscal conservative who believes that government debt represents an inability to provide future public programs, the left lumps you in with the people who stormed the Capitol. If you're a liberal who believes that investment into nuclear is the future of clean energy, the right lumps you in with the people who think that the hard counter to fracking is a heartfelt land acknowledgement. The political compass introduces a bit more nuance because while you still have a left and right, you can flesh out what you believe about both economic and social policy, and more importantly, see how your beliefs relate to other people's. To give the theme, as you move up the compass, you prefer big government. As you move down, you prefer small or less government. And as you move left, you prefer equal redistribution of resources. And to the right, you prefer to let free markets allocate resources unimpeded. So let's look at each quadrant's highest value first, so you can see which one you most relate to. And
I don't think it's correct to put Ben here. I think, well, I guess
pros and cons of each. Authoritarian right's highest value is virtue. Pros: everyone can pursue their own ideals. Cons: me and my homies will determine what they are. Authoritarian left is equality. Pros: everyone shares equally in all the stuff.
That's not true.
Cons: there is no stuff.
Okay, both of these things are incorrect. No, I mean, I didn't know that political compass theory was like this much of a liberal, ironically enough, but I don't think that this is accurate in terms of like everyone shares equally and all the stuff is just not correct. There is no like, you know, we're cutting the tall trees ass attitude in terms of people who are strivers and overachievers will be cut down, and that every single person, like the basketball team, has to have the same height or anything like that. I mean, I guess it's
libertarian left is compassion. Pros: what's mine is yours, what's yours is mine, and we can all love each other. Cons: you hate your wife's boyfriend. Libertarian right is freedom. Pros: the rich get insanely rich, the poor just die. Cons:
okay, fair.
Lastly, the centrist's highest value is of course A5 Wagyu. Pros: all that matters to him are beef and gas prices. Cons: his whole world is currently in shambles. In brief, auth right is if it ain't broke for me, don't fix it. Lib left is friendly, horny, and broke. Lib right is temporarily embarrassed millionaires. And auth left is everything would finally be perfect if we just got rid of that one fucked up Jenga block right at the bottom. By using the quadrants, it lets us see there's a lot more nuance to someone's political opinion than just left or right. For example, to someone on the right, everyone on the left seems the same. But libertarian left will say, you know, communism sounds really nice. Everyone living as equals with each other, working together in harmony with the environment. I guess it just seems that while the theory is good, the execution has been really bad. Then authoritarian left would say, yeah, but often necessary. Similarly to people...
Okay, that's not... This part, you guys are saying skip, but like this part right here is in the past 3 minutes that I have listened to it, this part is probably the most accurate, I would say.
While the theory is good, the execution has been really bad.
Yes, like lib leftists will unironically say that, and the authoritarian leftists, I guess, will unironically say that. That part is not that inaccurate.
Then authoritarian left would say, yeah, but often necessary. Similarly, to people on the left, the right seems all the same, but auth right will say, you know, I get that people are different and can choose to live how they want to. It's just the values of my culture are dying and all this chaos is taking over. If people just embrace how things were before, they see it just works better than this. And lib right would say, you're so right, baby. Just unlock this video and it'll help cheer you up. The authoritarian side of the compass also gets the libertarian side confused all the time, mistaking both quadrants as woke. But see if you can catch the subtle difference. Lib left says, I treat people nicely because they're human just like me with their own personality and preferences. Makes me sad that some people hate other people just because they don't act or look the way they think they should. Whereas lib right just says, yep, customer's always right. The libertarian side also confuses the authoritarian.
I don't think that exists anymore, by the way. The libertarian right. They do the same thing that the fucking auth right does. I already hate the political quadrant thing to begin with. The political compass is so reductive and more often than not, every single person that uses the political compass as like a guiding tool is weirdly enough always around here. Okay, not saying that that is what casually explained politics are, but just look at the fucking PCM subreddit and you will understand virtually everyone is here. Okay, some of them are here, others are here on this reductive quadrant, and they're all talking shit about everybody else, while simultaneously making this seem like it's like here, I think.
Inside. Both want to have top-down control of how things are run and how people behave, but Auth-Right is much more straightforward. If they don't like what you're doing, they're going to hit you with a stick. If Auth-Left doesn't like what you're doing, they're going to convince everyone else that you have a stick. In contrast, if Lib-Left's life isn't going so well, they just adapt, complain, download Hinge, and wait for an inheritance. Whereas if Lib-Right's life isn't going so well, they say, no, there is a way to fight the system. Which is of course the nasal strip, buying an online marketing course, and becoming a men's motivational speaker. Because an individual's beliefs radically shape how they relate to other people, another way of understanding the compass is through how each views their ideal romantic relationship compared to how their relationships actually play out in reality. Auth-Right's ideal relationship is the classic nuclear family. Nice house just outside of town, stay-at-home wife, good job, couple of kids, and a dog. The relationship Auth-Right actually gets is their third failing marriage and fourth pair of tack glasses. Or they're a virgin in their early 20s with an anime girl as their X-profile, and their main hobbies using AI to generate anthropomorphic female fighter jets. In either case, they plan to fix their life with a one-way plane ticket to Thailand and become each other's customer. Auth-Left's ideal relationship is with Hasan Piker. The relationship
fair.
Auth-Left actually gets is with Hasan Piker's chair. Lib-Left's ideal...
You know what's really funny about this? This motherfucker knows, as a person who has been in this community for years, he knows that I pause every fucking time. The original meme that went super viral was him knowing that I would fucking pause and being like, thanks for unpausing the video, Hasan. But now, after years and years of fucking ReactGate nonsense, I mean, it's fine. It's whatever. He cooked me. Yeah, I always just let the chair do the talking for me. The original meme is how I came across you. I know. For those of you who don't know, this is the original
I'm trying to
meme.
learn yoga myself, you know. Yeah, okay, buddy. And I'm a tier 3 sub to Hasan for his political views.
And we're back.
I'm sorry, what? Son of a bitch? Yeah, back then he cooked me famously for, holy shit, this is 3 million views, because he cooked me because he knew that I used to pause all of my videos and talk for fucking 8 hours on the videos, and now he's turned around and is memeing on me saying I always leave the videos running with my chair.
Relationship is an open marriage in a humble off-grid cottage.
Or sorry, 1 million. Fuck my dyslexia. 1 million views 3 years ago.
Cottage near a scenic mountainside where they grow their own food and make their own clothes for a small, like-minded community. This doesn't happen because Lib-Left doesn't have the millions of dollars it requires for a Hollywood aesthetic hobby farm. Lib-Right...
He unfollowed. Yeah, maybe he was a tier 3 sub. He unfollowed. Yeah, maybe he doesn't like me no more because I fucking steal from YouTubers or something. I don't know.
His ideal relationship is being an 85-year-old billionaire with an harem of Instagram baddies on his mega yacht in Dubai. Haters will criticize such a transactional relationship, but while Lib-Right knows that girls only like him for his money, he knows they love him for his terminal heart condition. The next thing you might be wondering is what about the intersections between the quadrants? This is pretty simple because it's usually where the rubber actually meets the road in real life. In Western countries, Lib-Left cares about the environment, while Auth-Left likes federal laws forcing you to care about the environment. Center-left is what happens when you're on your third wadded-up paper straw at the movie theater, and you realize that maybe some sea turtles need to die so you can live. While you might be thinking, okay, I'm sort of getting this compass thing, we are of course just scratching the surface, because a two-dimensional compass isn't enough to capture the full nuance of a quadrant's views, and you have to introduce the third dimension, which is if you're technologically progressive or regressive. For example, the bottom center on the compass is classically libertarian, believes in self-reliance, saving money, hard currency, survivalism, and only trusts non-mainstream media like Joe Rogan and the Kremlin. If you take this political view and make it technologically progressive, you end up with anarcho-transhumanism, the belief that man will merge with machine and transcend to a higher form of life. Exactly, this is the Japanese trying to cope. If you take the same intersection and make it technologically regressive, you get anarcho-primitivism, or return to monk, which is the sentiment, humans just aren't living how we're supposed to, man.
While this is a bit of a self-report, when anyone actually describes fishing, hunting, gathering, and doing arts and crafts in a tribe, they think they're describing how life was as a caveman, but they're actually just describing camping. Figuring out where to put yourself on the compass can still be difficult, because even 3 dimensions is not enough to capture the complexity of beliefs the human mind is capable of, which is why we must ascend further to include your capacity to change your beliefs over time to avoid ever thinking you're wrong. Which means we have to go beyond the political polyhedron to the obvious next step, the political tesseract. This political tesseract cannot be pinned down to a single belief, as it's always in a quantum
I feel like this is what happens when you watch too much J-Reg videos, you know what I mean? In an effort to find like the perfect, I mean, he's joking in general. This is a joke, but there are people who just try to look at the understandably reductive nature of the political quadrant, the political compass, and think that this is like a decent way to define themselves.
Superposition of both support and rejection of any conceivable opinion until someone you don't like expresses their point of view and you're forced to disagree. For this reason, it's important to know the point of view of each quadrant for all the most talked about political questions so you can start filling up your debate repertoire. For example, if you asked each quadrant, should we have more gun control? Auth right says no, auth left says yes, lib left says yes, and lib right says yes, I should have more control of guns. How would you fix the economy? Auth left would raise taxes, auth right would cut expenses, lib left would unionize, and lib right would say to another lib right, here's $100, slap me. Oh, fuck. Okay, give it back and I'll kick you in the balls. And everyone else would be like, holy shit, they just increased.
I'm not going to watch Marco Rubio tonight. I'm going to finish this video and then I'm going to go because I'm going to go to the Lakers game and I'm already late.
GDP by $200. Pro-choice or pro-life? Auth right says pro-life, lib left says pro-choice, lib right says on-site, and auth left is checking their quotas.
The One Piece
When
Lakers
should someone
game.
be able to do hormone replacement therapy? Auth left. Anyone with approval from a medical authority can go on hormone replacement therapy at any time. Auth right. Kids shouldn't be allowed to do HRT. Lib left. I just don't want kids going through puberty knowing they wanted the body of a different gender. Lib right. I just don't want kids going through puberty.
He's not a libertarian, Michael from Pennsylvania. I mean, he's calling libertarians pedophiles, like right libertarians pedophiles, which is a correct thing to call them, so.
What do you think about free speech? Lib right says no one should be punished for voicing their opinion. Lib left's community note points out how other people treat you for your opinion is part of their freedom of speech. Auth right revokes your blue checkmark for violating their terms of service, and auth left has taken down your post for spreading harmful misinformation. The centrist then walks into the room and says, You better take your medication, Elon. You're arguing with yourself again. You might look at the political compass and think, man, it's crazy that people believe in so many stupid ideologies when there's really only one that's actually correct. Which is why before you wage war in the comment section, you need to know the ultimate trap card of each quadrant to make sure you don't fall into an unwinnable argument and instead probe at their weakness to appear more correct. Lib left's trap card is the moral high ground. Their weakness is, how's your relationship with your parents? Auth left's trap card is pretending to be lib left. Their weakness is trigger words like America is a decent country or Mazel Tov. Lib right.
Wait, what? Oh, come on, dude. Mazel Tov. The first one was good. Like America's a decent country is definitely a, but Mazel Tov is like, yeah, okay. Every Marxist Leninist is a anti-Semite. It's just like, yeah, okay. They're anti-Israel, so they're obviously anti-Semitic. That's crazy. It worked? What do you mean?
Country or Mazel Tov. Lib right's trap card is the success of free market capitalism. Their weakness is how much tax have you paid in capital gains. Auth right's trap card is their collection of cherry-picked crime statistics. Their weakness is undermining their credibility with questions like dinosaurs. Were they real or just the shape of nuggets? This scares auth right because they know what you're going to ask the shape of next. Alright, you should be well prepared to go into battle. If this video offended you, just remember there's nothing you can do about it because YouTube removed dislikes ages ago. If you try to leave a negative comment, you will face the full wrath of my terms and conditions, only positive feedback will get a cute heart, and most importantly, this video is brought to you by Saley. As an American, you might be thinking, with what's going on in my country, I really want to move to Canada. But being unable to read Celsius or the metric system, communication would of course be impossible, and there'd be no way for you to get a local SIM card for your phone. What can you do about it? Well, with Saley, you can download an eSIM onto your phone, giving you data coverage in over 180 different countries, meaning you can significantly reduce or entirely eliminate roaming fees, and you can get a global or regional plan if you plan on visiting multiple countries. This is especially helpful because not only can you avoid getting scammed or having to talk to people in general, you don't run the risk of losing your original SIM card from back home. My last one is currently in Peru. My friend Jim...
I think it's crazy. Maybe I missed it, but like, when he was doing the political compass, like, did he even make inferences to how the authoritarian right is rabidly anti-Semitic? I mean, he showed them with like swastikas and shit, but like who would be more predisposed to unlimited anti-Semitism while also simultaneously being sometimes pro-Israel, other times anti-Israel, but definitely permanently anti-Semitic is this quadrant. Okay, everybody calm down. He's clearly not a right-wing guy. He's just a liberal, I think. Also, it's a meme video. If you get mad at the Political Compass Explained meme video, you're ridiculous, okay? You're unserious. But I think I know why he unfollowed me. Yeah. All right, I gotta go because I gotta be in the presence of my goat, LeGoat. That's right, LeBron James. I will see you tomorrow. I have special guests coming tomorrow, like I said, No Other Land. Documentarians who are up for an Oscar. That is going to be sick. I'm going to be talking to them. I also have the Crash Dummies Pod Boys who are also going to be here as well for the weekend. Going to have them on the pod. Very excited for all of that, obviously. And then Sunday I'm balling, but also might link up with Noah Culwin as well. So we got a big ass weekend. And also, obviously, we're going to be talking about all of the Ukraine stuff that exploded today, tomorrow as well. So it's One Piece night at the Lakers game. So I'm going to hang out with the boys. Love you all. And I will see you tomorrow. Peace.
Started streaming, reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Starting Discord at your prop, great names take on